Good morning, everybody. Good morning. A very warm welcome to day 2 of our TEPSA conference. My name is Barry Colfer. I'm the Director of Research. It's great to have everybody back in such numbers early in the morning. And I hope those of you who could be with us last night enjoyed the festivities we had here, the poetry and the music. It was a great opportunity to commune and to spend some time together. I'm delighted to kick off the second day of our conference, where we're going to have 3 sessions. The first is going to be moderated by my colleague Cian Fitzgerald next to me here. So Cian is going to introduce our panel, who are going to reflect on Europe's security and defense, land, sea, and cyberspace. There will be little breaks, but not too many, so fortify yourselves. And then we'll have our sessions on enlargement, where we're looking forward to hosting an excellent expert panel, but also Commissioner Marta Koss, before the closing sessions on geopolitics. You'll see there's a little gift on your seats as well, something to bring home to your home places. Our iconic yellow door. I know that it'll be sitting on desks and in living rooms all across Europe from this weekend. So please do take them home and enjoy. And over to you, Cian.
Thanks, Barry. So yes, thank you so much for joining us for this session on Europe's security and defense, land, sea, and cyberspace. My name is Cian Fitzgerald. I'm one of the senior researchers here at the IAA, leading our work on defense and national security. Since 2022, Europe's security environment has deteriorated quite rapidly since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, increased amounts of hybrid attacks, sabotage, espionage, as well as the threat of a full-scale conflagration in Europe. At the same time, the European Union has published its white paper for defense readiness last year in 2025, which outlines how Europe can be prepared for its ambition for Europe to be prepared for a full-scale conflict by 2030. Ireland's presidency comes at a key point in this during the MFF negotiations. And so to discuss all of this and how Europe can be better able to protect itself and its citizens, I'm delighted to be joined by Mark Mellett, Chair of the Maritime Area Regulatory Authority and also former Chief of Staff of the Irish Defence Forces, Margaret Stanley, Director of the Maritime Security Unit at Ireland's Department of Defence and one of the lead authors of Ireland's first maritime security strategy. And congratulations again, Margaret. It's an incredible achievement. Tony Lawrence, Head of Policy and Strategy Programme at the International Centre for Defence and Security in Estonia, and Jessica Larson, Senior Researcher at the Danish Institute for International Studies. So we're going to run until about 11:15, and I'll invite our speakers to give some opening thoughts for about 5 minutes, if that's okay with everyone, and then we'll go to Q&A with the audience. So Mark, I might invite you to come in first.
Thanks very much. Cian helped me with a paper there about a year ago now, and what's past is prologue, and Barry, you helped me too. But I suppose what I took from that was a perspective of if you want to know where you are or where you're going, you need to know where you came from. And in 1921, Article 6 of the Treaty on Independence said that until we had the wherewithal to provide for our own coastal defence, it would be provided by His Majesty's Imperial Forces. And so be it. You know, that was a time when we had very little resources, but it institutionalized, in my view, a mindset towards the maritime that has carried through for decades, and indeed up to recently, it has resulted in very little spend on defence in this country. And when I talk about maritime, it's not just maritime, it's maritime and the domains around it in terms of air, obviously space, and obviously more recently cyber. But we didn't always have, I suppose, a lower priority on maritime. If you go back to the 1600s, with the pirate queen Grania Whale, she wreaked she ravaged the West Coast and others in terms of her piracy. So she knew the power in terms of the maritime. And I think it's interesting just to know the motto of the O'Malley clan, which is Terra Mari Potens, power by land and sea. And I'll come back to that point in a moment. So just moving up to, I suppose, where we are today, I always say that state security is inextricably linked with economic security, which is inextricably linked to energy security. And if you take that trilogy and then move it into the maritime space, you can see that our tech success is very much driven by, let's say, critical underwater infrastructure like our fiber optic cables that drive that tech economy. Almost $1 trillion of business a day is done through the very cables coming in through our jurisdiction that lie on the seabed where we have sovereignty or sovereign rights. If you look at our energy connectors, this country, our baseload is completely almost dependent on energy interconnectors from the UK and also from the, I suppose, the decline in resource in the Corrib field, where about 20% comes there. Our trade, 90% by volume, comes in by sea, our fisheries, and I often make the argument because people say the fish in our sea are belong to the European Union. Actually, they're not. They belong to the citizens of this jurisdiction. When they're caught in accordance with the institutions of the Common Fisheries Policy and the EU, there is a transfer of property right at that point. But the obligation to protect that resource remains, I think, a national obligation. And then we have the offshore renewable energy opportunity, an extraordinary opportunity. We have the richest accessible offshore renewable energy resource on the planet. And I say that, with a degree of confidence because it's accessible to centres of population, not just in Ireland, but in Europe. There are other areas in the world, like to the west of Canada, but nobody lives there. There's on top of the Himalayas, there's plenty of wind there, but nobody lives there either. And to the east of Japan, there's quite significant offshore renewable, but the sea is 3,000 meters deep. Just moving on then to just staying on that point, I'm looking forward to phase one, the first two decisions from the on board Panola, Commission Panola for the East Coast. That will be the first two, I suppose, projects that will revitalise our offshore renewable energy sector since the vision, I suppose, that Eddie O'Connor had back in 2002 with regards to the Arklow Branch. So from that, we can see electrification of our grid, greater security in terms of our grid, but also the potentiality of a surplus. So we're talking about 37 gigawatts, which is government policy. 37 gigawatts, we need about 7 gigawatts for our national grid. We can electrify, perhaps produce green hydrogen that can drive the creation of sustainable aviation fuel, e-fuels. Ryanair alone could consume about 7 gigawatts of renewable energy for green hydrogen, and that would keep that fleet moving from a renewable point of view. And there is also the opportunity to have energy parks and all that goes with that. And back to data centres, of course, we can sustain that key centre of gravity of our tech industry in terms of that renewable and green compute into the future. But, and this is the but, we are in the middle of a hybrid war. There's no ifs or buts about it. It didn't start yesterday. It started actually about 10 years ago. And I remember being involved when I was head of the Navy with the spill off the west coast of 300 to 500 tons of oil from the Russian aircraft carrier Kuznetsov. And that vessel sat in this large plume of oil saying, it was here when we got here, and yet there was I suppose an oiler beside him, fueling him. And it just shows the arrogance that we've lived with. Since then you've had the actual creation of our espionage, open source espionage in terms of the likes of Prokopiev, a Russian agent who ran freely in this country for a number of years until he was PNG'd. We had the creation or the attempt to expand Orwell Road in terms of the embassy by 500%. We had the government moved and restricted that. We've had the attack on the HSE, the extraordinary attack on the HSE, which I don't think was ever really acknowledged to the extent of the aggression institutions of civil society. The most vulnerable people in our community were actually were challenged by that attack. It was extraordinary. And just to say that the state had nothing to do with it is extraordinary. It happened from a criminal gang in Russian Sovereign Federation. It is a reality, a state-sponsored attack. I remember on the military committee, and I sat there for 6 years, we also looked at, the risk from a Russian task force to the west of Ireland. And we saw that very issue arise in the weeks leading up to the Ukraine invasion, where a Russian task group decided they were going to, I suppose, sanitize 5,000 square kilometres of our economic zone for 5 days, an area the size of Wicklow, Wexford and Dublin, that Ireland fishermen and others could not use that space in our economic zone. It was just extraordinary. And I think while, it was misinterpreted by some that the fishermen did a great job, the reality was it was a demonstration of undermining the institutions of government in this jurisdiction. For Russia to become stronger, all that needs to happen is Europe to become weaker. And we have more recently the actual activities of the Yantar. And I'm coming towards a close now. So what are we doing? Well, we had the Commission on Defence, and out of that we have our Defence Forces, I should say. Out of that we have our levels of ambition, and I'm hoping we're driving towards level 2, and maybe Margaret will be able to comment on that at maximum speed. But we can't have a dash for trash. We have to build that capability in terms of people and hardware. We also have acquired certain orders in terms of capabilities and sonar and radar on the horizon. We've increased our bilaterals with the UK and with our nearest EU neighbour, France. And we're moving with the prioritisation of security in our presidency, which is, we've also established MARA, which is the Maritime Area Regulatory Authority, to drive forward in terms of the maximum and, I suppose, sustainable use of a maritime area. And it's also just important to link with that, you know, the ambition towards our protected areas by 2030, 30% of our jurisdiction, because the real stabilizer of climate change is our ocean. 90% of the excess heat is absorbed by the ocean. 30% of the excess carbon is absorbed by the ocean. We wouldn't be having this conversation today were it not for the ocean. So the protection of biodiversity is going to be a critical piece. It's a critical part of security. So I come back to terra mare potens. The future is that we could have power by land and sea. It's all up to us to manage it efficiently and effectively. Thank you. Thanks,
Mark. I am particularly struck by your comments of the arrogance of not dealing with hybrid threats, and maybe we can talk a bit more about this. But next, I'm going to go to Margaret Stanley. The floor is yours.
So as you mentioned at the beginning, Cian, we recently launched Ireland's first national maritime security strategy. And I suppose I might comment on the reason for our focus on maritime strategy first was because of the assessed threat level, our geographic position, but also our responsibility to support the security and defence of the rest of Europe. So I think it's kind of very important to kind of situate it in that space. So for the past, all through 2025, myself and my team were developing, preparing this strategy. And I think a key element of that preparation were visits and outreach to various international institutions, neighbouring countries, equivalent organisations to ourselves across the European Union. And that provided us huge opportunities and insight to understand how other countries deal with maritime security, the lessons they've learned through their own processes and best practices as well. So that kind of allowed us maybe to take a wider view on, well, you know, can we consider what's best from an Irish perspective? So I would say kind of a huge thank you to across the EU for the willingness to share those types of insights in our own process. So that resulted then in our ministers' launch earlier this year of as I said, our first national maritime security strategy. And essentially what the aim of this ultimately is to do is to create a secure and sovereign Ireland where our people and interests are protected and where our European and international neighbours can rely on us to uphold the rule of law in the maritime domain. So this is quite an ambitious goal. You know, we're starting from a small base, I'm sure, as Mark will acknowledge. So we're very keen now to work very, very quickly on actually implementing this strategy and to ensure we can implement it as well. Rather than creating a standalone strategy, we also created an accompanying action plan which identifies how to actually achieve this ambitious goal. And we have specific objectives as well within the strategy to help us along the way, including strengthening our relationships with across the EU, with international organisations, with our near neighbours. And this will include things like, I think you briefly mentioned this in your opening remarks, Mark, our minister recently agreed a new joint strategic framework with France up to 2030. She also signed, with her opposite numbers now, sadly resigned, but in the UK, which refreshed Ireland's Memorandum of Understanding on Defence and Security Matters with the UK Ministry of Defence. So both of these new agreements essentially allow for a very specific focus on maritime security, which we can now take forward in practical, concrete ways. And I suppose, again, kind of what's the risk behind it? Why are we so focused on this? Again, Mark very eloquently talked about the Russian threat. You know, this is essentially kind of a growing concern for us in Ireland, but also across the EU and again, our near neighbours too. So kind of practical measures we're doing like that now. Ireland is now, for example, participating in Nordic-Baltic 8++ meetings, which allows for, sharing information, an understanding of how to deal with this new and evolving threat, and to understand, from others, the types of measures that are taken, and to, to be able to, talk in frank ways about this matter. We're also doing things like currently pushing through urgent maritime security related legislation through our parliamentary process. We as I mentioned, this outreach we took place last year. We had very kind of useful conversations with, say, people working on this topic, for example, in France and others. So we had, or in Norway as well, where we got a really good sense of, you can increase all the capability you want, but if you don't have the legislative backing to work within the very complex legal space that is the maritime domain, it makes for a very difficult situation to actually make major progress. So that's why my minister is working very diligently at the moment in our parliament to get this new legislation, which will give certain powers to our defence forces when they're operating at sea to deal with things like the shadow fleet and the potential threat that they pose to our critical undersea infrastructure. And maybe just a brief word about that infrastructure, again, because of our geographic position, we're very aware that there's very significant undersea infrastructure in our waters. Some of it lands on our shores, but much of it traverses through our exclusive economic zone and is critical for our neighbouring countries. So we understand we have a very big responsibility there, considering that there's a considerable percentage of global internet traffic, financial information that flows through these cables. Also, as an island country, our energy sector very much relies on the critical undersea infrastructure that supports our electricity grid, for example. So there's all sorts of reasons why, we see our responsibility to step up in this maritime space. And then maybe just a very brief word then on the presidency, which will be arriving quite imminently now. If I was going to describe what our priorities are from a maritime security point of view when it comes to the presidency, I would say, that because of the importance we attach to critical maritime infrastructure, critical undersea infrastructure, we do see maritime security as a priority issue during our presidency. We also, of course, want to contribute to kind of EU-wide efforts to deal with maritime challenges and threats, such as the shadow fleet. And of course, we're very aware that the midterm review of the European Union's maritime security strategy is taking place during the period when we will have the presidency. So we very much want to support that and make sure that's a successful review. So I might leave that there for the moment.
Super. Thanks, Margaret. I might go to you, Jessica, just as you're next in the queue. So
absolutely.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I think that was a perfect segue to my talk, which will be on the EU as a maritime security actor, because much is changing these years and it affects what we can do about emerging threats. So maritime security is vital for the EU's economic growth, for our supply chains, and also for EU strategic autonomy. And indeed, the EU has come out as a maritime security provider in recent decades. So in its external action, it has used a civil military toolbox to do capacity building, crisis management, promote international law and multilateralism, and support peace and stabilization. Now, remembering history, the CFSP and the CSDP were developed in the 1990s. And this was a time when the Western world was setting the agenda and where liberal peace and liberal democracy were kind of the global goal, and we were all reaping the benefits of the peace dividend after the Cold War. And here the EU's crisis management toolbox was a perfect match for the EU's identity as a peace project, which was how it began after the Second War. And also it matched the nature of security challenges at the time at sea, where piracy off the coast of Africa was kind of the main challenge. But today, as my fellow panelists have already been talking about, also Europe's own waters are facing threats in the shape of geopolitical competition and various types of hybrid threats. So the shadow fleet in the Baltic Sea, cyber attacks, sabotage, jamming and spoofing, geopolitical tensions in the Arctic and the global north, the high north, military strikes in the Baltic Sea, smuggling through European ports. We all know it from reading the news. So threats are firstly shifting or perhaps expanding geographically from external action to Europe's own waters. And in this expansion, we also see how threats are secondly hardening. So from crime, such as piracy, to now also being hybrid warfare. This development has been reflected in EU strategy. Again, we all know it. In 2016, the Global Strategy on Foreign and Security Policy came. And with this followed a flurry of activity with the activation of PESCO and CARD and the military planning and conduct capability, DG DEFIS, the European Defence Fund, the European Defence Facility, the Strategic Compass for Security, and Defence, the EU Hybrid Toolbox, and then the Readiness Plan 2030, just to mention some of the initiatives coming out of Brussels over the past decade. This sort of bouquet of security initiatives, hard security initiatives, mind you, means that the existing internal structures to deal with maritime security as defined in the EU Maritime Security Strategy, for instance, EMSA, for instance, Frontex, the European Fisheries Control Agency, Agency for Cybersecurity, Europol, CISA, which is EMSA's Common Information Sharing Environment, and the Civil Protection Mechanism. All these existing internal structures are now joined by new initiatives that carry a more conventional, hard security logic. And this leads me to some implications, and I present them here as questions because questions are handy working tools when we're shaping policy. So question, how do we ensure correspondence between strategy and operations? So strategic autonomy seems a given by now, and security is moving fast in Brussels, not to mention member states. We are producing, we are procuring, we are developing new policies to face new emerging threats, both internally and externally to the EU. We have the European Ocean Pact, which sets up this single strategic framework for all EU ocean-related policy actions. But while these new initiatives are pointing to strategic autonomy and dealing with hybrid threats against European security, the EU's maritime security operations are largely external to the EU. And this is, of course, logical. So security is a national prerogative, and the EU is not planning a sort of maritime security operation inside the EU anytime soon. But what then exactly is the EU's role in addressing European security, also vis-a-vis NATO? So in other words, it will be important to retain a focus on how to translate these policy initiatives and strategies and concepts on an EU level into practice. Our adversaries are watching and our legitimacy is at stake. A related question, how do we ensure institutional interlinkages? So with the current proliferation of strategies that I mentioned and the complex security threat landscape facing the EU, both internally and externally, well, they reach across different policy domains and also different EU bodies. So how to avoid overlaps, redundancy, gaps, also how to facilitate inclusive policymaking that reach all the way from stakeholders in the civil society community or civil society organizations, which are really an important stakeholder, to, let's say, European intelligence agencies and relevant actors in between. Another question relates to public-private partnerships. When it comes to maritime security, the shipping industry, the maritime sector, fisheries, they are often the victim. Think of piracy, think of cyber attacks, and sometimes they also risk weaponization. Think of the shadow fleet tankers, think of the shipyards that are implementing sanctions. And here, public-private partnerships will be really important in finding sustainable solutions and also implementing them. Finally, zooming out, the basis for our prosperity in the EU is maritime security, as I said in the beginning, or an important factor at least. And the basis for attaining this is science. The more we know, the more we can do, and the better we can protect the oceans. We need data, we need forecasts and projections, we need innovation and technological development. And to reach this goal, we need dialogue between academia, business, policymakers, and European citizens. Granted, I didn't formulate this as a question, but a demand we need. But I think being at a research institute, I'm sure you agree with me that science is important. So to recap, correspondence between strategy and operations, ensuring institutional interlinkages, public-private partnerships, and research and dialogue between academia, public actors, and civil society. I think these are some of the working questions, or let's say operational enablers, that are important to focus on when it comes to the EU addressing maritime security in a sustainable and effective manner in the years to come. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Jessica. I'm a really big fan of your image of the bouquet of security instruments. I think it's a really nice way to kind of frame all of the assets at the European Union. I can also see a really nice cover for a paper. So I'll turn to you, Tony, if you'd like.
Thank you, Ian, and thanks to the organisers for the opportunity to be here. It's a real pleasure. My first visit to Dublin, and I shall certainly be coming back. So I'm going to continue with the maritime theme. I'm a defence person, so I thought I'd talk a little bit about how we might construct a military-based deterrence against the sort of critical underwater infrastructure incidents we've seen in our region, in the Baltic region, over the past few years. Just to summarise very quickly what that was all about. So between late 2023 and early 2025, we had 4 major incidents in the Baltic Sea in which commercial vessels dragged their anchors across the seabed and severed a total of 14 data, electricity and gas pipelines. And this pattern, and the fact that a lot of it happened in a very short time period, really pointed to the fact that this was almost certainly a Russian hybrid campaign. NATO is often somewhat hesitant about becoming involved in hybrid warfare, but in this case it did agree to launch a mission in the Baltic Sea, or strictly it's called an enhanced vigilance activity. It's called Baltic Sentry, and that has seen warships present in the Baltic Sea for the last year and a half. The incidents quickly dropped off, although at the end of 2025 we did have another incident in which 2 data cables between Finland and Estonia were also cut. These incidents are disruptive and they're expensive. I mean, I know that my own electricity bills shot up rather quickly after they happened in 2023. And the states of the Baltic region have been looking for ways to deter them. This is partly a legal question, it's partly an economic question, but there's also a kind of a military and paramilitary component, and that's what I'm going to talk about now. What we're trying to do is to demonstrate to the adversary that we can deny him the benefits he expects from launching attacks against us. And I'm going to use, just illustrate that with 4 components of what I think might be included in this posture. So the first is maritime situation awareness. This is our ability to see what's going on and also to be able to attribute the incidents to malicious actors. In the Baltic region, our common maritime picture is much better than it was, particularly since Finland and Sweden joined NATO. But there's still certainly some room for improvement here. And a lot of the focus today is on technology. Under Baltic Sentry in the Baltic Sea, there are various activities that are looking at how uncrewed systems might be used to complement maritime situation awareness. There are also activities going on to look at how AI might be used, for example, to spot anomalies in large data sets. The second deterrent component, because deterrence involves a lot of signalling, it's still important that we have vessels present, as in our own vessels present on the Baltic Sea, so warships, Coast Guard vessels and the like. This is also an area where we tend to lack capability. There just simply aren't enough military vessels to do the job that needs to be done in our region, but also in NATO more widely. And it's important, as we rearm Europe, that we don't neglect the maritime domain as well. Not least because naval and Coast Guard vessels are the way we get options for responses. So harassment, escort, attack if necessary, boarding. And demonstrating the ability to do this is this kind of third component of a deterrence posture for the Baltics, for the maritime domain. And the fourth, less tangible requirement is for more cooperation. So international, interagency, private, public. And this is about plugging holes, and it's about presenting a united front as part of our deterrence messaging. As these incidents grew in the Baltic Sea in the past few years, I think that the affected states began to work together more strongly, and they began to inch their way towards shared concepts for how to deal with this kind of incident and other suspicious activities. But that's been quite fragile. And Russia's sometimes aggressive responses to our efforts have perhaps reduced our willingness to take the kind of actions that we need to take. So deterrence works both ways. Another approach that you might take to deterrence is to signal that you're going to punish any adversary who launches an attack on you. I mentioned this because in the Nordic-Baltic area, there's a certain growing frustration about the Russia getting away with far too much. It's arrogant behavior. And with that comes this kind of wish to do more, to be more robust in our response. In that kind of approach, questions of proportionality, questions of risk of escalation, questions of attribution are really much more important than they otherwise would be. And I think that means it's going to be very difficult to find consensus to do that kind of deterrent posture in our region, but more so in NATO more widely. So what we're left with is a continuing need to enhance our deterrence by denial posture, which means more capability investment. It means more detection capability, more response capability, and it needs more working together in order to develop these shared concepts and shared understandings. And I hope, I mean, we have for many years, for 75 years, collectivized our response to conventional military attack. We really ought to be collectivizing our response to hybrid attack as well.
Thanks, Tony. I'm wondering if I can be a little bit provocative. I think before I go to the audience, I think this is going to be a little bit, I'm hoping to kind of start a little bit of a discussion. But, you know, one of the things that we've seen, I mean, before 2020, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 has been this kind of asymmetric force projection by Russia, you know, really focusing on the hybrid. You know, I mean, obviously we see the military exercises in 2022 off the Irish coast, or the planned military exercises, this proliferation of cyber attacks. And it seems to be that the emphasis for a long time in terms of countering hybrid attacks has been what you mentioned, attribution, which I know is one part of what you were highlighting, but I get the sense sometimes that it's like, well, we've attributed it and we're sort of done now. But the Russians don't care. You know, fundamentally, they don't care. They're undeterred by this type of attribution. And all the while, when we have incidents such as cable cuts or data cable cuts or gas pipeline cuts, the private sector sort of has to bear those costs, and they have to deal with, you know, rising insurance premiums and risks of things becoming uninsurable because of war risks. And you know, increasingly, and like this ties in a little bit to the public-private partnerships bit, a little bit, where where the private sector feels that the government is maybe being a little bit too overbearing in terms of, you know, providing more, you're requiring more redundancy, increasing costs for them, while also not providing the security capabilities to defend this infrastructure in the first place. And I think that really presents an obstacle, because I think the state and the private sector seem to read geopolitical risk a little bit differently. So I'm just a little bit interested in, you know, kind of how can we meaningfully deter, and I'd like to build up a little bit on what Tony, you're talking about, just a little bit, how do you meaningfully deter kind of Russia in the hybrid space? And then just how do we kind of build those public-private partnerships when often it's society who has to deal with the consequences of these types of hybrid attacks? Tony, do you want I might go back to you first, and then we can kind of come back this way, if that's all right.
Sure. Let me just kind of slightly challenge the premise of the question, or as part of the question.
Perfect.
So when you say that Russia is not deterred and Russia doesn't care what we think, I think that's not entirely true. I mean, I think they value having a certain amount of plausible deniability in their actions against us. I mean, it's not warships sailing down the Baltic Sea cutting cables. It's commercial vessels that have links to Russia, for example, through the Shadow Fleet. So you know, and the fact that this is something that they can portray as an accident is also part of that plausible deniability. So I think it's not entirely true that they're not deterred at all. But this is a really difficult question. I mean, hybrid warfare is a fairly new phenomenon, at least in the way it's conducted now. And it's the real challenge, I think, is building cohesion amongst the allies as to how we respond to this, because we all see things very differently. I mean, it's broadly true, I think, that the further to the south and the west you go on a continent, the less likely you'll find people are ready to accept that Russia is an existential threat to any of us. The other way around, the further you go to the north and the east, the more you'll find people willing to take a more robust response to Russia's actions. In the Baltic region, we hear this all the time. We only need to do this once and they won't do it to us again. But, you know, consensus, I think, is vital, and we have to try and build that consensus and maintain that consensus, and that stands in the way of these more robust actions. On public-private partnerships, I think in the Baltic Sea region, we've done okay with this recently, again, as a response to these attacks, that the operators are working much more closely with the governments. There's a difficult question, and it's certainly not a resolved question, about who is responsible for this. I mean, it can't just be the operators, because these are national security, this is national security infrastructure. So the state has to have some kind of role in this. There's an interesting story in the papers a few weeks ago that Russia has required the banks in Moscow to take responsibility for their own air and missile defense, which is quite a development. I don't think we're heading in that direction. But certainly at the same time, you can't have the operators making large profits and not taking any responsibility for this at all. And they have capabilities that we don't. They have surveillance and sea surveillance capabilities which can be used to build this overall comprehensive picture.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the moral hazard, right? Which is at the same time, you can't necessarily leave the private sector entirely on its own. In case there's the expectation that the state would come to its aid if it didn't invest in its security. But then there's also the requirement to make them invest. Jessica, any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, attribution is a huge issue in the case of hybrid threats, and so we might be able to point to Russia, but is it the Russian state or is it Russian private actors? And that really changes how we. Because do we want to then attack Russia? Maybe not. Do we? Good luck getting the private actors out of Russia if we want to. Because in the best of all world, deterrent, like legal finish, would be a great deterrent effect. Hopefully, prosecuting. But I think there's a question about cable sovereignty as well, because the cables are privately owned, but then who protects them, who repairs them? The repair ships are also, I think we have some European cable laying companies, maybe also repair ships. We need more of them, and they could also be attacked. There's a lot of sort of sensitive flanks. But cable sovereignty, I think, is a huge issue because it really also defines who has responsibility over what. I was talking about cable sabotage in the Baltic Sea once, and to kind of shortcut, I asked ChatGPT who has ratified, or which countries have not ratified the Cable Convention from 1884, because this is the most recent legislation we have on cable security. And ChatGPT answered that one of the countries that had not ratified the convention was the Ottoman Empire. And I think this tells us where we are on international law in terms of dealing with this. But yeah, attribution is a issue. Cable sovereignty we need to deal with. And then the legal finish side of things is really a tricky issue when it comes to hybrid threats.
Yeah, I think also one of the challenges that's emerged, at least when I've been working on subsea cables and maritime security, is that there's so many different actors in this space. You've got the cable repair companies, you've got the cable laying companies, you've got the cable operators and owners, and it's so dense. And so trying to read into it as maybe a policy person is really challenging, and that presents challenges for government who are trying to get up to speed, and I think that they are. So with that, I might turn to our government official, Margaret. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I suppose from the experience from preparing the strategy is that there's no end to the complexity of the maritime domain. There's no end to the sea, is how I would put it. So absolutely, no one country can deal with all of this complexity alone, even if we didn't have this very difficult geopolitical situation, which is constantly deteriorating. Even if that was settled, we'd still need support and help from others to try and deal with what's happening at sea. So certainly greater cooperation in countries amongst institutions is very important. And I totally agree this importance of public-private cooperation, because much of the critical undersea infrastructure that we're so concerned about and that our societies rely on is owned and operated by the private sector. So industry absolutely has a part to play in this, and certainly in our own kind of national strategy that is acknowledged. And as part of our contribution to the upcoming presidency in my department, we are looking to develop a maritime security-related conference in Dublin in the autumn, which we're thinking the theme is a dialogue with industry, where we bring together government, military, the owners and operators, academia, to have frank conversations about this and consider new ways of working together. So that's something we're working on at the moment, but it is, again, complex and difficult to try and organize such a thing and make sure the right people are in the room to talk about the right topics.
Is there a role for exercises in that? Aiming?
Well, I'm not sure for the conference specifically, just
in general.
But in general, absolutely. That would be another point I was going to mention. That I think it's a great way of encouraging cooperation. By the nature of exercise, you get everybody in the same room together to talk about the same topic, and that builds relationships over time, and you can increase the complexity of these exercises over time as well. So I think Ireland, through the strategy, has a way into maybe getting involved in more concrete ways with EU-wide maritime security-related exercises. So I think that's something over the course of the next number of years we really will be pursuing, and it's something we have hope to have a lot of gain from.
Super, thanks, Margaret. Mark.
Yeah, well, just picking up on that last point, I think Margaret was absolutely right. I often say, how do you integrate institutions? You do things together. And by the way, that can be military forces doing things together. That's not a threat to our military non-alignment. You know, to be a better force, you need to train with others, you know, who are, you know, as good as you or better than you to improve your techniques, your tactics and procedures. And that's a norm. So, you know, the more exercises we can have bilaterally, multilaterally, the better. And we can still be sovereign with regards to our non-alignment of our military forces. But I think to come back to the opening point on Russia, Russia only respects strength. It devours weakness. It devours weakness. And, you know, the suggestion we could appease Russia, forget it. The reality is that it is actually pushing the boundaries on institutions. Margaret, you mentioned about strengthening, you know, some of our legal frameworks for the defence forces and the utility there. Like the law to sea, I think it was Sir Alan Beasley, who was the chairman of the drafting committee back in the late 70s, early 80s, said it was in a state of disorder bordering on chaos. But that's the last main drafting we've had, you know, notwithstanding the cables legislation, which was hundreds of years before that. We do need to come back into that space again to look at how states are actually playing, you know, fast and loose with international institutions, with a shadow fleet, avoiding sanctions, going on vessels that are barely certified, if not certified at all. The pose a huge challenge to states. And I think what we also need to do, come back to my earlier point about we're in a full-scale hybrid war, we need to start engaging in hybrid literacy so civil society can understand what's happening. When you have polarisation through bots and trolls from an address in St. Petersburg that are fanning flames of xenophobia, creating and strengthening the far right to try and undermine not just, if you like, civil society, but democratic institutions, we need to take action. Civil society and international law, human rights and freedom are built on institutions that function correctly. But if they're being targeted by, you know, a state or states, then the citizen needs to know that so that we can actually counter it. And some people won't be, you know, drawn. Actually, I saw a shadow of that during the fuel protests here in this country, the way it actually escaped. I have absolute sympathy for some communities who are experiencing, you know, increased pricing in fuel. But what we saw, you know, where you had individuals who said they were the voice of all of the people, you know, stopping, you know, nurses going to work. I chair the board of SAGE Advocacy, the National Independent Advocacy for Older People. Some of our advocates couldn't get to clients, older people who needed to be visited, you know, without producing ID. Where are we? So the language and the literacy of hybrid, we need to understand. And I'll just conclude on one point. We also need literacy around defence, because we're not, in this jurisdiction, good at talking about defence in terms of its general framework, but also its relationship with resilience, its relationship with sovereignty, its relationship with an insurance premium. I always said our defence forces are part of the bedrock of the institutions of our sovereignty, of the institutions that provide for civil society, where people are free, where the institutions of the state function, where the market thrives and where the vulnerable are protected. But that sovereign base is underwritten by your defence forces.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, we might go to our audience now. So we might group questions. I've got two in the front row. I've got two in the front here. So I might go to over here, and then there's a lady in the back there, Kieran, after. You're happy with a bunch of questions? We'll take it in twos.
No, Brother Khan. I'm just a member of the Institute here in Dublin. I have a question basically for the Irish members of the panel. Last December, or in the winter of last year, Poland ordered 3 submarines from Sweden to protect their exclusive economic zone. Their exclusive economic zone is 1/10 of their landmass. Should we in Ireland be considering or actually ordering similar types of equipment to protect our exclusive economic zone through which much international commerce now passes? And I know that submarines don't seem to be on the agenda, but I suggest that if the government were serious about building up the attractiveness of the defence forces, that would be a statement in itself. And I'm just curious to know, is this even being considered?
Thanks, Donald. John, we actually might take threes because I saw a lot of hands. So there was a lady at the back there with glasses, and then we might.
Thank you. I'm Dawn Clancy. I'm also a member here at the Institute. I have a question for Mark. In the news recently, there's news that the Trump administration is dismantling these deep ocean monitoring networks. It's the Ocean Observatories Initiative. And you mentioned the ocean and how critical it is to understanding warming. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more about that. What kind of impact will that have going forward? It's a loss of some critical science. And then I also have a question for Jessica and Tony, talking about the Baltic Sea. Could you give us a sense of just how often these attacks occur? Because when in the news, you'll hear about a wayward drone, dropping off into Romania or Poland, but to hear a little bit more about just how frequently these attacks take place. And then also, Tony, you said something about it's actually, or maybe it was Jessica, actually commercial ships that are either linked to Russia or some other actor linked to Russia that are cutting cables. If you could speak a little bit more about that. And when you say commercial, do you mean like a ship just carrying coffee beans? Okay.
We'll take one more in this batch of questions. I can see there's, Kieran, I want to make sure you get your steps in. So there's just one question back there. Don't worry, we'll get to you.
I am Ilaria from the TEPSA team in Brussels. My question is to do more with like the governance of these global commons, so Arctic, sea and space. I was wondering, considering, the EU is sometimes signatory as observatory status or whatever they call the role at the time, but they're mainly negotiated between sovereign states. So I guess my question would be, how do you see these governance frameworks evolving in the next years while these global commons become more critical to our security? And what do you think the Irish presidency should do in this regard, if anything? And how can the EU ensure it has a seat at this table when the time comes and has a unified voice with different interests? Thank you.
Thanks so much. So we've got submarines, dismantling of deep ocean monitoring, how often are incidents happening in the Baltics, and governance on global commons. So who would anyone like to pick up on any of these themes?
I don't know, maybe I'd begin on the capability question that the first question referenced. I would say when you come to thinking the maritime security of each country, maybe one disadvantage I started off with when I took on this role was there was no other country's maritime security I could just copy and paste and put Ireland's name on. That's not the nature of the maritime domain. Every maritime strategy is very specific to the country's geography, the risks and threats associated with it, and all sorts of other factors to consider. So there's no what works for one country won't work for another. That said, one of the strategic objectives, kind of in the first strategic objective in our new strategy, is about defending our maritime domain, and that includes increasing the capabilities of our defence forces. And our initial focus is on increasing that maritime domain awareness. Again, we're starting from a low base, and this is a kind of a key area to begin. So funding things like military radar, sonar capabilities, and so on, is a kind of a very key initial step that's being taken. In addition, my department is working on a capability development plan for the defence forces out to 2040 at the moment. Hope it will be published quite soon. This is a very considerable, substantial piece of work that's taken place, led by my department in cooperation with the defence forces, to find out exactly what it is, capabilities that are needed, and have a plan through the next decade. And hopefully kind of funding will flow to support that from government to achieve this. And I would say, you know, again, from a budgetary perspective, again, Ireland is at a very low base. Everyone knows the percentage of our GDP spent on defence is the lowest in Europe. It's considerably lower than the next highest, I would say. But the government is taking this seriously, and recently announced a capital increase to our budget of 55%, for example. So yes, we're starting with a low base, but the government does recognise it, and it's taking steps to try and ameliorate that.
Super. Thanks, Margaret. I might go to you, Mark, just on the deep ocean monitoring, and we might also, if you can, comment.
Well, just to touch on the submarine, I think it's a legitimate question. I attended the inaugural Defence Security Association conference yesterday here in Dublin. It's a new institution which is about, I suppose, promoting research collaboration with defence tech sector. And there are remarkable developments in terms of autonomous technologies in the submarine space. In fact, companies like Catix Ocean, just out in Naas, would have some of the most cutting edge AI, machine learning technologies on the front end of autonomous underwater vehicles. They work with Kongsberg actually very closely, and they'll probably kill me for saying it, they also work with the US. So I have a sense, and I did mention the word of the dash for trash. We have to be very careful from the base we're coming in that we don't go after ugly babies, because they're ugly babies. And what I mean by that is that some behemoths have quite sophisticated technologies that actually are they're old technology. We need to be very smart in terms of how we invest. Now, I look at what the opportunity for this state is to look at our tech economy, to look at how we can leverage where technology is going. You look at the way the revolution in military affairs in Ukraine is going. It's drones that are driving the actual battle space there. It's drones that are taking out tanks and conventional capabilities. And I see it's going to be the same in our jurisdiction into the future. The acquisition of knowledge will be through autonomous vehicles, subsurface, on the surface, and in space, and the air. And that's a careful point. And back to your point, I absolutely am dismayed at what's happening in terms of some of the decisions on the US side, the dismantling of the actual, I suppose, monitoring system, which is critical to monitoring ocean temperatures. And I raised a point earlier on with regards to ocean being a critical stabilization for climate. Some of the evidence we're seeing now in terms of the acceleration in ocean temperatures are frightening because they're outside the models. And so if you take away a monitoring system that actually gives you that evidence, then we're going to miss critical points that are coming along the track. There are more recent papers on the Atlantic meridional overturning current, which actually are quite worrying in terms of something that's, you know, some of the models suggested was going to come in the next century, could actually come in this century. And if that's stopped, we would have a complete change in environment here. The last time I was in St. John's in Newfoundland, the entrance was blocked by an iceberg. Dublin is 300 miles further north of St. John's in Newfoundland. The only reason we have this beautiful environment today is because of the Atlantic Gulf Stream, and that is under threat. And not only is the administration looking at, I suppose, stopping this ocean monitoring system, it's also been challenging the Keeling curve, which has been in existence in 1958 in Hawaii. That started measuring carbon in the atmosphere when I was born. I think the first measurement was 313 parts per million. We're now at nearly 430 parts per million. And we talk about net zero. We get to net zero probably maybe at 500 parts per million. And all the indications are we will be well beyond 2 degrees when it comes to net zero. So net zero is not the solution. We have to get back down to where we are here. So I've gone on a small bit.
Jessica, looks like you want.
Yeah, if I can just tag on to the climate issue there. So let's not forget climate change when we speak about maritime security. As part of the ReArm Europe debates in early 2025, members of parliament, the European Parliament, voiced concern that all this talk about security and defense would kind of neglect or come at the expense of the green agenda. So globally, the UN adopted the BBNJ 3 years ago. And where we are on implementation, I don't know because I don't follow that file. On a European level, we have the European Ocean Pact, climate change and marine pollution, also focus on the EU Maritime Security Strategy, which was updated 3 years ago. So when we speak about maritime security, you also need to talk about the health of our oceans. And I just put it out there to the Irish Presidency and MFF negotiations when we're talking about security. Let's not forget climate change as part of that. But on the Baltic Sea, I would just like to put some perspective. Globally, there are about 200 cable cuts a year. And most of them are anchors and fishing trawlers that damage cables by accident. So there's a question about intention here. And we have seen incidents, of course, in the Baltic Sea. And then again, I want to get back to legal finish, which is so difficult. I'm a legal anthropologist, and I look at the implementation of law of the sea, so how state actors are implementing the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and related legal frameworks. And legal finish is super difficult. Easy in cases of piracy, difficult when it comes to cable cuts. So this is really an issue. Finland tried to bring a case before its courts, but had to reject the case because of lacking jurisdiction. The question of global governance, I hear two things. So global governance, the one thing is how is the state of multilateralism in the world? And the other one is how is security at sea based on maritime law enforcement governance? And I think you're talking about multilateralism perhaps, which is of course ailing these years. But what we're seeing, you mentioned that Ireland is now part of the Nordic Baltic group plus. yeah, not NB and then plus. Denmark is part of the NB8. And we're seeing more and more of these minilateral fora for governance, which is very understandable. We have to get together with like-minded partners to get going on things. We have the GEF, NORDEFCO in a Danish context, where we're now getting together with our Nordic brothers and sisters. Well, we have for a while, but now we're strengthening that cooperation in the light of transatlantic relations and the problems in NATO. But it's also a bit of a paradox because we're trying to protect ourselves against the erosion of institutions, the very institutions that we are eroding ourselves by making these minilateral fora. So there's a paradox there that we need to deal with somehow.
Tony, I'll let you come in as well. How often are we seeing cuts? How concerned should we be?
So in the maritime domain, we've seen 5 incidents since 2023, with a total of 14 pipelines and cables being cut. But it's not just in the maritime domain. Russia's hybrid warfare against us is much, much broader. So, for example, in the air domain, we see roughly somewhere between 120 to 150 illegal flying activities in international airspace, but close to our borders and requiring a response from NATO fighter aircraft. And we see about 4 incursions into our airspace every year in Estonia. But then you also have disinformation actions, you have economic actions, you have migrants being pushed against our borders. I mean, it's a very, very broad picture. And a couple of general points is, it's not just the frontline states. This is Europe-wide. I mean, everybody is seeing these kinds of attacks. Nobody is immune. And the second broader point would be, it's not necessarily just about numbers, but it's about impact as well. Some events can have a disproportionate impact. And what is Russia trying to do here? I mean, we don't really know, but a number of things you might speculate about. It's trying to sow uncertainty and fear amongst our populations. It's trying to demonstrate that supporting Ukraine is going to have consequences. It's trying to demonstrate that our own governments can't keep us safe and protected. And, as I said, individual instance can have a really big impact in all of those areas. Can I just talk about, I mean, I know the question wasn't directed at me, but can I kind of cheekily answer the capability question as well?
Absolutely.
I mean, simply to make the point that I think it would be prohibitively expensive to acquire capability for a single country to take on this job. In the Baltic Sea at the moment, we have a lot of NATO naval vessels floating around, and we still have cable cutting incidents. The Baltic Sea is not that big. I mean, compared to your own coastlines, it's not that big at all. And so again, this is a question for cooperation, cooperation in acquisition, cooperation in operations, and we need to find the frameworks that's possible for us as NATO, no question.
Mark, I know you want to come back in just on the Irish question.
Just, on the issue of governance, I can make a plug. I have a book coming out in October about the ocean, and it's called Blue Heart, and I call it the ocean being the blue heart of nature. But my point, one of the points I say is we have a raft of legislation, international institution legislation laws that are not enforced, that are not implemented. So I suggested a platform for defence, security, control and enforcement, so that we have a more progressive, I suppose, activity in areas of ocean space that may well be high seas, that may well be within our sovereign jurisdiction. But we can't have laws that we just put out and then put them on the shelf and not enforce them. Now, there is probably a gap to be closed in terms of giving the powers to coast guards, to militaries, and to other state actors to actually be more proactive in terms of enforcement of that legislation. And there is probably a requirement to tidy up legislation so that it captures, if you like, rogue actors like those who are pushing shadow fleets and that. But I do think there is a need for more proactive, I suppose, activity in areas such as the oceans. And it doesn't stop in terms of hybrid threat. It's about illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, which is a huge problem internationally.
Thanks, Mark. Just for the next round of questions, I saw a couple of hands. We might take even 4 questions. The other thing I might point out as well is we've actually had a very deep discussion about maritime security, but I think we are supposed to talk about other domains and probably European security more generally. So we'd be really interested in kind of broadening that conversation out a little bit. So I might go, Kieran, there's a question here in the front from John.
Thanks very much indeed. John O'Brennan from Maynooth University. Thank you firstly to all of our speakers for really terrific insights. And my question is about Ireland's upcoming presidency of the EU and about the challenge of facing down Russian provocations and what the nature of those provocations might be. This is going to be a presidency like no other. The last time we held the presidency, it was prior to the Russian invasion of Crimea and the Donbass in 2013, happens a year or so later. Jessica will know from the recent Danish presidency about the kind of provocations we're talking about. We also saw this last November, remember, when a number of drones were spotted over Dublin Bay as President Zelensky's plane was coming into Dublin. Needless to say, if anything had happened to him and his team, it would have been a reputational disaster for Ireland. So my question, I guess, principally to Margaret and to Mark is, are we really prepared for what is to come? And the question is partly based on a sense that the Russians are now categorically losing in Ukraine. And to me, that makes them more dangerous, more prepared to take actions that they would otherwise not be prepared to take because they've got less to lose. So how prepared are we? And in a context where the Russians see us as the underbelly, the weak underbelly of European security, going back to what Cian mentioned earlier, the territorial waters incidents and others in recent years. So are we ready for a challenge that may be different in scale from anything we've seen previously?
Cheers, Sean. There's another question in the front, Jakob, who was very patient.
Thank you, and thank you for an excellent panel. I think the discussion so far on the hybrid reality is really a fantastic illustration of the wider issue of a kind of key challenge for European security and defense. And I mean, Russia has been mentioned a lot. US and the actions by the United States has also been mentioned to kind of affect us. I'd maybe like to add that some of the vessels have also had Chinese origins, the polar bear, for instance. I think we see footprints from not only Russia here, which may kind of leads me to the point that was made yesterday by those who made recommendations to the Irish presidency, and that is to not only think EU, but also Europe. So now NB8++, NATO has been mentioned. So to the panel, and maybe particularly to the presidency upcoming, how do you see the interplay in a division of labor here as we go forward on not only on maritime security and on wider defense and security for the European Union, and how do you intend to kind of drive that, and what do others on the panel think EU should do there? Which actually also leads me, apropos your wider question, to the fact that the new European security strategy is supposed to be launched, and that is, I suppose, something that the Irish presidency will have to welcome and essentially implement. So what do you expect from that? Thank you.
Thanks so much. There's a hand, Kieran, at the very back there that's been up for a while.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
So I was the head of the UN in Montenegro when it became independent, and the relevance of that will become obvious in a second. At the time of independence, there was an aluminium plant which was responsible for about 45% of the GDP of Montenegro, and you'll never guess who bought it. Oleg Deripaska. And at the time of independence, the Montenegrins also announced that they were going to join the EU, which it seems 28 they will do. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, I think to Tony Connolly in a quote, that he said, if Deripaska remains in control of the Rusal, of the CAP plant, Combinat Aluminium, through Rusal, not only will he decide what type of car I drive, he'll tell me what color it will be. So I think there's an aspect of non-military interference, and we're feeling the pressure of that. You saw the report that came from Ahnish Lumina from the management there, and the threats were veiled, but not very well. I want to know what you think about that economic threat inside our own borders. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Kieran, we have one more question up here from Michael Patton.
Thank you. And I'm just actually going to wrap some of the comments that I heard, but I guess the fundamental question listening to this is the whole emphasis on the asymmetrical nature of what we're dealing with. And one question that would be posed is whether the European Union or Europe plus way of working, of policy formulation, of planning, of strategy, of multilateralism is actually an anchor on progress against a very, very real threat. And if we take the scenario analysis that the Ukraine response by taking the war to Moscow rather than containing it in its own borders has actually had a significant effect on the balance of probability, but made Russia more dangerous. Are we sitting and talking and not making progress while the threat becomes much more apparent? And does Europe need a different policy response?
So we'll go to that. We'll go to our panel, and then I realize we're about 6 minutes left. So we might, if we can do, so just conscious of our time here. So Mark, I might go to you quickly first.
Yeah, I think just on the threats and are we prepared? Like I obviously was very interested in that near miss with the Zelensky flight, and at the same time I saw people calling that we didn't have the wherewithal. I can't comment on that because I'm not serving anymore. But I would say sometimes no action is the right decision. If there's a clear and present danger, then you have to make that call. And I don't know the decisions made and the command on the ground. That happened in international water, was outside our territorial waters. So it would have been a brave decision to start engaging with that, and the Zelensky flight had gone through. So actually I admire whoever was weapons tight on the night, because they had wherewithal to engage. They could have engaged with 20mm cannon or even smaller arms, and it probably was the right decision as things turned out. But on the issue of capabilities, Margaret, I'll leave it to you. But I do know, and I do hear a lot of narrative in terms of moving quickly to acquire the appropriate capabilities. But we won't have total. There's always risk, and I do agree with your point. I do worry that the actual way the actual Ukraine war is evolving, that it is driving towards the threat of a diversionary or something, I suppose, happening elsewhere simply to divert away from what's happening there, whereby the institution or Putin is being weakened. And then on EU and NATO, I sat on the committee in Brussels for 6 years. For me, it's completely compatible that you have close alignment between the EU institutions and NATO. NATO has extraordinary capabilities. There are aspects, obviously, that Europe itself will have to replicate that perhaps in the past were underwritten by the US, which now appear no longer to be guaranteed. And I think the ship is moving in the right direction on that side. But I think there is a wonderful, I suppose, symmetry between the EU and all the arrows it has in its quiver with regards to diplomatic, humanitarian, economic, and other levers it can bring to bear, complementing with the more kinetic capabilities that NATO has, and then gaps being filled with regards to stronger EU institutions in terms of defence and security. That's the way it has to go forward. I worked with NATO. I served in Afghanistan. It's completely compatible to be not a member of NATO, but actually serve as a partner. And I think the same kind of arrangements can progress into the future. And on Auchinish, for me, that's a question of evidence. It's also a very political question, so I wouldn't comment on it. I can't comment on it, but I hear your point loud and clear.
Yes. Margaret, I might go to you next.
I suppose, well, on that question of the presidency, I think cooperation is going to be a kind of key word Ireland will be using in the 6 months ahead. I think we've always worked closely with other countries. And I think when it comes to security and defence matters, obviously we have to acknowledge that this is a national matter for countries, but there's opportunities for greater cooperation and collaboration between everyone when we're facing common threats, common risks. Also, that I think the other key word is partnership. I think structured engagement between the EU, NATO, non-EU countries in our neighbourhood is another key way of working together and a way of working on that cooperation beyond the EU as well. So no one country can deal with these hybrid complex threats that we're facing. So I think these watchwords that I think Ireland has always been interested in are more important than ever. I'd also maybe touch a little bit on the importance of resilience and preparedness too. Naturally things will always happen. It mightn't be a hostile or hybrid threat. It could be a climate issue or something that will have a massive impact on ourselves. So by making our countries more resilient as possible, making the EU as a whole more resilient to what may come, I think will improve our overall outlook for the future. So I'm proud to say one of my previous roles was in the Office of Emergency Planning in my department, where we led on cross-government preparation for the Critical Entities Resilience Directive. And certainly from an Irish perspective, this was a very sea change in outlook and how we deal with this issue. My department recently launched another strategy, on the national approach to the resilience of critical entities. And I think this is going to become an ever important issue across the EU. How do we increase our resilience in all aspects of our society in all our different sectors to deal with these threats that are coming towards us? And then maybe just briefly mention the drone issue. Obviously, security kind of on our island is first and foremost the role of our police force, of the Garda Síochána and our Department of Justice. But naturally, ourselves in defence will do everything to support that. And that includes acquiring new counter-drone technology and so on, so that defence forces, if they're called upon to support, are as prepared and as capable as possible to provide that greater support.
Super. Thanks, Margaret. Jessica.
Thank you. Yeah, on the question about whether the EU needs a new policy regime, I think the EU was trained to run a marathon in sunshine, and now we have to do a sprint in thunder. But I think the EU in many ways is fit for purpose, at least on a strategic and institutional level. We have this bouquet of policies, right? And a bit of a policy forest where streamlining and institutional interlinkages are necessary. But we do have all the elements, I think, in place to be resilient. On a capability and operational side, that's different from the strategic and the institutional side. There are still issues. The European Defence Agency is definitely making tangible results on European capabilities and dialogue between public and the private sector. But still, defense and security is a national prerogative, and there is some sort of, and we have NATO as well, so there is some sort of a tension there that needs to be worked out. The European Court of Auditors criticized the lack of sort of oversight in terms of procurement, and there are issues with military mobility across European. I mean, lots of capability issues still, but I think on the strategic and institutional side, we don't need more. We need to streamline and avoid fragmentation.
Tony.
Yeah, on the question of the Russian threat, I mean, yes, if Russia is defeated, it may well lash out, but the other point of view is that if Russia wins, it will be emboldened. So, I mean, Russia's going to be the bad guy, whatever the outcome of the war in Ukraine, and will be for some time. And this is the real threat. I mean, we've talked a lot about hybrid warfare, and of course, this is not a nice thing to experience, but the real threat is the existential one, that Russia will take a bite of territory somewhere, maybe not in NATO, in Georgia, Armenia, Moldova, Svalbard, Baltic states. You know, this is the threat that we're dealing with, and we're certainly not moving quick enough to deal with that threat. People are talking about Russia being ready to attack us as early as 2027, 2030 at the latest. And we need to accelerate our response. And I don't think that's necessarily an institutional question. It's really a question of will and money, and will to spend that money. So we need to kind of somehow persuade our populations that this is the direction we need to move in. On EU NATO, ESS has been, I think, remarkably well kept behind closed doors. I haven't heard very much at all about it. But I think since the start of the war, we've seen this kind of evolving grand bargain between NATO and the EU. It's not a formal thing by any means, but this emerging idea that NATO will fight the wars and the EU will provide the capability to fight those wars through the instruments it has available to it and through financing. And that's what I hope the ESS would cement, at least for this next period of the few years that are to come.
Thanks so much. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I would have loved to do another round of questions, but unfortunately, we're over time, and I want to make sure everyone can have a cup of tea or a coffee just to kind of improve their mood. So there'll be tea and coffee downstairs, so you're welcome to go down there now. Thank you. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks very much.
No, is this on? 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you could take your seats, please. So there are 1 or 2 people still standing, but there are seats. So please feel free to come. Well, actually, sorry, I lie. There aren't. There are probably 1 or 2 down the back, and we can provide more down the back if anybody needs that. So I think we're having a terrific conference. Thank you all again for your attendance this morning in such numbers. Wide agenda for us, and great to see such a spread of interests and people and backgrounds and insights in the room again this morning, just as we had yesterday. It's just exactly what we like to do here in the Institute, bring everybody under the same roof and have these really important discussions. Once again, my thanks to TEPSA, to Jim Cluse and his team for working with our team here in the Institute to organise what is, I think, even if we say so ourselves, already a really successful conference. It's my really great pleasure just briefly to welcome Commissioner Coase here this morning, our distinguished guest from whom we're going to hear in a moment, in a conversation with our very dear friend Pat Cox, known I think to certainly anybody here who works and comes to IA events. Pat Cox is a long-standing member of the Institute, a former board member, a former, of course, most importantly for our discussions this morning, President of the European Parliament and much else. And Barry Colfer reminded me just a few minutes ago that Pat was the recipient in 2004 in a period and really important enlargement period for the European Union, was the recipient of the Charlemagne Award at that time in 2004 in his services to the whole enlargement project. So we couldn't have a better and a more distinguished guest, and I don't think you'll agree we could have a more appropriate chair. So it's my great pleasure to hand over to Pat Cox.
So Alex, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to see a full room. And Madam Commissioner, a great pleasure to be able to welcome you here to the Institute of International and European Affairs. Picking up a thread from what was just said, and I don't want to go back to talk about myself, but my great obsession after the collapse of the Berlin Wall was a focus on enlargement. And I believed then, and I believe now, that enlargement has been one of the great successes of European Union policy. And there is no state that joined. There is one unhappily that joined and then decided to leave. But there is no state that joined that didn't find considerable opportunity and prosperity. And Madam Commissioner, you are visiting one of those states. Back in the day before we joined, this state was the poorest state region of the then European Economic Community. And so, given that enthusiasm and given the agenda that you're now dealing with, and the fact that enlargement has been removed from the deep freeze in which it was placed for several years and is back in the agenda, I think it would be very interesting to have 2 opening appreciations from you. One, you're here, of course, on the eve of an Irish presidency, and the presidencies take the process that is European Union regulation and policy making, and does its best to close out some things and open others. So what are your hopes and expectations for the 6 months of the Irish presidency to do with the dossier that you have the privilege to lead?
I hope that the Irish spirit from 2004 will follow us also in the next 6 months, meaning that under your presidency, my country, Slovenia, and 9 others, and you were awarded for this, thank you for helping us to become a member of the EU. Under the Irish presidency, the Big Bang happened. But later on, we have had smaller enlargement processes or enlargements, 2007, 2013. But later on, the enlargement was not the priority anymore, especially for the Western Balkans, and we are paying the price for this today, for these mistakes. We have not been able to include the countries from the Western Balkans into the European Union. Why is this so important? Today, when I speak about the enlargement, we have some new elements we have never before. The first element is that we, for the first time, are negotiating with a country which is at war, never before, Ukraine. For the first time, we have adversaries who would like to see us fail. And Europe is being under pressures from the east and from the west. And we are experiencing that Russia and its proxies are spending hundreds of millions of euros to stop the European paths of our candidate countries like we had in Moldova. But the main target, it is us. So it is the process where the more successful we get in the enlargement process, the more somebody is getting nervous. And I think that this pressure has not been there anymore. And for me, enlargement today is really much more than just the enlargement. It is how do we answer to the geopolitical situation today where Europe is under pressure and where we have a kind of two different systems, how we want to see the world. You know, and then I will come back to the presidency. The conflict in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, didn't start with the war in 2022. It started when Ukraine in 2014 decided to sign the free trade agreement, association agreement. Meaning, you know, as long as Putin was able to control the leaders in Ukraine, it was okay. When Ukraine decided to go its way, then he started to push back. Now, the Irish presidency has a historical opportunity to be the most successful presidency after 2004 Big Bang.
Good.
Yes. And I count on you. First, this is the psychological element. We need fresh air. We need a lot of positive energy. We need your humor. And we need to show the world how good Europe is. I was speaking to Taoiseach before this session, and I really asked him, please help me, and you first, speak positively about the European Union and somehow infect the others that they will do this too. The other part is we can close all the chapters with Montenegro, 19.
Close all?
Yes.
Excellent.
Until the end of the year. But we will have to work hard, and we are ready to work hard. Meaning, you know, in the time of the last European Commission, we have been more successful in the enlargement process than in the previous 15 years.
Correct.
It's not because of me. I hope I contribute to some extent, but it is the geopolitical situation. It is the willingness also of the member states to move on. And there is another issue which is also a novelty in the enlargement process, namely that when we enlarge our European Union, we make our Europe safer and more secure.
So let me ask you, you mentioned one specific expectation, let us say, that the chapters will close for Montenegro. How long would it take then to produce an accession treaty and open the door and bring them in?
Yeah, you know, Montenegro has a vision 28 by 28. So because UK went out, we have the place 28. So we are filling again this spot. So 28th member of the EU in 2028. And we support this vision, and it is possible. Meaning if we close the negotiations until the end of the year, beginning of next year, then in 27, we could have the accession treaty and then the ratification process. So everything is planned.
So you're now 18 months into your mandate. You've 3.5 years in that mandate still to go. What is your sense? I'm not asking for expectation. Things can come and go. What is your aspiration for those 3.5 years beyond Montenegro and the degree of progress, staying for the moment in Western Balkans?
You know, I have the experience to being outside the European, to live outside the European Union and to live inside the European Union. And I know what's the difference. That's why, you know, even if being a commissioner, of course, is a special work, but my personal mission is also to enable the others to become a part of this great community. I grew up in the communist system. It was not that bad in Yugoslavia, you know, that as behind the Iron Curtain, but still, what Europe has brought to us is really so valuable in the economic development, in democratic development, in good neighborly relations. So I think that if we manage to bring in Montenegro, if we manage to also close the negotiations with Albania at the end of 28, if the citizens of Iceland will say yes at the end of August to come back to the accession process, if Moldova will deliver, do we have somebody from Moldova? If Moldova will deliver as it is delivering today, can you imagine how much of success we could have? And this could be done until the end of my mandate, which is December the 1st, 29.
Well, thank you for that perspective. It gives some sense of the nature, the scale, and the territory of the ambition. Since you shifted to Iceland, which has, of course, had, you know, an on-again, off-again relationship over many years with the Union, let me also bring in Norway, which may be having fresh thoughts on the same basis. I know already from work I've done with DG Move in Brussels that the Norwegian Transport Ministry would like to be associated from day one with EMERS, with this emerging regulation on military mobility, which seems to me to be perfectly logical because on a west-east corridor, they're a vital part of any logistical flow. And I know that there's a wider debate emerging also in Norway. What is your sense of what I might call that Nordic space and that Atlantic space in terms of possibly opening negotiations and what the rate of progress might be? Because they're in the EEA and they already have a lot of the acquis.
Yeah. Indeed, you know, there is a special place for the countries which are already so much connected to us, like Norway, Iceland, even Switzerland, being a part of Schengen and partially of the common market. The citizens of Norway will decide what kind of future they want to see. But if Iceland will come back and later become a member of the EU, in my opinion, this could have a positive motivation for Norway too. But, you know, for Europe, it is important today. There are countries who will never be able to become a member of the EU or who will never want to become a member of the EU, but we need partnership with them. Mm-hmm. And you know what we are now developing also with the UK? We have special partnerships, and for instance, in Ukraine facility or regarding Ukraine, UK, Norway, some other non-EU members are really helping a lot. So we have to see these relationships with the fresh eyes.
So let me ask you about fresh eyes, taking again, I want to come to Ukraine and Moldova, so we will get there. But taking Iceland and Norway, the big no when they had referenda was fish. And you've talked correctly about change geopolitics. So will there be any change in the negotiating posture of the European Union to have fish get in the way of geopolitics, or will there be any trade-off? It seems to me probably the critical psychological political issue to do with a yes or no disposition in both of those places.
It will be in the hands of the member states how they will deal with the fishes and other open issues. But you have said a decisive point. What will be the relation between the geopolitical need of also having special relation with Iceland or having Iceland as a member of the EU, and on the other hand, the certain concerns or issues connected to specific countries. We have proven in the past that, for instance, even with Switzerland, we have been able to establish a new agreement, so-called bilateral 3. I hope that they will vote positively in the referendum. So we have shown the readiness from the side of the EU to make arrangements, agreements which are of benefits of both sides, and I hope that this will happen for Iceland too.
So let me come, if I can, to one of the states you mentioned in your aspirations for your own period of office, potential with Moldova. I think, given the nature of Russian aggression, given the renewed speeches about rescuing co-ethnics from oppression, given the state of Transnistria, which is, you know, a raw space that's exploitable by the Kremlin, it seems to me there is an urgency about embracing Moldova. As you remarked earlier, you had the staggering interference. I mean, there were 300 Orthodox clerics brought over to Moscow for tutoring on what to say in Orthodox churches before the last election and so on. And a lot of the Moldovan diaspora who voted outside Moldova actually carried the day for President Sandu. What can we do to genuinely accelerate that, which is a very, very good signal on wrestling with the hard geopolitics?
You have mentioned the Orthodox Church. Before I answer your question, I have visited last week when I was in Moldova, the Orthodox monastery of Santa Marta and Maria, and they told me that they are praying for me as commissioner and also for the idea of the European Union, and I carry this with me. It's important because Orthodox Church in Moldova is one of the most trusted institutions in the country, and we have to get involved also there. Speaking about Moldova, indeed, you know, this is the country which is the poorest of our candidate countries, but where the motivation becoming a member of the EU is really so strong. They have suffered in the past that their leaders didn't want to go the European path. And now with Maya Sandu, we have had elections and referendums for 5 times where the European path has been confirmed. But not that just Moldova is being attacked from the outside. There are also many pro-Russian forces who are inside the country and who would, because of their personal interest, would like to see that the country would go the Russian way. What we have learned in Moldova, and that's why we should also even more support, is that at the last parliamentary elections last September, they have proven that they already have strong democratic institution, functioning judiciary, independent media, and this is what we need for the country to be able to go on. Geopolitically, you know, Russia has no direct contact, territorial contact to the country. But yes, Transnistria is an autonomous region, but there are changes happening there on the way. 10 years back, 100% of the trade from Transnistria was with Russia. Today, it is 80% with the European Union. More 10,000 of people in Transnistria are having Moldovan healthcare system, which is much, much better than it is in Transnistria. And they are coming to work. So the economic convergence will happen somehow naturally. What, of course, we have to consider is the danger of how Putin could react once he will really recognize that there is no way back for Moldova on the way to become a member.
Yeah, I've seen some of the more bellicose statements from Lavrov around the Transnistrian issue recently. Let me move, if I can, of course, to the biggest territory and the most complex challenge, which is that of Ukraine. We don't know at what point there will be a ceasefire. We don't know at what terms and conditions. We don't know precisely what the territorial boundaries will be. What we do know is the staggering admiration we have for the courage of the Ukrainians. And what we do know is the extraordinary capacity, resilience that they've shown, both in civil society and in their stressed but excellent military. And their technological innovation has turned what was allegedly the second army in the world at one time into the second best army in Ukraine, meaning they're now really handling the Russians on the military front. Commissioner Kubilius recently, talking about the necessity for a European Defence Union, said clearly in more than one speech, it would be a mistake not to have Ukraine involved in a European Defence Union in whatever structure and form it might take from the very beginning, because they have more to give than anyone else would have. So on that aspect, we can develop it beyond that. On that aspect, what I call the Kubilius perspective, what is your view?
You know, there are two direct consequences of war in Ukraine on what we do in the European Union. The first consequence is that enlargement has again become a priority. And second is that we are dealing much more with the security issue inside the European Union as before. You know that we have no common security and defense policy inside the European Union, but there is a clear expectation from our citizens that we do more on this area. 80% of the citizens of the European Union countries expect from us this, and also interesting, 70% of the citizens are feeling threatened by Russia. Mm-hmm. It's different in different countries. So I agree with Commissioner Kubilius that it would be very clever to have a special, you know, sometimes I call this defense Schengen, mm-hmm. A special security institution in which form ever to work really strongly together, those European countries who want to do this, together with Ukraine. You know, for instance, Schengen is a great system where we also have the third countries, like Norway, Iceland, even Switzerland. Mm-hmm. They can participate, for instance, at the council. They have no right to make the decisions. Mm. Meaning, if we consider that enlargement process will stay merit-based and Ukraine will need some years to do everything what needs to be done to become a full member of the European Union, where we could do or use the principle of the gradual integration is exactly security area where Ukraine is very strong. And this is the discussion which is now going on among the leaders of the European Union. You know, when we think what we could do better in the accession methodology is exactly the area of the gradual integration, which we know, yes, quite a lot.
Indeed, I want to come to that because it's the natural outgrowth, the defense, security, Schengen, whatever it might be called, is one dimension. In that context, I suppose something that is, you know, of exceptional importance that I found personally very uplifting and was texting friends in Budapest on the night was the defeat of Orbán and the arrival of Magyar. That signals not just a change of government, but a change of regime back to democracy. And it opens the door in a way that was shut firmly by the Kremlin-friendly disposition of Orbán and his foreign minister. With this new possibility, with wind in this sail, what could the Irish presidency do and at what pace to push the opening of chapters and the maturing of that engagement?
Yeah. I wasn't finishing before what everything Irish presidency could do. So besides Montenegro and Albania closing the chapters, we will open, I think in half an hour, we will know if Ukraine will deliver a revised action plan on minorities until 12 o'clock. And then for sure, we will know if we will open.
That'll be the Hungarian lifting of the...
Yes. So Hungary has lifted or has given a green light. Now, you know, the procedures. So I really hope this will happen. So then we will be able to open finally, cluster 1 for Ukraine and Moldova on Monday. But then we still have 5 clusters. Of course. And my vision is that we will open all those clusters, 5 for Moldova and Ukraine on July 14, and this will be during the Irish presidency. You know, some would say, come on, Marta, this is only opening the clusters. The real thing is when you start closing the chapters.
I think that's probably unprecedented. I don't think all the clusters have ever been opened at one time for any state that ever joined the Union.
Thank you for mentioning this, Pat. Yeah, that's why we should celebrate this. This is not something we see just like this. So it is months and months of hard work and front-loading processes we have had because of Hungary was blocking this. So it is huge what we can achieve. And from the psychological point of view, it's important. Meaning, you know, it's technical, it can be complicated, but you can't go on without opening the clusters. This is why I will for sure celebrate on Monday in Luxembourg.
Super.
And later on the 14th of July.
So the reason I picked up this piece of paper, because I don't want to leave anything out, but Chancellor Friedrich Merz suggested that there should be an acceleration process for Ukraine. You've already answered Merz 1. There are 6 points he had. The first one was open all chapters. We can tick that, not close them, but open them. Secondly, he suggested that Ukraine should be present in all institutions to be able to influence, but not to be able to vote. When I was president of the European Parliament, it was my great determination and privilege to set a precedent of inviting deputies from all of the parliaments of the then candidate states to attend the committees and plenary sessions of the European Parliament with a right to speak on committees, no right to vote, and a right to attend in plenary. The purpose also was to make the Parliament prepared. I want to come back to how we prepared as Europeans later. But Merz's second point is open the institutional doors. What's your view on that?
You want me to speak as a commissioner or as Marta?
Well, as the commissioner, you're constrained. So like the good swimmer you are, jump in on the deep end of this pool and just go ahead.
But, you know, I have to constrain myself because I'm so excited what is happening now in the enlargement process or in my portfolio. So, you know, the ideas of Chancellor Merz are positive because they have induced the discussion. And what we need now is a discussion among the member states. And we need the involvement of the leaders. You know, technically,
yes, of course,
we have proven with my team nearly everything is possible. But we have to consider that the accession process is happening in two paths. One is the technical, I'm responsible. The other one is political dynamics in the member states. So nearly everything is possible if member states will agree. So I hope that the member states will discuss all these ideas, how to include the representation of the candidate countries in the institutions before, but this will be really in their hands.
Thank you for that. I mean, it's encouraging. It may or may not happen. You don't own all the dynamics, but it's a clear view, and it's good to know. I would too. I'll go to the last point on Merz's list of 6. Which has come up now. I think 5 or 6 member states have written to, perhaps to you, to the President of the Commission and President of Council, expressing an anxiety that's to do with democracy and fundamental rights and so on, given the backsliding that we had to live with and the constraints that it imposed, that there should be Merz called it a snap-back procedure for backsliders. Do you think this innovation is likely to be introduced to future accession treaties, which in effect, since they need to be ratified by all member states, would set a new boundary in law, learning from the limitations of the ability to address those who fail to give the necessary cooperation and loyalty?
We are now preparing the accession treaty for Montenegro, and this will be a blueprint for all the next accession treaties, with a special part on the safeguards, which is nothing new. We have always had safeguards and transitional periods in the accession treaties, but this time, I agree with Chancellor Merz, there will be some special safeguards. Namely, how can we make sure that the newcomers, new member states, will obey the rules which are inside the EU also after 5, 10 or 15 years becoming a member. Our union is built on trust among the member states, also on the trust in the institutions in the member states that they will always stick to the rules and the principles on what we are built on, especially on the Article 2 of the European Treaty. But we also have the experience that this is not so, if we go back to Hungary. And, you know, even if I am Commissioner for Enlargement and I really push the candidates to deliver, my task is also to take care about the concerns of the member states or as a European Union as a whole, meaning that we have to do everything possible to protect our European Union. You know, when I was mentioning a term, Trojan horses, for the first time in the interview for Financial Times in last November, so many people were criticizing me. What do I dare to say? My statement has been that we have to do everything possible that we will not have Trojan horses inside the European Union. Now, they are repeating my words.
Of course, we saw what happened between the foreign ministry in Budapest and Moscow. They'd run out of council meetings and brief Moscow.
Yeah, so, you know, it would be imaginable 15 years back that some of the member states will look to the Moscow or be a servant to Moscow. But it happened. So how do we protect ourselves? We need those safeguards, but the main principle, and we are now discussing with the member states what kind of safeguards, but the main principle would be, if the new member states will follow or obey the rules which are in the European Union, they will not even notice those safeguards. But if they will go against, the safeguards will bite hard. And this will be the main principle.
So thank you for clarifying that. I think that is a very significant, and from what we've learned, necessary innovation to do with the accession process. I want to turn, if I can now, to, since everything's connected to everything else, I don't want to get lost in the minutiae of the medium-term financial framework, but it is the financial purse that will cover all the ambitions. And while in money terms it looks much bigger than several years ago, adjusted for inflation, it's 0.02% larger than before in real terms. And I'm kind of asking myself the question, if we're ambitious to bring in a lot of states, and in particular a large state, whatever the de facto boundaries, a large state like Ukraine, and I make this point not hostile to Ukraine, but observing it, Ukraine would be in its whole integrity territorially, and perhaps even with bits that could be missing de facto, the largest single territory ever to join the EU. In GDP terms, it is relatively more agricultural than the EU average. And in relative wealth and poverty, it would have the lowest GDP per capita in that space. And the way EU funds tend to flow, if you're a bit more agricultural and poorer, they tend to flow in your direction for reasons of development and opportunity. But if you have a budget ceiling that's tight, the risk is someone somewhere in some capital will figure if these guys come in with the kind of conditions we're used to, they will be eating our lunch, perhaps even our dinner. And so it's one of those pragmatic political issues about the capacity to actually do the job. And that's the theme I want to turn to. We're talking about the capacities and the needs of candidate states. Is the EU budget, as it's being actually fit for the task of a significantly enlarged union over the next decade? It will run, after all, for 7 years, probably until 2034 or 35.
The simple answer would be yes.
Maybe a slightly more complicated and nuanced version.
You know, yes, we are still in the discussion, but the discussion until now has shown that the member states, the parliament, they understand what kind of priority the enlargement process is. This is one point. The other point is that, yes, we know how this is functioning, but, you know, we have been able to accept 10 countries. One of them in 2004 has been Poland, also with a strong agriculture.
May I just interrupt? When I was president of the European Parliament, I attended the summit meeting in Copenhagen, December 2002. when that budget boundary was set. And there was an explicit engagement about adding more, recognizing the enlargement reality, and a lot of pushback. I don't want to go into the rows that were in the corridor, but something real happened there that pushed that boundary into the space appropriate to the scale of ambition. And just as I look at the MFF in real terms versus what went before, a 0.2 margin of real improvement is not zero, but it's closer to zero than lots of other possibilities.
Meaning that we'll have to work very carefully with the money we will have. And meaning, you know, for me, it is not that much important how much money. Much more important is what do we get out from this money. And I'm sure we will make it. Also because, you know, even if Ukraine is big, you know, Poland has gotten 20 years of transitional period
super growth
for the agriculture, meaning only from 2024 it's completely integrated in our common agriculture policy. Meaning, you know, with Ukraine, we will see when we will start making the accession treaty. But what we know is how the whole process of enlargement connected to the prosperity is working. And Poland is one of really good examples. In 1991, GDP per capita in Ukraine has been higher than in Poland. Today, it is 5 times higher than in Ukraine, in Poland than in Ukraine. And this is the result of economic development of Poland. Meaning, and this, you know, this circle of how we can succeed in the accession process is first, the countries have to deliver the reforms. The reforms are needed to build a kind of legal certainties that the private investors will come. We can't pay everything what needs to be done in the newcomers or the candidate countries only by the public money. We need private investors, but they will only come if their investments will be safe and if they will be able to earn the profit. The business of business is making business. So we have to do this. And once they will come, the prosperity will happen. And we will not be able, you know, we can speak about the democratic development, we can speak about the geopolitical aspect. If we will not succeed to bring prosperity, more prosperity in the EU, when the newcomers come, then we will not succeed.
Well, we've never failed with any candidate state on that front, so one can be optimistic. I've one last question, and I want to turn to the audience briefly before you have to go. The institutional setup over the years, deepening, enlarging, is a very old debate. But if we add in all the countries that might come from Western Balkans and Moldova and Ukraine, and let us say Iceland and Norway, the European Commission, with one nominee per state, looks unwieldy. Now, there was a solution proposed in the Lisbon Treaty. There were certain sensitivities in our country about that. And President Sarkozy made a visit and found a kind of a workaround that the council would have to make the choice to reduce the commission and rotate commissioners by unanimity. And so, of course, nothing has happened since. And we thought Lisbon was so good, we voted twice. So in that context, my question is, what is your sense of the ability to cope? Do we need this more rationalized commission with an equality of treatment of member states, but not a constant presence? And on majority voting, they're big questions, but a short view, what's your sense of the need for Europe in its own preparation to receive these many new states, if they come, to be able to cope with decision-making as we know it?
You really are asking me delicate questions, Pat. So, regarding the number of...
You may speak as Marta and not as the Commission.
Of course, and everybody will recognize that I was speaking as Marta. No, you know, based on the European Treaty, it is possible that we have only 2/3 of the numbers commissioners. So it is in the hands of the member states. Once we tried, we failed.
Yeah.
So if the member states will want to do this, it is possible. Until now, I only know for one candidate country which is explicitly saying that actually we don't need a commissioner, and this is Edi Rama from Albania. He said, you know, for the first time, I don't.
Edi's successor might have a different view.
Yeah, well, we will see. Regarding the decision-making process, in the European Commission, we think, and me personally, as Marta too, that it will be good if we will go into qualified majority decision-making process when it's about the foreign and security policy. We have seen now with the case of Hungary that many articles of the European Treaty has been not followed. Especially the Article 4, we are not talking that much about this article, which speaks about the loyal or sincere cooperation.
Yes, exactly.
And we should really put more effort in this. Meaning, this example, Hungary has given Ukraine a candidate status. So it was unanimity decision. Then in between, they said, stop, we don't support Ukraine anymore. It cannot happen. You know, being a member of the EU is also the responsibility that you carry on the implementation of the commonly agreed issues.
Precisely.
So we should speak more about how do we behave once we are a member. It's not only about the candidates. You know, we are demanding sometimes from the candidates much more than we are demanding from the member state. And sometimes we don't say even a word because you don't bash your own friend or member state. So,
look, Commissioner, I'm aware from your colleagues that you have a tight schedule. We have a fantastically literate audience. We don't have loads of time. I'm going to take 3 questions at the one time. And my guest, Commissioner, when you get to the end of that, you've probably exhausted your possibilities. Forgive me, I see one hand in the second round there. Can we get a microphone there? Just because there's only one hand up down there. Put your hands down for a moment and fall them back again. Yes, please.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for this inspirational talk. You never mentioned Turkey, which is still a candidate country. Where do you place Turkey under your term of office? And do you think has a perspective for EU membership clause for Turkey forever? Thank you.
Great question. We'll take a second question here. Let me take a lady there, hand up. Yeah, please. You. Yeah, forgive me.
Hi, my name is Ilaria Giustacchini. I work at the TEPSA team in Brussels, and I'm a little bit fangirling because one of the things I do is manage our Invigorate EU project on EU enlargement with our scientific coordinator, Dr. Funda Tekin. So I follow your work a lot. So my question would be on civil society support. So of course, I know the Commission gives funds to civil society organization and a seat at the table at certain parts of the process. But there is sometimes a disconnect, especially, for example, in Serbia, between civil society organizations and the grassroots movements that actually bring forward the pro-EU sentiment and are putting their physical life in peril. And normally it's youth and it's students, whereas the CSOs tends to be old elite politicians that revolve through the doors. So my question is, what is the Commission doing, and what are you doing to identify this disconnect where it exists? And also, how do you then support these movements where the disconnect exists? Because maybe they don't access EU funds, they're not so structured, but they're actually the ones that are fighting for their future and fighting for the European project. Thank you.
Yes, please. Forgive me, I know there's lots of questions, but it just...
Commissioner Coss, I met you in Sarajevo briefly, where I live and work at the moment. I wanted to ask you a question.
Beautiful city.
Thank you. My wife is from there. I'm Irish. I wanted to ask you... Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask you about MAGA and Trump influence in the region. So you know that Vučić very swiftly got out of the Kushner-Trump tower in Belgrade. You know, they arrested one of their own ministers. I'm surprised that Edi Rama has been so clumsy about this, and it's definitely creating a problem for him of the kind he hasn't managed before, and he's been quite arrogant on CNN. But the most concerning one for me is that I heard from someone very close to the High Representative Schmidt that he had been removed by MAGA because he disapproved, as did Luigi, the head of the EU delegation there, of the gas pipeline, in which the contract was given for the pipeline to two lawyers who represented Trump on the 6th of January and who had no speck of previous experience in energy. And now they're talking about replacing the high representative with a pro-Russian, pro-Serbian Italian versus a French person, which is supported by the French and the English, but not by the Germans. I think that who becomes the high rep is going to determine whether or not I think Europe is ready to fight for the institutional space in Bosnia, which is a laggard, but a bellwether for the entire region.
So thank you for that. Commissioner, we have three really easy ones. Turkey, the role of civil society, and the special rep in Sarajevo. And listening to the story about Trump's lawyers getting into the gas industry, we have a phrase here more about humor than seriousness. That's great gas, Commissioner. So I hand it over to you now to pick up those points.
Turkey, indeed, it is a candidate country, but since 2019, we don't do anything on this accession path. But the truth is that Turkey is too important to be left on the side. So we are now, in my opinion, we should look into the EU-Turkey relations with the fresh eyes again, with the fresh eyes in the sense of that we can work together in many aspects. I'm also responsible for the connectivity agenda, how to connect Europe better with the Central Asia through Armenia and Azerbaijan. We can't do this without Turkey. The other part is economic interest. Last year, we made through 230 billion euro trade between EU and Turkey. This is more than twice as much as with all Mercosur countries together. So there is a clear interest of the European companies that we do something, especially on the field of the customs union. And we will see if we can have some small steps how to modernize this. And of course, we shouldn't forget that Turkey has the second strongest NATO, is the army, and we need security in Europe. So I'm traveling to Turkey very soon to discuss all these issues. The civil society support, this is my favorite because I think that we cannot have the enlargement process without the civil society organizations. But not every civil society organization is contributing to the success of the enlargement. We have many gangos, which the governments are establishing to work against us. So what I want to see, we have increased the money, and we will, in the new MFF, having even more. As you know, we have for the first time civil society organization strategy on the level of the European Commission. What I want in the new MFF is that we see what are our priorities, which civil society organizations can support us in this. If we don't have them yet, we will help to build them, and then we have to measure what they have done. I don't want just to finance the civil society organizations for which I don't know what kind of impact they have. And they can have a great impact. Really, I'm so happy. We are supporting civil society organizations. Belarus is in my portfolio. In Belarus, in Russia, outside Russia, for Russia. We are supporting them in Azerbaijan and so on. So there will be more money. We can't do this. It is true that some of the leaders don't want them to be a part of the accession process because they play the role of the watchdog. So they are telling us what the government is not doing well, but this will remain. We need this kind of watchdog.
One of the great strengths of Ukraine and the big difference, civil society is real and really active.
You know, thank you for mentioning this, Pat. Whenever I'm there, so in every mission, I meet them, and we are having open discussion because especially Ukraine, they have really the strongest civil society, knowing really very well what's going on in the country. And this is the mission, the meeting, I really have to be very well prepared what is going on.
I'm
Because
pleased to hear you're talking about financing, what we call positive civil society. US aid decimated so much of Ukrainian civil society after Elon Musk, and we need to step in.
I agree with you. We stepped in, for instance, when we stopped the payments for the government in Georgia, just for the government, for the civil society with CIPEL, we have put some money into the civil society organizations, and we are also helping not Radio Free Europe as the institution, but to the journalists who are delivering program in the languages which are important for our candidate country.
So MAGA and Sarajevo.
Yes.
And everywhere else, perhaps.
Indeed, we know the numbers that MAGA is investing $1.8 billion in Europe to not exactly help us, if I'm very mild. So this is the money which tends to be spent to persuade the world that, I'm using their words, that European civilization is in a decline, that our economy is in decline, and that our democracy is in decline, which of course is not the truth.
They should look in the mirror.
Yes, and we should be aware, we should really not take this easy, because, they have unlimited amounts of money, and they want to harm us, Europe, and we shouldn't let this. And of course, it can be in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It was happening in Hungary. The biggest island of MAGA in Europe has been in Ireland. It is very strong also in Russia. So we are now monitoring in the European Commission what kind of disinformation is coming and where from. And there is a lot of disinformation or fake news, which we have to fight more. And what is happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are, first we have to clear the facts, but secondly, in my opinion, the next HR should be he or she who will work so good that in 2 years it will cancel the office, so that we will not diss him or her anymore. And I hope that we will find agreement among the EU member states whom we want to see there. But this is really, when I speak about not just MAGA, we have to be more alert who wants to harm our democracies. We have in November adopted the first strategy ever on the level of the EU. It's called Democracy Shield, how to protect our democracies. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would have told me 15 years back, or you, Pat, that we need something like this, I would tell you that you are crazy. Who needs this kind of strategy? Because our democracies are strong. Now I'm one of the biggest supporters of this strategy. If we will not proactively protect our democracies, I don't know what will happen. We have clearly interferences in the election processes, not just in our candidates like Moldova, but also in the member states. So high alert, we have to counter all this disinformation. And the last message is, this modern language, debunking is not enough. So it's not enough that we wait what they say and we say differently. We have to do the pre-bunking, so we have to tell our story, which is not sometimes easy.
Commissioner, this has been absolutely a wonderful hour. My apologies to colleagues here who had questions. You have to come back.
I will.
On behalf of the Institute, I want to thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
You have spoken about the threats that come from the outside. There was a wonderful word invented by the Munich Security Conference report in 2020 about some of this happening on the inside. They called it Westlessness.
Westlessness.
And about some of the internal dynamics that we need to address on protecting a democracy. A very last observation, Commissioner. I'm thrilled to be able not just to witness, but to feel your enthusiasm for the dossier that you have the privilege to lead. I'm thrilled to see that enlargement is back on the agenda.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I'm reminded to finish of some words of Jean Monnet. He was asked back in the day, Monsieur Monnet, vous êtes optimiste ou pessimiste? And his answer was, je ne suis pas optimiste. Je ne suis pas pessimiste. Je suis déterminé. I'm pleased to see you are déterminé also.
Thank you.
between the group, then questions. All right. Look, I'll just tell you you're talking for too long. Don't worry. Laura, are you happy? Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our next panel will be starting immediately.
Good man, Lorcan. Thank you very much. So it's one of the great cliches of these sorts of things when you say that's an impossible act to follow, but it is a very difficult act to follow, that really scintillating, and I think what will be remembered as an important discussion between Marta Koss and Pat Cox. Marta Koss so utterly in command of her brief, but also so charismatic. And Pat Cox as well. I'm on the record as saying Pat Cox is Ireland's answer to Jacques Delors. And I think that's fair, given his 50 years of contribution to the European project. But actually today it's confirmation he's just Europe's Pat Cox, the contribution he has made all by himself singularly. So such an honor to be continuing on from that panel. And the only way, what is it that Commissioner Coss says? We need fresh air, energy and humor from the Irish presidency. What better way to do that than just jumping straight into our panel, which is utterly expert. And people are going to come in the order I'll introduce them. I think you know Sabina Lange, who's Associate Professor at the University of Ljubljana. Very warm welcome to Dublin, and thank you, Sabine. John O'Brennan is Professor of European Politics at the University of Maynooth, one of our great universities here. And John is also a great patron of the Institute here, and I'm delighted that he's on the panel. Olena Tregub is the Secretary General of the Independent Anti-Corruption Commission, Transparency International. Delighted that you're here also, Olena. And then Wouter Zweers from our friends in the Klingendahl Institute. We're going to be trying to understand provocatively, where does Europe end? What are the modalities, opportunities and threats posed by the enlargement process? And what perfect preface we just had with the Commissioner and Pat. Sabine, John, Olena and Wouter, you'll have 5 minutes each. Bit of a discussion between the group, then Q&A, and you will get your lunch. Over to you, Sabina.
Thank you very much. It's a tall order to speak now after Commissioner Koss. It's also a hard act to speak in front of the audience. So I know many learned and experienced practitioners and researchers, but I think this only speaks for a good debate ahead of us. So we were given 5 minutes, and I thought I'll lay it all out. I will have my 5 minutes for the 3 following issues, and many more will come in. The political versus technical nature of the process, widening and deepening, and ensuring cohesiveness in 5 minutes. I have a clock here. You've seen, and we've observed all in the last couple of months, actually, or 1.5 years, the changing nature from technical process of enlargement being criticized for it being too technical towards a lot more political engagement. Now, watch what you wish for. The history showed that necessarily the politicization of decision-making or enlargement has been always positive. Key word 12 years of the Irish waiting for enlargement, for example. But I want to suggest that there is a space to think about the clever combination of the two. And this one brings in also gradual integration. And the latest paper by the French and German paper shows how you can combine the technical process with political, let's say, transformation or socialization of elites. And with that, you address what the research and practice has shown of the danger of reversibility of accession process, of the meeting the criteria for the accession process. I'll take the example of SEPA. It's been much talked about. So single European payments area as a success, where some countries, candidate countries, have joined it. I would say it is a success in the sense that it only took 2 to 3 years only. The Albanian government put forward more than 150 ideas of such projects. We can't have 2 to 3 years for each of them. But it is faster. If you compare it to energy community, transport community, SEPA was fast. The other positive element of SEPA is, it sounds very technical, but in order to implement it, countries had to change their anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism legislation, payments legislation, consumer protection legislation, banking legislation, things that otherwise do count as fundamentals among them as well, and they went through under the radar. So there is space in the technical decision-making still to implement very heavy, difficult political files change to the acquis. And then the second one, of course, the political socialization, as I said, it will be absolutely crucial to also have this high-level political engagement, and I think we have it, and we see that the Commission is working very hard on bringing member states on board, and the recent frenzy of non-papers and the activities in TIVAT show that the Commission is being very successful in that. Widening and deepening, the worst thing that can happen, of course, is that we get to the accession treaty with Montenegro and any other countries, and then there is a delay. Average time, or the latest times for the ratifications, were about 18 months. That is, let's say, a reality. But if there are really problems, because we do have governments, plus we have elections coming, governments that bring the two together as their own safeguard. But I would just say that there is space, and especially the expert community should use that space to move towards that part of reforms of the EU that can be done without treaty change. Jim Claus has set us on course for that. I don't know, Jim, where you are. But so governance, finding within the EU those elements that can make us more effective and efficient without treaty change will then also allow for that staged reform, as we saw it last time. It didn't happen all at once. The Treaty of Lisbon was reformed 5 years after enlargement. 2 years before we had, or 3 or 1, we had Nice Treaty. Before that, we had Amsterdam Treaty. So there were stages, also unsuccessful one with the Constitutional Treaty. So not waiting for after. In the Balkans, there's this saying, autumn potom, very elegant for, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but autumn potom. There are parts we can do now, and those parts that we can do later. And last comment, ensuring cohesiveness. Commissioner said economic convergence will come. And here I'd like to say 2 words on the project that Think Europe, where I work, does together with the Vienna Institute for International Economics. The project's name is Converge to EU, and we track the living standard of the candidate countries in the Western Balkans and pre-candidates in the Western Balkans in 8 categories, more than 40 indicators. And we look at where they've been for the last 5 years, how they moved. And then we simulate what will happen in case of various scenarios of future EU relationship of these countries to the EU. And what we found out, and I can elaborate on methodology and results later, but 2 points. 1, simple single market integration won't bring much. It has been already so much used. These countries are so far integrated already with trade and economics that simple single market integration will only have marginal benefits. What will have incredible benefits is financial flows. I read again, sorry, Jim, for name checking you twice, but 8-to-1 is the ratio of the money flowing into the member states in comparison to what goes to the candidates. And fully associating candidate countries to, let's say, the MFF, or considering them more, would actually bring that change in cohesiveness, which then, of course, would also eliminate or reduce the fears in the member states by the citizens. But of course, that disparity, and it's enormous now. These countries are at around 30 to 40% of GDP of the EU. Ireland was at 64 when it joined, and it was considered extremely poor. So there's really an issue here in convergence. But allowing them to join to the instruments would speed up this enormously. And last point, not EU can do everything, or EU cannot do everything. There are elements in societal transformation that EU doesn't have any competence in, but the member states can do and engage bilaterally and work with the countries, work also with civil society, with experts, to actually help on a number of issues that will contribute to convergence, such as those indicators in the area of education, health, social affairs. So member states hand in hand with EU, combining political and technical decision-making and doing as much as one can before actually changing the treaties.
Fantastic. Utterly comprehensive inside no time at all, Sabina. So thank you very much. Straight on to you, John.
Thanks indeed, Barry. I want to begin by doing what the Commissioner did, separating herself out from her job I will say that as somebody who has worked on enlargement policy for about 30 years, as an Irish citizen, the citizen of a country that joined the European Union as its poorest and most peripheral one in 1973, I don't think I have the right to say to an Albanian colleague or a Moldovan or Ukrainian colleague that they don't have the same right to do what we did when we were in a very similar position to them. I'm just going to make 3 points. That's the first one. The second one is to say that the European Union, I think, ironically, at the point where it had achieved something of real importance, which was the 2004 accessions, began to go cold on the idea of further accessions. I think this dates back to the constitutional treaty negotiations around 2005. There was a loss of confidence, and we began to hear arguments for the first time about why we might be reaching the limits of expansion. I didn't feel that that was the case, but those arguments only grew in importance over the years. And afterwards, what followed, I think, was a very schizophrenic approach by the EU to the Western Balkans in particular. Enlargement effectively went into the deep freeze. Remember that these states were promised membership in 2003 at the Thessaloniki European Council Summit. A quarter century later, some of them arguably are further from membership than they were 20 years ago. We have to ask why. There is no doubt that the Russian second attack on Ukraine helped to revitalize the process. And it is wonderful to see a commissioner who is possessed of energy and ambition and dynamism. I have seen every enlargement commissioner since the late 1990s. She's by far the best. And that's important at the point of time that we're at currently. But how do we get to the point where I think we need to be? Well, firstly, we have to acknowledge the mistakes. I think some of our colleagues who work on the Balkans have put this best when they argue that EU policy became one of stabilitocracy, that the EU favored stability over democracy. Actually, this tendency only deepened. Alexander Vučić not only was welcomed in Brussels, but was effectively made Prime Minister pares of Balkan leaders for a long period of time. This despite egregious abuses of the rule of law on an epic scale. And it has actually taken the student movement in Serbia any European state can become a member if it respects the values enshrined in Article 2. Saw in the European Union over the years was the European Commission asleep at the wheel, mostly, while Orban was accelerating his abuses of power, the same after 2015 in Poland, and there were other cases in Bulgaria and Slovakia and elsewhere. And it is actually the Court of Justice that has recently affirmed over and over again the importance of Article 2. So we have to acknowledge those failures, and we have to acknowledge, I think, that those failures could have been addressed if there had been sufficient political will. Remember, Fidesz remained a member in good standing of the European People's Party until it self-excluded in 2020. That was 10 years after the abuses of office actually began. So I think we should acknowledge that, and I'm coming to my final point about the French, German, and Benelux proposal about safeguards, that if the rule of law machinery was made to work inside the European Union, there wouldn't be the need for the kind of large-scale safeguard measures that are now being talked about. Remember in 2023, when the European Council Summit was about to open negotiations with Ukraine, the 2 days, it was the Wednesday of that week, the European Commission made the worst decision, in my view, that it has ever made in its entire history, to give 10.1 billion euros back to Orbán on the basis that Hungary had actually done what the Commission wanted. Every EU law expert around said this is not true. And in recent months, the Court of Justice has argued that that decision was illegal in European Union law. That was exactly the right decision. But again, it is the court that is upholding Article 2 and the rule of law. Institutions have, especially the Commission, have a prime responsibility towards it. On the proposal for safeguards, yes, I think there is a case for it. And I think there is a case for graduated integration. I understand all the fears that candidate states have, especially if you've been in this antechamber to membership for years and the ground rules keep changing. So you could interpret this latest proposal as just another effort by France and Germany to change the ground rules and to make it more difficult when, in the case of Montenegro especially, and in enormously difficult circumstances in Ukraine and Moldova, there has been genuine and real progress made. But I would say to the candidate states that even if you're unhappy with the direction of the conversation in the European Council, you should take what's on offer, because you're going to get about 2/3 at least of what you actually need to succeed within the European Union. And given the kind of incrementalism of the integration process anyway, it will not be too long before you get to the point where you have full voting rights in the council and representation and so on. 10 years ago, I had a different view of this, but I think now it may be the only way to actually make this happen, that some form of graduated integration may be necessary.
Phenomenal. We're building up a great head of steam, and we're going to head straight to Elena.
Yes, good afternoon. Happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Ukrainian, and obviously my position would be a bit different from all other speakers, because we are the country currently at war, and we see things differently. And I just want to give you one quote that just happened last month. Probably didn't pay attention to this, but in Russia, journalists asked Putin, everything happening in Ukraine, where did it all begin? And he answered, with Ukraine's attempted accession to the EU in 2013. So my point here would be to say that my position is that EU should treat Ukraine differently, because integrating Ukraine, it's a matter of basically existence of the EU, survival of EU. Russia has the goal to destroy the EU, and Russia will be working in that direction. And Ukraine currently has the strongest army in the whole Europe. Ukraine currently developed its own strategic autonomy, I would say, that European Union still building currently. Ukraine is buying European Union time to prepare its defenses for potential aggression against EU country, which in my opinion may happen sooner than we think. It's absolutely a plausible scenario. And this is why I think that for these geopolitical security reasons, it's very, very important for the EU to integrate Ukraine as soon as possible. And I mentioned that European Union currently understands that there are external forces working against EU. It's not only, unfortunately, Russia. There are other countries that don't like EU. It's China, and currently, as we spoke, even Trump administration as well. But when it comes to Russian threat, we know that Europe depends on the United States in terms of defense right now. Europe has very serious gaps in their capabilities to defend itself. I'm talking about nuclear capabilities. I'm talking about intelligence, satellite infrastructure, strategic aviation, even the simple fact that in Europe, they don't even make ballistic missiles, which are necessary to intercept Russian ballistic missile. It's a very simple thing. Europe doesn't have any of that. And Europe is very worried about this. I go to a lot of European gatherings where they speak about how many years they have. Do they have 3 years to prepare for potential war with Russia, or they have less than that? So all these conversations about how Europe should prepare, how Europe should stay close to US in order to make sure that if something happens, US will come to help. I think in those conversations, it's important for Europe to look at Ukrainian experience, because Ukraine is a country that was begging for help for the last 5 years. A lot of weapons that Ukraine was asking were never delivered to Ukraine, for example, German Taurus missile. But Ukraine managed to build up its defense industry. We now have new 700 companies that make drones. Now, in the recent months, the tide has turned and we are actually winning back our territory. We developed mid-strike capabilities where we paralyzed Russian military logistics, which prevent them from actually attacking more territory. And at the same time, we developed our own long-range capability where we're able to hit deep inside Russia, to hit their oil refineries and so on. And I think it's important right now for Europe, first of all, to look at this, to understand what's going on actually at the periphery of EU and how dangerous the situation is. This war is very close to spilling over the borders of Ukraine and Russia only. Already it is happening. Drones are hitting EU countries, Romania, Poland, and so on. And the longer it lasts, the more likely it will that it will spill over. And it's important for Europe to understand this. And it's important that Ukraine becomes the part of Europe that will be defending actually Europe. Ukraine is already defending Europe actually without being EU member. And it's important that a certain timeline is given to Ukraine. Our politicians were stating 2030, but the EU did not really approve that timeline. I think that it's very important now to have this clear date, because as a member of Ukrainian civil society, I can tell you that indeed we are, as Commissioner Kost stated, I think we are the strongest civil society, if not in just Europe, in the world, without exaggeration, because the level of influence of civil society in Ukraine is unprecedented. For example, we created Anti-Corruption Council of the Ministry of Defense, where part of our members, just civil society, elected representatives by people, they received clearance to state secrecy. They are able, for example, to monitor and oversee defense procurement. This does not exist in any democracy. It's unprecedented. Our civil society also was very, very instrumental in defending Ukraine. Not many people realize it, but even this whole drone industry that is now so developed in Ukraine and became the global leader was brought by civil society. And it's actually civil society who were procuring and building up drones up to 2022 And only then, after full-scale invasion started, the state adopted it. And civil society does a lot of other things to defend the country and to build strong democratic institutions, rule of law, justice. And where European Union is very important is to help us build institutions. Because Ukraine is a very powerful country in terms of power of its people, very, very strong people, very strong organizations. But in terms of building institutions, Ukraine is lacking. And this is where European Union is strong. And this is where it would be really great if we have very strict conditionality. We are in 2030, and I'm sure it can be done. And that's basically my position. And I think that Ukrainian democracy will be the guarantee for EU to keep prospering, to keep developing. And my final point is that for people like us, Ukrainians, joining EU, it's not even about prosperity, because you spoke here a lot about prosperity, economy, and so on. For us, it's about security. It's about life and death. And we see membership in EU is a certain security guarantee that Russia will, and we see also that in EU will become much stronger together with the EU, so that we will deter the aggressive regime which exists on our borders. 83% of Ukraine to be in the EU. There is a strong push, even from all our people in the army. More than 1 million Ukrainians fighting right now. They all fight, among other things, for Ukraine to be part of Europe, not Russia. Thank you.
Really sobering and really urgent depiction, I think, Olena, which we'll come back to, no doubt, when we get to the Q&A. So thanks a million. And our last formal speaker, Wouter.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, final speaker, always difficult, but let me chip in with a few thoughts on some of the dynamics within the European Union, between the European Commission and the member states in the past few weeks and months. But before that, thank you, Barry, for the invitation. It's a great conference so far, really excellent. So thank you for that. I also second almost all of the points on Ukraine. Perhaps I may slightly feel different about the idea to provide timelines from the EU side, but perhaps we can discuss it later on, because timelines can also create some frustration if they are not proved not feasible in the end. Anyway, so I think the dynamic that we see within the European Union in the past months is interesting, because it's about innovation in EU enlargement for a long time, but sort of a think tank or expert-driven debate almost, right? With all the ideas about staged integration, etc. We all know them. We've all read them. Well, this year we're seeing this new interesting dynamic where the Commission at some point proposed this reverse integration model for Ukraine, which the member states quite frankly rejected end of February, early March. But then Commissioner Kos, who was just here, of course, she told the member states, well, then come up with your own ideas. Come on, we cannot, there's no time to just sit and wait. We need some fresh ideas for how to move the process forward. And that's where some of these member states non-papers perhaps also come from, starting with the letter from Friedrich Merz on associated membership for Ukraine, which came a bit out of the blue, I must say. I think many member states were caught by surprise, and it wasn't, perhaps it would have worked better if it would have been a bit more coordinated. But at least that was a first step. Then the Germans, I think, realized that something needs to be offered then also for Moldova. And is it that boring or no? Okay.
Not at all.
For Moldova and the Western Balkans. And that's where the French-German non-paper comes in from a few weeks ago, which is interesting, I think, because it doesn't really propose a methodology change, but it really does focus on optimizing this political and sectoral integration during the accession process. And I think that's exactly what's needed, because so far the whole gradual integration idea has been sort of limited to the roaming and the SEPA discussions, and there has been really an urgent need, or at least I've seen an urgent need to broaden those discussions and to get some concrete ideas on in what fields, in what sectors, in what formats political and sectoral gradual integration can move forward. So I think that's a really welcome non-paper that was also really welcomed at the EU Western Balkan Summit in Tivat in Montenegro, for example. And it asked for removing some of these procedural veto points in the process, which I would also say is a really important point, because it's high time. It should have been done already in 2022 or earlier on. Sending a letter to a candidate country even requires unanimity after already a decision has been made. So these kind of things just need to be we need to get rid of them to really prove this sort of self-EU proclaimed momentum that there is in enlargement. Well, and then the last one is the Benelux, Germany and France non-paper from earlier this week on the new accession treaties. I want to discuss that one in a bit more detail because, of course, it's a good sign that member states are already putting on ideas on the table for what the accession treaties should look like. It shows that we're in a new stage of enlargement that I think this was unthinkable a few years back. At the same time, I feel that this non-paper perhaps has a bit of an overly focus on risk management. I'm not sure if you can manage each and every risk that is there. It spells out so many options for transition periods, safeguards, clauses, etc. And I think, of course, accession treaties should have strong safeguard clauses on the rule of law issues, because we've seen how much rule of law regressions can harm the European Union. But at the same time, I'm missing a little bit the true spirit of European integration in this non-paper. If you look at the labor migration point, for example, it says that we may want to research extending labor migration limitation transition periods, that could be a solution. I think if you really want to have true integration and joint economic development and already from now on, then probably instead you want to have a proactive labor migration policy, cooperating with candidate countries to create already some sort of legal or circular pathways for labor migration that would already help today the economies of both the candidate countries and the member states, and not only when you have a country exceeding the EU then saying, well, for the next 10 years we cannot have any labor migration. I think limiting the voting rights for new members, that was also listed in this proposal. I don't know, I think it sends a bit of a wrong signal, especially because it sort of works around the real problem. I don't think the EU has a real problem with enlargement. I think the EU has a real problem with itself and with its own democracy and its own rule of law. And probably, therefore, what you want to do is to really move the debate forward on the EU reforms themselves. And I'm a bit concerned that now the enlargement debate is moving forward, but we still haven't seen the policy reviews from the European Commission. Half a year ago, they were promised already on EU internal reform, and it's always easier for member states to basically discuss among each other to limit voting rights or limit other rights for candidate countries than to look each other in the eye and to try and find some real solutions for the problems the EU is facing internally. So let me probably end with with a conclusion, like, are all these proposals a sign that enlargement is really moving forward? I think it's a mixed answer. Yes, it's good that there are proposals from the member states. There is merit in some of the ideas. I think for the accession treaties there, let's not only focus on risk management for new candidate countries, but to really focus on this idea of sincere cooperation that's actually referred to also in this non-paper, and to really take on this EU reform debate itself and take the next step there. And I think this also closely resonates with what you, John, said. So leave it at that for now.
Thanks a million, Wouter. In case any of you didn't notice in those 4 short remarks, we just covered an absolutely vast amount in such brief form. Institutional reforms, a special case of Ukraine, managing expectations of accession countries, stableocracies, political and technical reforms, widening, deepening, cohesiveness, and much else besides. So breathtaking and excellent. Thank you very much. In the interest of time, can I get a sense of how many questions? Yeah, as I thought. So I'm going to come to you really quickly, but what I want to do, and it'll become less relevant as we move up the group, just because Sabine, you went first, John, you went second, I invite you to respond to anything that went after you. You can pass, then John or Lena, and then I'll go to the group. Sabina, about a minute each if you can manage it.
I wanted to comment on the timing and the need for reform, but then Wouter was pretty much in line with what I wanted to say.
Cool.
I noticed the stark difference between the commissioner saying 28 by 28, but then whenever she refers to anything in the future and the need of new Ukraine that's asking for the date, then there is this, we can't go that, it's not on us, it's on you. It's a lot more on the member states as well. I mean, it's on both. But I agree that it is, it's impossible to make promises. And we've seen in the event of North Macedonia how devastating for a country can be if the promises can't be met. So I would just say I understand the difficulty here, but what I'm more worried is the coupling of certain new countries with others. And we still have member states that believe that some have to enter first, while perhaps not having a solution for those. And John was very clear about the problem in Serbia.
Cool.
And on the need for reform, just one element here, I really think we should go in stages here. Because there's also this thing about reforming and then presenting the new members with this is what you're going to join, without giving them the opportunity to also a bit co-shape where they are, the community in which they're going to join to. When in the previous big bank enlargement, the candidates were made part of the Constitutional Convention. And they could, be informed, they could inform. So there was a very good process. So once they joined, they could also reshape and kind of felt really that this is the community they joined to. I would just kind of notice this. And one last point, Ireland did that in 73. We joined the community, we didn't reshape. So we're going to be introducing some innovations here. And what the first thing you did in the presidency, first day you invited the commission over.
Look at that. John.
Slower scale.
Thanks. I just wanted to say one last thing about rule of law. The commission every year now publishes a rule of law audit on each member state and each candidate state. And the analysis of experts looking at these reports is that up to 90% of the recommendations are not implemented by the member states. That's a real problem. A year ago, I was on my way to Bulgaria. A week after I arrived, the mayor of the town, which is the size of Cork, was arrested by the Anti-Corruption Commission, which is itself the most corrupt body in the country. And we could go around different member states and you get a version of that. Second thing is that a lot of this is very familiar from the 2004 accession period. Back then it was Poland. The French fears were all centered on Polish agriculture. What happened? The CAP was revised, the cohesion process was revised, and Poland actually transformed itself economically. So it was no longer one where you had a 25% agricultural sector and workforce. And it became much more diverse. And anybody who travels regularly around Central and Eastern Europe for the last quarter century, you can see the material transformation that has happened as a result of membership. It's undeniable, as it is in Ireland and in other places. So there's a lot here that I think that is familiar from past accession rounds. The new geopolitical context is different, but there is nothing that we haven't actually tackled before as a European Union, even in the case of Ukraine, which presents a different set of challenges. I'm parking the issue of the war and compensation for damage and things like that. But on its own, the Ukraine also actually points us to another part of the neglected enlargement discourse, which is what the candidate states bring to the European Union. Alina quite rightly points to defense and security, extraordinary capacity for innovation. And it's not just those particular sectors. It's also about how the government keeps functioning in the most difficult kind of circumstances. Ukrainians have proved that over and over again. So I think we should also be asking questions about what the candidate states actually bring to the European Union.
Absolutely brilliant. Elena, do you want to respond to anything Wouter said?
Yeah, very briefly. Yes, European Union, somebody said that European Union doesn't know how to do geopolitics, right? So there are geopolitical players in the world, China, US, Russia is attempting, but EU, they cannot because, yes, they don't have this autonomy. But my point is that with Ukraine, they can have this and they should become a geopolitical player. And Ukraine is a place now where a lot of geopolitical interests are clashing. You come to Kiev now, there are American venture capitalists, there are representatives of the Gulf states, and they are all trying to, invest in defense tech and so on. And American would even say, we want to buy and invest all these companies before you become member of EU, because once you become member of EU, there will be a lot of bureaucracy and regulations. So we need to come in quick and now. So there is a geopolitical competition going on, and that's my point. It's a completely different angles from what we're discussing here, but this angle is very important. And another point is that Ukrainian people, Ukrainian civil society, they know much better even than EU about the different violations, different corruption cases that are happening on the part of Ukrainian government, and they will not let it happen. They had last summer, we had young people standing in the streets of Kiev demanding the independence of the anti-corruption bureau. It's because Ukrainian people have desire to make their country democratic and establish rule of law. And they need more support. Ukrainian people, Ukrainian organizations need more support. And this support can be provided institutionally through EU integration.
Phenomenal. Thank you so much, Lena. Is there a mic? Call on microphone. David's there, is it? Walter, sorry, you had your chance, you see, but can you be really quick because we have a lot of questions.
I just want to very shortly second the point from Sabina, giving the candidates the opportunity to impact also the EU reform processes. I want to expand on it a little bit. I don't think they need to be a member state for that, right? They can already get them into those discussions from today onwards. And actually, I think there's a real task here also for the expert, the think tank community, because we quite often ask candidate countries representatives about the accession process and the internal reforms. But we need to ask them more questions about how do you see the issue of QMV, qualified majority voting in EU common foreign security policy? How do you see the reforms of the EU rule of law instruments? How do you see the future of the European External Action Service to get out of that enlargement debate? Because I think the situation now with a country like Montenegro really requires us to take the next step and treat them also as almost human.
Phenomenal. Thank you so much. Going to start with Erwin 4 over here. I'm going to take this gentleman here and the man next to Bobby, your second round, Bobby.
I apologize in advance to the panel for asking this question, which I had hoped to put to the commissioner, but there was no time.
Yeah.
So one of the issues that has not been raised yet today, even though it has undermined and continues to undermine the credibility of the EU's enlargement agenda, and that issue relates to bilateral disputes, of which there are quite a few in the Western Balkans, and where some member states have used their veto power to introduce issues that have nothing to do with the accession criteria, such as history and identity, in order to block individual candidate countries. And Sabina mentioned the case of North Macedonia, which has been waiting now for so long. And the Commission, for some reason, you noticed the Commissioner, I know she didn't have time, but in the Western Balkans, when the President Cox invited her, she only mentioned Montenegro and Albania. No mention of the other countries. It's a little bit like a black hole. And it's unfortunate that the Commission still has not come forward with any initiative to deal with these problems of bilateral disputes, to put them in a separate area so that they don't contaminate the enlargement process. I would hope that the Irish presidency could perhaps use the opportunity to do like it did during the Irish chairmanship of the OSCE in 2012, which was to invite the...
You have to wrap up a little bit, Aaron, please, if you don't mind.
Yes, okay. Well, then I leave that.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
So anyway, bilateral disputes is something that really needs to be dealt with, and the Commission cannot ignore this forever. And it's another argument to strengthen the importance of simplifying and reducing the veto power of member states.
I hate to rush people, especially Owen, former EU Special Rapporteur to Macedonia, so an authority on the subject, but we're against the clock a bit. The staff are preparing food. So a colleague from Egmont and then a colleague next, Bobby McDonough.
Thank you very much for taking me in that order. I'm a little bit more successful in that session than in the previous one. I will now come with 3 comments, and just only comments, because unfortunately I'm going to have to dash out immediately afterwards. The first one would be to congratulate and thank you very much for this very successful conference. Having organized such a conference myself 3 years ago, I understand what the challenge it is, and really you are making it. Second comment, it has to do with Ukraine. I would refer to what Marta Kos said. She said, okay, Ukraine is a country which is still at war. So I would maybe encourage ourselves to take the question the other way around. Okay, we are all supporting and aiming, profoundly attached to the idea of a lasting and sustainable peace in Ukraine. What does that mean? We don't know. My benchmark is to say it means a solution that will be deemed to be acceptable by the Ukrainians and their government. But there is one thing which is for sure, is that this agreement will include something related to the relation between Ukraine and the EU. You remember this famous 10 points draft agreement that was dumped by the Americans with the idea that Ukraine should become a member of the EU by 2027. We all laughed at it. But it is going to be part of the deal. It is going to be part of the deal. So the question for us now is not how and when, us being the EU. The question is, what are we willing to bring to the table to put into the basket of an agreement in terms of future relation between Ukraine and the EU? I think that we should approach the question that way, instead of setting deadlines and then apologizing because these deadlines will be met and creating, I would say, nasty feelings. My last point would be about your comment, Walter, concerning the last memorandum of these 6 member states. A colleague of ours published recently a paper in Brussels, which was entitled Accession Without Ratification. Because we all have to be aware that at the end of any accession process, even for little Montenegro, there is a ratification treaty. That has to be, an accession treaty, I'm sorry, that has to be ratified by 27 member states. If there is one accident in one member state, then game over. Then game over. So, and we know that the support of public opinion in all our member states, even for little between quote Montenegro, will be of the essence. Right. Then from that point of view, I can understand that some member states are keen to have this kind of rather defensive, call it belt and braces approach in the treaty in view of being able to sell them to their public opinion and to, I would say, the political landscape in the government at the time the agreement will be submitted for ratification to the national parliament.
Thank you so much. I'm forgetting your first name, forgive me. Jacob, thank you, Jacob. Jacob from CEO, right?
Congratulations, Barry, and to the panel for a fantastic discussion and a fantastic morning focusing on enlargement today. So I agree that enlargement is existential for Europe, and I think it's unfortunate that not all Europeans realize all the implications of that, and I would argue is key in that respect. Now, I have 2 short and easy questions to maybe Olena first, because this has to be conditions-based, it has to be reform-based. What are actually the capacity and the capacities of Ukrainian authorities to reform, which is actually directly linked to my second question, which has to do with the political support of the member states, apropos recent proposal during the war this spring, and apropos the comment about ratification. And that maybe goes to Sabine and the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd say we're going to have a chance for 1 round. So Bobby, hang on to the mic. If you could put your question briefly, and I'm going to give you each a chance to respond to the 4 questions. Bobby.
Thanks very much, Barry.
I was just going to ask about the security guarantee that membership of the European Union would provide that Elena mentioned. I mean, if there is a peace deal, which we hope there will be, to what extent would EU membership of itself provide a security guarantee? I mean, there's other things like Article 5, and there's Europe building up its defense, and there's a backstop, maybe military, boots on the ground in Ukraine. But somebody whom I greatly admire and is very knowledgeable said to me recently that they thought that the simple fact of membership would itself be a very major security guarantee. What do you think of that?
Thanks a million, Bobby. So I'm going to go in reverse order, please. Wouter, Elena, John, and Sabina. Do your best. Pick as many or as few as you wish.
Perhaps on the bilateral disputes question, I think, yes, the EU needs to have a lot of attention for that. I think especially where own EU member states are involved, there's a real role for the EU to put real pressure on that member state. And for Ukraine, when we were talking about opening the accession negotiations or giving the candidate status, then the other member states sort of forced one member state out of the room to make sure the decision happened. For North Macedonia, I never saw something like that happen. So I think there was more room for political pressure than that was exercised in the case of North Macedonia. Having said that, for a case like the Serbia-Kosovo dispute, I think the EU has already tried a lot in a way, and there it may be quite difficult to come up with fresh and new ideas. So the only thing you could hope for is that if accession really moves on with a country like Montenegro or so, that then also changes like broader dynamics in the region. I think to now try and get these two parties around the table again for a constructive dialogue will just remain very, very challenging.
Phenomenal. Elena, do you want to pick up any of the questions?
Yeah, sure. On security guarantees, there is no such thing as a 100% security guarantee. Article 5 of NATO Treaty is not 100%. And there is Article 42.7 of the EU Treaty that is about common EU defense and security policy, which is very similar to Article 5. But it's also not a guarantee. But the point is that if Ukraine becomes a member of the EU, basically for Putin, it means that he would need to give up. Because he's currently fighting for Ukraine not to become a member of EU. He knows it, he said it. And once Ukraine goes to EU, he understands. And I think also the guarantee is that Ukraine will have more access to joint projects, to resources, to develop together with the EU the defense posture, to develop this deterrence. And that would be security guarantee. Ukrainian army is security guarantee, the best trained army in Europe currently, Ukrainians, plus our new technology, that would be our guarantee. And we can make this all happen much, much better if we're a member of EU. And the second question, capability, whether Ukraine can adopt all these regulations, definitely, easy. Ukraine is a very dynamic, very agile, very innovative country and very fast. In Ukraine, if you have like business, can we meet, you call them at 12 o'clock at night and can we have meeting at 6 a.m.? And they will show up. That's how Ukraine is right now. So you shouldn't believe that they cannot adopt the strategy for anti-corruption, as currently we're having some issues with that. We currently have issues with reforming our prosecutor general office, our constitutional court, and other institutions. It's a matter of political will. It's very simple. And if there is increased pressure from society, and that increased pressure from society will come if they know that the prospect is real, then pressure will come and they will do everything practically like overnight. That's what I can say.
Thanks, Elena. John?
I want to take up Erwin's point, and I want to absolutely agree with him that the intervention, the unilateralization of the enlargement process that we've seen over the last 20 years or so, it's very different to how it was previously, where the member states trusted the Commission to manage the process on behalf of the Union. And then they did come in where necessary, where their national interests were at stake. Pat referred to the Copenhagen European Council. That was a very good example of the way it used to work in 2002. We've been in a very different space since. The very obvious dispute is Bulgaria and North Macedonia. I say to my Bulgarian friends, what you're doing is wrong. Firstly, that the issues which are around culture, identity, language, and history, they have no place in the accession process. And number two, Skopje is going to be one of your closest friends inside the European Union in the future. So you shouldn't be wasting all this political capital on these disputes. But it points to the wider problem that, and you could see it with Orban, the moment he succeeded in his extortion act in December 2023, a few days later, he was back blocking the loan that was proposed then for Ukraine, which of course he went on to then agree to and then oppose before he was turfed out of office. So I think that's a really big issue, and I don't think there is any political will to tackle it. And the other one that counts here is ratification, which our colleague referred to. One of the things I really fear is that we're going to see France, for example, hold a referendum. And I am not sure how any country, this is really relevant to Ireland because we have to hold referendums on all constitutional changes in Europe, not on accession treaties. But how do you win an argument when the information landscape has changed so much over the last 20, even since the last time we held a referendum in 2012? Extremely difficult.
Phenomenal. Sabine?
Michel Barnier showed that it is possible to work the member states. There is something to learn. There are best practices need to be adapted to. But France is an issue, especially with elections and so on, and the rules they have on 3/5 and so on. But I think there is a movement there. They nominated a couple of years ago the special envoy for the Western Balkans. They have a new strategy. The envoy is now in the running, potentially without support for the office of the OHR. And I think he shouldn't get support because he's started doing a job in France. But I've also seen subtle campaign in France, also in the Netherlands, on getting citizens familiar with the countries, not yet talking about enlargement, not yet talking about the politics, also not talking about what this will mean in terms of economy, but still stressing, Giselle in the recommendations, and the team wrote about this difference between the geostrategic argument that comes from Brussels and the economic and purse argument that people feel at home. But I see the change in talking about the positive aspects of the EU, and the Commission mentioned that. She said, talk about the positive aspects of the EU. Austria has shown that, and the Eurobarometer results showed what it means. Celebrating 30 years in the EU, talking about it, and suddenly, I'm not suggesting there's a direct link, but you can see the Eurobarometer results on support for enlargement increase. When you're more happy being where, you also don't mind others join you. So I think we see elements of that, but there will have to be push. And as Wouter said, the expert community can really help here, design, support, not strategies, communication tools that will target where it needs to be. Very briefly on bilateralization, I think we have a problem in the relationship between the EU institutions and the member states. This is changing, and I have a feeling that currently the Commission doesn't have credit to spare in working on the member states. And it will have to work on the member states to get support so that the member states work between themselves. I don't think the Commission is at the moment in a position to work on a member state to pressure. There was space, but at the moment, I think perhaps the last breath of the Macron presidency could be this reversal used for that. The other issues within the CFSP.
CFSP, you can finish your mark. One sentence to close this, go.
And I think Irish experience in mediation, very welcome views under the radar in the very technical negotiations here that will be pushed forward.
I really hate to be forcing everybody. We have the staff downstairs that provided food for everyone, so we have to feast. Also, we have someone zooming in from America in half an hour, so you have to keep to time. We could keep going. We have to stop. I'm very happy, life in the fast lane. Over the duration of this discussion, we have confirmation that Timsho Mukunski, forgive me for the pronunciation, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia will be speaking on the stage here on Wednesday at 2:30. For anyone who's still going to be around, you'll be very welcome. For anyone who's going to be at home, you can zoom in. Thank you very much for an excellent panel. Just if you can thank them in the traditional way. Brilliant. It was marvelous. Please join us downstairs for some food. Thanks.
Take our seats, please. We're running late. If we could just have, if conversations could be put on hold there for a little while, please. Okay. So let's get going. This session is looking at Europe's place in the world. There's too much catastrophizing going on in the world these days, but Europe, the world in which we find ourselves, is a bad one. Our strategic predicament is dire. In the 30 years after 1989, we had an imperfect multilateral order which functioned pretty well. That's over. The world we live in now has two superpowers. They're both predators. And of the middle powers, we're unlucky enough in Europe to have the most warlike and aggressive on our borders. So it's not a pretty picture. So to discuss this with us today, we have Barry Andrews, MEP. Could I just make a personal acknowledgement? Barry was the DG here a few years ago. He was a fantastic DG and a great team player. And we'll have a new DG announced in the coming days. If that person is half Barry's caliber, will be flying. Katie Hayward is Professor of Political Sociology at Queen's University Belfast. Ilke Teuger is Director, Global Policy Centre and Professor of Practice of European Politics at IE University. And joining us from Washington, D.C., we have Tom Wright, the Global Policy Centre and Professor of Practice. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong one there. We have Tom Wright, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institute, and of course, he spent a number of years in the White House serving the Biden administration. So maybe, Tom, as you're at slight disadvantage to be online, but you also have a perspective from outside Europe, as well as being a European by birth. Will you maybe kick us off? And can I just say, I'd ask you all just to keep your remarks to 5, maximum 6 minutes. As my 5-year-old knows, I'm a strict discipline.
So Dan, can you hear me okay there?
Loud and clear, Tom.
Great. Sorry, you just broke up for 1 second just as you were turning to me, but it's great to be with everyone. I wish I could be there in person. And I guess, you know, looking at from here, obviously there's a lot of drama going on each day, and we're all sort of obsessing over the Iran war. But I think taking a step back is important, just to look at what the state of the international order, you know, is. And to me, I think the order that we have relied on since the end of the Cold War has essentially, you know, unraveled. It was under different stresses and strains for some time. We had the rise of China, the international financial crisis, you know, Russia's action against Ukraine in 2013-14, COVID, Brexit, Trump. It somehow sort of survived all of those, but I think it has basically snapped because of the actions of 3 leaders. I think the one we pay maybe less attention to sometimes is Xi Jinping in China, where I think what he has done, and it really is his decision, I think, on the trading side, is from the Made in China 2025 project, which started about 11 years ago. I think it's fundamentally broken the international trading system and has given countries basically a choice between protectionism and deindustrialization. And I think we're seeing that become very acute in Europe's relations with China, you know, this month. And I know there'll be some movement there in the coming week. So that's sort of the first pillar. The second is Vladimir Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and essentially reintroducing this, era of sort of major war in Europe. We've seen that go on now for longer than World War I, and longer than Russia's war against Nazi Germany in World War II, and with no sort of end in sight. But I think that has fundamentally transformed, as you mentioned, the security environment regionally, but also globally. I mean, it's really pulled in other countries, China, North Korea, Iran, as well as, of course, the US originally supporting Ukraine. And then the final part, I think, is Donald Trump. And I think what he has done, particularly on the alliance side, viewing America's core alliances as sort of targets to extract something from, rather than, a permanent ally and a strategic sort of partner, and have that community of like-minded nations, I think is transformative. And that was most dramatically illustrated with the Greenland episode earlier this year, which hasn't fully gone away and could come back. And so I think that is sort of the world we are in, is that old order, I think, has essentially dissolved, which is not to say that every aspect of it is gone. There are still remnants there. I think the alliances are still there. Europe and US allies in Asia, I think, are keen to keep the alliances afloat, partly because the external environment is so daunting, and because they're quite concerned about going on their own. But as they look forward, I think even if there is a change in administration here in 2029, I think they will know that there are at least sort of two Americas going forward. There might be the internationalist America that they're more comfortable dealing with, but that America First America and Trump term 2, could always come back in the future. He's now won twice, so I think that is a relatively semi-permanent fixture of US politics, and we might have a pretty dramatic fluctuation in US strategy. So I think the key question for the EU and for NATO is how to sort of mitigate that fluctuation and how to deal with that new world. And I think that starts with building one's own strength and having a much more sort of coordinated and coherent European foreign policy, and then to work more closely with like-minded countries in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere to sort of build. I don't really believe in what Mark Carney was saying about middle powers. I'm not sure that's viable, but there's something sort of to it in trying to have coalitions of like-minded countries. I think the challenge, as we saw in the UK yesterday, is that that's one thing to lay out in theory. It's a very different thing to execute in practice. And so, governments have real fiscal constraints, real political challenges. And so it's going to be quite difficult to have that increase in defense spending and a more closely coordinated foreign policy. But I think that is the task that governments have. I'll stop there. Thank you.
1 second, Tom. Perfect. Thank you. Ilke, we'll come this way, maybe.
Perfect. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here. Actually, I was going to also start with the state of transatlantic relations, because I think it explains a lot why the EU is doing what it is doing at this moment in time. And for me, the key point there is that the difference between Trump 1 administration and the Trump 2 administration. Because if we look at the Trump 1 administration, with that experience, Europeans were ready to face more America First trade that was already there, undermining of multilateral alliances, starting with, of course, NATO, and not necessarily that, from WHO to Paris Climate Agreement. This approach to multilateralism was already experienced in the Trump first administration. And thirdly, actually connecting to the NATO question, Europeans were already aware that they need to take more responsibility for their own security. What is really different in Trump 2, and I think it is one of the main underlying reasons of Europe's approach to the world right now, is twofold. First of all, the Europeans didn't expect Americans directly underline European integration projects, not only supporting far-right political parties in the member states, but also undermining the projects, calling it in a civilizational decline, economic decline, technological decline, etc., etc. So this has become a direct attack to the project itself. And secondly, of course, nothing might be the same after Greenland this year, where the Europeans also saw that their most important and most significant ally can actually also potentially attack their territorial sovereignty. So I think the understanding the differences between Trump 1 and Trump 2 explains a lot what the EU is doing today. This brings me to my second point. We are clearly seeing a charm offensive in trade agreements, and we have seen agreements waiting for decades moving forward very fast. Mercosur, Mexico, Indonesia, Australia, you name it, it is out there. But this time, trade agreements are also complemented with two different tracks. The first one is security and defense partnerships. The EU itself signed 12 different security and defense partnerships since 2024, with a very big variety of countries that include some countries in the Balkans, but also UK, of course, Canada, Australia. Ghana is the last state that the EU has signed security and defense partnerships with. So this is this new flexible instrument that the EU has introduced. And maybe less important, but I still want to underline that, the use of Horizon Europe program. It was always a tool. It was. It's not the first time that the EU is including third countries or to Horizon Europe. But what we are seeing also an intention to create joint research networks for innovation, especially in the tech domain, but not just limited to. So we are seeing a more extensive partnership portfolio from the EU's point of view. And my third and last point, because I have like 1.5 minutes left, this is very stressful. No? It's like EU in the world, the entire world, and you have 5 minutes, is the introduction of the concept of flexibility. Of course, we have seen all kinds of intergovernmental partnerships also in the past. This is not just now, but we are seeing an active use of, first of all, coalitions of the willing. In the case of Ukraine, we have seen a very important partnership with the participation of the United Kingdom, but not only limited to, for providing security and defense. But we have also seen a European political community established as a pan-European framework stage where the leaders can talk to each other. But we are also seeing now different intentions of creating coalitions for provision of energy and connectivity. And the last two, of course, requires long-term planning and investment, most of all. But what we are seeing in the European continent right now, that there is a very flexible and dynamic conversation going on, not just for providing security and prosperity to the European Union and its citizens, but also involving other non-EU European member states. Of course, I'm very happy to come to the question of the United Kingdom in the second round, because this is one of the most important examples. But of course, Iceland, Norway, Switzerland are also partners in crime. So the United States changed it all. We have different and a more holistic approach to partnerships right now. And thirdly, flexibility is at the heart of it.
Great. Thanks so much for that. That really interesting point about the 12 security and defense partnerships. We maybe definitely go into that a little bit later. Katie, would you like to go next, or would you prefer to go after Barry?
I'll go after Barry.
Go Barry.
Thank you, Katie. So thanks, Dan, and thank you very much for the invitation to be back here in the IIEA. It's just such a pleasure to see so many familiar faces, and my predecessor, Tom Arnold, who was the Director General before me, and great to see you here as well, Tom. So what I'm going to start from is President von der Leyen's speech at the EU Ambassadors Conference in March, which garnered a lot of headlines. And the particular line that really struck people as quite striking was where she said, Europe should no longer be the custodian for the old world order, for a world that has gone and will not return. And she got a lot of criticism for that, because it made people think that maybe Europe was abandoning the rules-based order. But her next sentence was, we will not abandon the rules-based order. So, but she did go on to say that whether our institutions and decision-making is more a help or a hindrance to our credibility as a geopolitical actor is a question that we have to take seriously. So she put in issue the institutions, which is the External Action Service, let's be clear, and the decision-making process, which is QMV, unanimity, obviously. But so both of those issues are actually very live and are really being pursued at the moment. The other aspect of credibility as a geopolitical actor is this idea of dual objective. No longer do we in my area of international development. No longer do we simply decide that a central binding logic of our development policy is the eradication of poverty. Now we are looking at this in terms of how this can serve Europe's interests. So to quote specifically, we're currently dealing with the multi-annual financial framework for 2028 to 2034. And the external part of that is 10% of the budget. So that's 200 billion euro. So the legal framework for that is the Global Europe Instrument. So we're discussing and negotiating the Global Europe Instrument. And Article 5 says that the objective is to foster partnership that contributes simultaneously to the sustainable development of partner countries and to the strategic interests of the Union. So these are two things that are pulling sometimes in different directions. So to give an example of this, if we are as a union seeking critical raw materials from some part of Africa, are we at the same time going to simultaneously pursue human rights interests, for example? Equally, if we're going to be, if we want a returns agreement with a third country, are we going to insist on human rights standards? Technically, we will, but it's a clear tension that's contained. Just to give this a concrete example, and this is a typical issue that we're dealing with in negotiations. So human rights in the current framework, in the current legal framework, requires a minimum expenditure of 15% of what's called NDICI. That will be non-binding in the proposed Global Europe Instrument from 2028. Human rights was mentioned in the substantial articles of NDICI, and it is now part of the recitals. So this sends out a very clear message to our delegations across the world. The EU delegations who prepare the multi-annual investment partnerships for each country, that we are downgrading human rights, and we are placing at a much higher emphasis issues such as critical raw materials, returns, and all of these other issues, which are very legitimate. But we just need to be clear about what all of this means. One final point I'll make, because there are other issues we'll come back to in the conversation, is about Ireland's presidency. So we announced this during the week. It's going to be competitiveness, it's going to be values, it's going to be security. The values means internally rule of law, and it means how we finance the external action side. And the problem we're going to see is that 200 billion I referred to, and the Cypriots this week already announced their proposal, which cuts it by 37 billion. But the common agricultural policy has a 140 billion euro shortfall. So if you're a politician in the council at the close of these negotiations, you have a choice between supporting your farmers or human rights in distant parts of the world. The politics is very, very simple and very, very clear. So not only are we creating a legal framework that substantially downgrades these values, but we are also probably going to see a dramatic cannibalizing of that proposed budget towards the end of the negotiations. So that's pressure for Ireland to deliver on values, to put a budgetary background to that strategic priority that they set. So thank you.
Thanks, Barry. I think that issue of interest versus values, maybe we'll come back to that in a little while. Katie, over to you.
Very good. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm glad I said that I go after you, Barry, because there actually is some similarity between what we're going to say. So in the briefing for this, we're asked as contributors to address the topic from the perspective of our own expertise and experience. So that is definitely what I'm going to do. My expertise being in relation to the UK-EU relationship and Brexit, and my experience being very particularly from Northern Ireland. And just, we've had the worst few days that I can remember in Northern Ireland for a very long time. And just to give a little illustration, walking to the train station this morning, well, I actually ended up having to run because they still had Botanic Gardens closed. They've been closing the parks early and not opening them early either. But going through the streets, a number of the houses near where I live, which is quite a studenty area, have posters that people have put up in their windows saying students live here. And that's because the addresses of those accommodations had been listed as targets. We live in a very diverse area. So the absolute fear that is present in Northern Ireland at the moment is very stark. I'm conscious that this 2 days after the Irish presidency, priorities were announced, and as Barry's already mentioned. One of those is values, and the way that this is summarised by the Irish government is, our union is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. Non-coincidentally, these are also the values on which the Good Friday Belfast Agreement is founded and on which peace in Northern Ireland depends. This is why the violence in Northern Ireland has been quite so disturbing and upsetting, because it represents the absence of these values. My point that I want to make, if you bear with me on this, is that Northern Ireland isn't a bizarre place apart with its own internal demons. What is happening this week shows actually how profoundly connected it is to challenges and forces that are active in Europe. A point I like to make is that we shouldn't understand Northern Ireland in terms of unionism and nationalism, but actually the presence of hard right ideology. And this is a Europe-wide and beyond, obviously, phenomenon. So hard right ideology, strong nationalism, opposition to multilateral and supranational agreements, emphasis on sovereignty. Secondly, anti-liberalism, criticism of elites, opposition to multiculturalism, minority rights, anti-immigration sentiment, support for deportations and strong border controls, and cultural conservatism, anti-LGBT rights, women's rights, etc. 20 or even 10 years ago, these were marginal ideologies in Europe. Today, many countries have these ideologies represented in parties that are the largest, enjoy the largest portion of support or the second largest portion of support, including, of course, Italy, where the government is having a hard right, represented by a hard right party, France, Germany, Austria, Poland, and in Hungary, even though we had good news, Fidesz still had 37% of the vote. Even where parties are smaller in Europe than enjoying the largest portion of support, they are still influential in governments in a number of countries, including Slovakia and Finland. The primary influence of these ideologies comes through shaping discourses and priorities. Today, we see the European Migration and Asylum Pact come into effect. This is intended, I think, to bring rigor and fairness to an issue that causes division within and between member states. However, as we know, according to the debates, it risks breaching human rights and international law. To summarize, border detention, including of children, risks breaching the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, fast-track procedures, risks non-refoulement and the right to a fair hearing, crisis derogations, invoke arbitrary detention, externalization deals, risks breaching obligations under the Refugee Convention, and limited procedural safeguards, risks avoiding the right to effective remedy. Another piece of legislation I want to mention is in the UK. This is the European Partnership Bill, which again is intended for good purposes, i.e. to enable the UK to have its agreements with the EU, to enable the UK, if you like, don't quote me on this, to be a rule taker, to enable that dynamic alignment that will bring the closer UK-EU relationship. However, this is using Henry VIII powers. It will give extraordinary powers to government in order to avoid parliamentary scrutiny. Both these measures are purportedly done with good intentions and purpose to enable the core values to be upheld against anti-democratic forces. But let's imagine just for a moment those Henry VIII powers put in the hands of a Reform UK minister, Nigel Farage. Imagine the Migration Pact put into enactment in a European Parliament or European Council in which AfD, Rassemblement National, PiS are dominant. The dangers are obvious. The risks of not being thoroughly consistent in deed as well as in word when it comes to democratic values are immense and stark.
Okay,
and in that regard, my last line, it's literally my last line. No, it's my last line. It's my last line. That is the lesson to take from Northern Ireland as well as from my history. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, can I come to you with the first one to pick up on something that you mentioned about the future, and quite pessimistic, as you say, you don't think things will go back to the way they were. But is it not fair to say that the current president is just so utterly unique, there will be never anybody like him again? So let's just consider that J.D. Vance is the next president. How would you envisage that playing out?
Yeah, I mean,
sort of from our perspective in Europe.
yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that it looks like that America First position has sort of gained control and will continue to exert control in the Republican Party, right? And so I agree that Donald Trump is unique, and it's very hard to see any future American president sharing some of his, you know, psychological characteristics, should we say. So, for instance, the obsession with the Nobel Peace Prize, it's really hard for me to imagine that J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio would, you know, would have that as much of a hang up as he does. Having said that, I think, you know, the idea that tariffs can be used and are a good thing, that the U.S. should be trying to use economic power coercively, you know, that alliances are not America's most valuable strategic asset, and actually, you know, maybe the U.S. should pull back in Europe or even maybe in Asia. Those things, I think, are likely to continue to shape Republican foreign policy. Now, I think there's a little bit of a divergence depending on who it will be that would emerge. And in some ways, you know, Vance is actually more, in some ways, anti-European or anti-NATO than Trump is. I think for Vance, it's more ideological, right? For Trump, it's sort of personal. It's sort of, if he thinks he can call something a win, you know, he has this hang up about alliances, but he's quite prone to flattery, as, you know, European officials like Mark Rutte are trying to capitalize on. Whereas Vance, I think it is a little bit more ideological. Rubio, on the other hand, you know, possibly would be a little bit of a throwback to an earlier era. He would definitely continue parts of the America First approach, but, you know, he does, I think most people think deep down, sort of appreciate the importance of alliances. But I would say that overall, the challenge, especially if a Democrat comes in, you know, will be that the world's very challenging. We need to work much more closely with Europe, but Europe will also know that the US could change back, right? And so how do we work together to build in a hedge there so that plan A is the US and Europe work much more effectively together, but plan B, if the US turns against Europe in the future, that Europe has something to fall back on, can rely on itself, is more independent, is less reliant and less dependent on the US. And can we sort of build that in from the beginning? I think that will be something that we didn't really do in the Biden administration, but I think until maybe mid-2024, but I think it would be necessary in the future.
Picking up on that, on the defense side of things, what's your view on NATO and particularly the US commitment to NATO? And then if you just tell us a little bit more about those 12, I was not aware of that, 12 in just 24, since 2024. Just give us some more detail about what the content of those.
Yeah. Actually, what Tom says here is extremely important. You know, if there was a world to choose, the Europeans would choose a world where they can collaborate with the United States as they have done so in the past. But I think since Greenland, because last year the policy was still appeasement, and the Europeans assumed that appeasing the president will still lead some kind of damage control and some kind of basic rules in the relationship. I think Greenland created a new understanding of transatlantic relations. At least this is how I see it. And right now, what we are seeing is that NATO is still very significant, and the European defense buildup is still happening under the NATO umbrella. So this is still the modus operandi and the format that the Europeans organize themselves. But there is more and more behind the closed doors conversations about if there is a shock from the US side to NATO, be it in the command structure, be it in stopping sharing intelligence, be it sharing the new technologies for the weapon systems, etc., what could the Europeans do? So what we are seeing right now is a major conversation about Plan B, but behind the closed doors. I'm sure the leaders will give a family photo and pretend that everything is fine in Ankara. But it's still, I think this is the episode where the ones that are closer to their national governments, see these conversations are ongoing as Plan B and maybe 8.5 moving forward. The second question about the security and defense partnerships, they are still very flexible, very initial stage, and they are different in character from each other. But I find them very, very significant because we have one with India, another one with Japan, South Korea, Australia.
Do they run in parallel with the bilateral trade deals?
Some of them are yes, some of them are no. But if we look at the list, most of these countries have special relationships with the EU anyway. Norway has an European Economic Area membership, but at the same time also signed a security and defense partnership. This is for industry cooperation, but also different elements of security and defense posture, let's put it that way. This is kind of a preparation for the future. Let's put it that way. But I think it is really important from the European point of view and from the institutional point of view that the EU institutions are getting into also the conversation on security and defense. Think about it. Commission is the institution that is signing these agreements. We can talk more about that, but I find this very interesting.
Okay, good. Katie, there was a discussion yesterday about sort of values and a lot of discussion about Hungary. I was really surprised the Romania case didn't come up. So as people know, the first round of the presidential election in Romania was cancelled on the basis of alleged foreign interference. Now, any election in Europe, in any country, anywhere now, could be cancelled on that basis. How worried are you about that as a precedent?
From Romania, the electoral interference?
Well, the election was cancelled. Does that weaken democracy in Europe generally by sending out a signal if they did it there, then we can allege foreign interference and cancel our election here?
Most certainly we need to be alert to that risk. And what's bewildering is how slow governments are being. I mean, I know the EU is developing initiatives in this regard, but to try and shore up their electoral processes against such interference, and most particularly, of course, the capacity to influence electoral positions online, digital platforms, and the lack of regulation in that regard. But I think the possibility of claiming interference and for it to be fully investigated is necessary to uphold. We have to sort of decide ourselves what it is that's absolutely crucial and important, what we count as being a fair and democratic election, and then rigorously enforce that for sure.
Okay, so I'll come to questions after the one to Barry. So if people want to indicate whether they...
particular election I would love to have cancelled. There's a 2011.
Barry, the interests and values thing. So autocracies don't have interests or values. It's pretty much interests. Now, if the realpolitik argument is that if we democracies put our values, we are putting ourselves at an immediate disadvantage when we deal with those countries. And that in this new world of hard power, that when values and interests are traded, Europe needs to think more about itself and its interests and downplay values. What do you make of that argument?
That's very binary, and it's not as simple as that. I mean, then you're China, then you're extracting raw materials, and it's transactional and it's commercial, and there's no strings attached, and we can't compete with China on cost and scale. I mean, we're wasting our time in that regard. If you're going to do international development policy on the basis that they're always going to buy European, or they're going to give the procurement to European companies, or the contract is going to go to a European company, you're adding cost, you're giving much less autonomy, and you're abandoning your commitment to poverty eradication. So we can do that, and all of that is promoted by a lot of people in the European Parliament right now.
In the Parliament,
yeah, absolutely, and I would say almost a majority now, because the fundamental principles of international development are not trending the way they were sort of 10 years ago around the Sustainable Development Goals. That's all completely changed. And you can see it in Ilka mentions around the trade relations. So we can see that there's much. I have to confess that I support a lot less naivety than was the case previously. Of course, we have to change our external approach to third countries. There's no question about it. And you see it in the trade. I was on the trade committee in the last Parliament. So when China was considered The biggest concern, we've developed a huge number of trade defense instruments. And that was really, really important to anti-dumping, anti-coercion, foreign subsidy screening, all the rest. So we did all of that. And now what we're doing, paradoxically, the Trump tariffs have driven a lot of our trade partners into trade agreements. Because while Europe is seen as slow and bureaucratic, in fact, we're now considered as reliable and certain in a very uncertain world. So we've closed a deal with Australia, with Mercosur, with Mexico, with India, of course. I mean, India was one of the hardest, and Mercosur was around for 20 years. Plus, I think Ilke's point is really interesting that we are also doing things like clean trade and investment partnerships that are below the level of requiring the Parliament's consent.
Yeah.
We've lots of memorandums of understanding on critical raw materials that are below the level of requiring Parliament. So as a parliamentarian, I don't love them, but the single point is, look, we have to be less naive. We have to operate in the world that we find. And interestingly, another quote from that March speech that von der Leyen gave to the EU ambassadors was, this is a generational project around European independence. A really interesting phrase. It kind of was lost as people were talking about this other question of, abandoning EU, international law. But yeah, I think it's not as binary as one or the other. We can do both. Otherwise, we end up.
Yeah. Great speeches. Mark Carney's either in town or coming into town. Tom, he gave it was certainly a brilliantly constructed speech at Davos earlier in the year. He was making the point that the middle powers need to align. Do you see for Europe that as an option? Does that really strengthen Europe if we have closer relations with the Canadas, the Japans, or is it really not going to make that much difference?
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a difference, and I think Europe, is not, Europe is bigger than that. If you take it as a unit, which of course is, a little bit problematic, but the European Union as a whole, I would say, is not sort of a traditional middle power. It has a lot more economic weight than that. And I think it's incredibly important, for Europe to be working with Japan, with South Korea, with Australia and with others, and Canada, of course, to try to develop trading links, but also politically and diplomatically, and to find ways to sort of stabilize the situation that we're in. I didn't love Carney's speech, I have to be honest, because I thought he constructed it as more of I was expecting him, or, was set up to say the emperor has no clothes, Trump is not who people say he is, that he's able to solve all these problems and have these peace deals. And instead he pulled back and blamed the rules-based international order and equated that with communism, which I thought was a little much. So, I thought it was a clever rhetorical device on his part, and it got a lot of plaudits. I didn't love that though. And I also thought he was sort of writing off, the US and not holding out the prospect that a different US administration obviously could, play a more constructive role, although there will be uncertainty going forward. But I think that, working with like-minded democracies outside of the European area, I think is a critical component of any European strategy.
Yep, sure.
Just one building up on also the question that you have asked to Barry. I think this values versus interests or democracy like-minded conversation is a bit limited in defining the EU's attitude. What is the main role of any government or the European Union as a supranational institution? It is providing prosperity and security to its citizens. So if the world has gone crazy, the EU is going to adapt its instruments and policies and agreements so that it can still fulfill that goal. This is how I see this. This doesn't mean that undermine the values. This doesn't mean that you stop providing public goods. It doesn't mean that you don't care about democracy, because democracy is a part of the prosperity of European citizens. But this artificial division between, is it the values, is it the interests? No, you have a role. You have a role to play for citizens, and you need to find the instruments to play that role. I think that's, for me, this is how I frame the conversation in my mind. And just maybe one correction that I should do to myself, because HRVP is very much pressured these days. she also plays a very important role in security and defense partnerships. External Action Service plays a very important role in this as well. So we are opening up again this conversation on who would do European foreign policy and how. But I think it is really important to keep this focus on why are we doing what we are doing.
Okay, so there was a report in the FT yesterday about the External Action Service being radically revamped. Maybe somebody would like to put a question around that. Tom, you mentioned Europe's economic weight. One of the reasons, I've become more pessimistic over the past year or so is because I think we in Europe used to believe economically there were three major powers in the world, US, China, and ourselves. When the US put a gun to our head, we caved. We realized that we just we weren't able to go toe to toe with the US. We're now in a situation with China, and on Thursday, our Insights event has 3 great European China experts. Join that if you're interested. But we're at a critical moment now in the China relationship where China is threatening us. If we're not able to stand up to China, then I think we've grossly overestimated our economic weight. Barry, do you have thoughts on from the European Parliament what the view of China is and how these relations are going?
Yeah, well, next week we'll vote on the Turnberry Agreement actually in the Parliament Strasbourg. And, back in August when President von der Leyen went to Trump's golf course in Scotland to cave on 15% tariffs for European goods and zero for the US, everybody felt very humiliated. But as you say, Ukraine was very much in the thinking, and it provided some cover and justification for that situation. But we have now actually, the Parliament has slow walked Turnberry consent, and we've really benefited from that because we've now added various safeguards into to make sure that we'll have a sunset clause in 2029. Plus, there are safeguard clauses around surges, in particular US products into the European market. And I think that really strengthens it. So I think it'll probably attract a lot of support. On the China side, this is all the question of made in Europe and made with Europe. And is this a good cost or a bad cost? Because naturally it is a cost. I read yesterday Jaguar Land Rover saying, look, if you're going to insist on made in Europe, you're just adding our costs.
Yep.
If you're going to do this around energy creation, I mean, people are screaming for reductions in energy prices. And, we're talking about adding cost into the energy mix in the way, whether it's through supply chains, whether it's through solar panels or wind turbines. If we try to cut China, reduce China out of that supply chain, that is going to come at a very, very big cost in circumstances where Draghi identified energy as the crucial part of achieving competitiveness and put a price tag on it, 800 billion euro. So, there's a real tension there going on about China. For the first time 2 weeks ago, a European delegation of parliamentarians went to China. Quite a lot of them went over at the end of May. And it's the first time since they banned the travel ban on certain MEPs. So things are beginning to loosen up, but there's a real debate going on around all that, especially around the industrial accelerator stuff.
As there should be. Good. Can I get some indication of who wants to come in with questions? And as hands go up, Katie, we're just Europe's economic weight. We saw very clearly that the EU has a lot of economic weight relative to a country like even UK, G7 country. You mentioned the prospect of the next UK election. Reform has committed to scrapping the Windsor framework if elected. What happens then? So there's a gentleman here. Do you want to take that, Kate?
What it's worth, I don't think they will, because they don't want to provoke a trade war with the EU. I do think, though, there will be several challenges in the UK-EU relationship if they come in, obviously. And one will be in relation to the question of migration and the debate around movement of people, possibly in relation to the youth experience scheme, etc., but also in relation to human rights. So fundamentally, the Reform UK will lead the charge on trying to get the UK out of the European Convention on Human Rights, therefore the Council of Europe, and it will therefore be back to the EU to decide how important is compliance with human rights for it.
Are the Conservatives not also committed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no one's really talking about them as potential government partner. But yeah, absolutely. So it's a very real challenge and threat. Yeah.
There's a gentleman here in the second. Just here, if you just put up your hand.
Hi, I'm Ragnar Weiland from the University of Malta. I wanted to bring in the global south, a substantial part of the world. So we talk about Europe and the world, and maybe this is something we might want to address. And I was wondering, isn't Ireland and an Irish presidency in a uniquely well positioned to engage with the global south, given that it's a country that has a history of being on the receiving end of colonial violence and exploitation on the one hand, but also that it is traditionally quite pro-Palestinian. And if there's one thing that really galvanizes public opinion and also elites, political elites in parts of the global south, then it's this perceived or actual double standards in how the EU, the West, reacted to Russia's war on Ukraine, and on the one hand, and to the Israeli genocide in Gaza. So my question is, do you think that an Irish presidency would be in a position to engage, re-engage, and maybe rebuild trust that has been lost recently?
Barry, I think that's for you.
So Germany losing the Security Council vote was a real shock for them, and it underlined how its currency has been sort of debased as a result of the position it has adopted. So I think that's correct, and that Ireland has a lot of credibility. In early discussions around the priorities of the presidency, the government spoke to us as MEPs and said, look, we want to really emphasize humanitarian access to Gaza. And we as MEPs said, well, hang on a second, you could have been talking about that 5 years ago. So they took it on board, and they are now talking about, Palestinian statehood as part of their presidency priorities and making sure that that's on the table. But as far as I'm concerned, the main issue here is trade. And if we could put some pressure on this Israeli government or the next one in relation to trade, it might have the desired effect. So, when we talk about values as a priority of the Irish presidency of the EU, we'll see what that actually amounts to. When it comes to, as I said to you, what I am concerned about is that 200 billion euro global Europe. Is the Irish government going to be in a position as the presidency to defend that? But bearing in mind, you are an honest broker when you're in the chair, you're trying to drive agreements. So, but it is an opportunity, and I believe Ireland has huge credibility. When the European Council on Foreign Relations does a survey of each of the member states, it's the one area where Ireland has a huge amount of credibility, authenticity, and good, deep policy frameworks around it. So,
John.
Thanks, John O'Brien, Dublin University. It's the question you raised, Dan, about the FT report about the potential revamping and downgrading of the External Action Service. It seems to many of us this might be a very retrograde move, and that Kaja Kallas and her colleagues are being blamed for failures actually attributable properly to the European Council and elsewhere. So I wonder how you see this developing. Will the EEAS be downgraded, and what are the consequences?
You might feel that one.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Actually, this idea was already around a bit, and the French especially, they were working on this dossier. It's funny, the French was the leading member state creating the External Action Service. Now they are the one that are discussing its use. I think the situation is not as dramatic as the FT reports, but there is a question actually in if the External Action Service is efficient in providing the European Union with a common foreign and security policy. This is the question, and I think the question is fair. The institutional question is fair. But then, for example, my personal fear out of this process is that there's already a tendency for flexibility, and there's already a tendency for intergovernmentalism in this policy area, which is understandable because this is, in any case, this competence. But my fear is the following. Right now, security is not just the traditional security as we know. All the instruments of trade, economy, critical raw materials, energy security, you name it, are part of the broader security agenda. So there is a logic to it that some parts of this is going to the Commission. It's like Commission having a more holistic approach to economic security and security as such. But I'm not so sure if this rethinking will end up creating a more powerful portfolio so that we can use trade and also the other instruments of economic security better. Is it the aim? Or is it going to be, again, going everything to the council and then becoming a more intergovernmental, where it is, unfortunately, especially in some very important dossiers, what the Israel examples, I think, is a very pertinent example. The approach is still dominated by some of the big member states and not necessarily looked for a common position that would benefit the EU as a whole. So, long story short, I think the intention is good. There should be a conversation about 15 years after creation. Is this institution serving to the aim? But then what will be the next step is the really important question. And if the next step is going to help us get to a better place.
Tom, from your perspective in Washington, does the External Action Service make much of a difference? Has it changed things very much from your perspective? Do the Americans take it seriously?
I think the increased role of the Commission has made a difference. You know, I think van der Leyen has made a difference. I think the External Action Service has helped, but I think it depends a little bit on which issue. I think the main thing is, can there be someone who can, you know, speak with some authority and actually mobilize some effort? And I think you've seen that particularly on, you know, China policy by the Commission, which I think has helped. I think overall, you know, on Russia, Ukraine, I think Callas has probably had a, you know, positive impact over the last, you know, couple of years. But I think previously, you know, I think it was a little bit of a mixed bag. And I think Europe sort of struggled to have sort of a core sort of, you know, diplomatic sort of input into that war.
Really interesting. Barry, you wanted to...
Yeah, just a quick sidebar, John, was that the Financial Times reported it as a proposal to downgrade the EAS. Reuters reported it as a proposal to upgrade the EAS.
Yes, exactly.
So there were three options in the paper. So it really depends on the way it's presented.
Okay, that's a really good point as well. Bridget.
A question for Barry on Organish.
Oh, God.
So we have an Russian oligarch-owned facility on the island. It's exporting intensively to St. Petersburg. We see the ships coming in and out. Is that an embarrassment for a country that says values lead its presidency? Question one. And question two, if it is proven beyond any doubt that this material goes into war material for the Russian attacks on Ukraine, should it and will it be sanctioned?
Yes to the second part, obviously. There's no question about it. If it's they deny that, but if it is part of the military supply chain that is attacking Ukraine. I was in Ukraine in November. We went over to Kharkiv with an anti-mining NGO doing extraordinary work. So I have absolutely no doubt, and I've made a statement about that, and that's fine. So the first point then, is it embarrassing? Well, you know, Ireland isn't the biggest exporter to Russia. Not by a long shot. There's lots of other countries, and Germany's number one, then the Italians, the French, the Dutch, who are telling us what the right thing to do is here, exports a lot more. Now, it may not be for me, like there are certain categories of goods that are exempted for good reason, maybe, but we also have to, you know, the question that was asked about double standards does bother me a little bit. You know, a lot of countries kind of lecturing Ireland about how we should be complying with the international sanctions. But these are countries who don't even agree with international sanctions that would give effect to international law from the highest court in the world, the International Court of Justice. So I'd be slow to take lectures about it or feel in any way embarrassed about it, but 100% agree with you. If this is shown to be part and parcel of the Russian military supply chain, then look, there is an investigation going on, and the correct response would be to give them an opportunity, short, limited opportunity, to find alternative markets for their product.
Just put my economist hat on. Like, it's really important what the export is. So if all our exports to Russia were whiskey, that is not good for the war effort. And what people often forget is that money that comes out of Russia to pay for imports actually weakens the Russian economy.
So more alumina.
Blocking everything doesn't actually make sense. You can weaken Russia by selling to it. But if you sell something that goes into its war effort, that's a different thing. By the way, 99% of EU alumina comes from this country.
Thanks very much. I'm Secretary General of TEPSA. I have a question for Tom. Tom, if we have a democratic president next in the United States, will the United States really stop blocking any move towards European autonomy? in terms of the industry and continue pressuring each time we say we should buy not totally European, but more European. And I have a question for Barry. What is your view on the global gateway as a way to square the circle between ODA, between geopolitics and our core interests? And finally, if I may say so, a very short remark, the EAS is a vastly overblown question. It's not a very important thing. It's a service. So, but I could elaborate.
Okay. Tom, did you get that question?
Yeah, I did on European autonomy. So I hope and think it might change. There's generally been a push here to ensure that, U.S. defense companies are, treated fairly, but that really means sort of that Europe sort of buys from them, and a hesitancy about Europe developing its own defense industrial base that would replace the US one in any way. I think the problem with that is sort of twofold. One, that there is a question about whether or not that could be weaponized in the future. And I think it's a perfectly legitimate, concern that Europe has, and that it needs its own defense industrial base. I also think that there's, because of the dire nature of the world, that actually on something like air defense interceptors, there's more than enough demand for whatever can be produced, right? So basically, everyone should be trying to build more of that sort of defensive, weaponry, because we've just seen this used at an extraordinary scale, both in Ukraine, and in the Middle East, and we've run sort of short on Patriots and other types of air defense interceptors. So I think that's still an open question. I think whether or not a future Democratic administration would shift. To its credit, the Trump administration has shifted a bit on that. They've been a little less hung up on sort of the Buy American piece in terms of defense goods, and I think that's in part because they're quite short of them.
Okay, and I misspoke. 99% of all EU exports of alumina to Russia come from Ireland. Eurostat data. Barry.
Right. So on Global Gateway, it is presented initially as an alternative to the Belt and Road Initiative. I criticize it immediately as old wine in new bottles, because for a long time we've been trying to leverage private sector investment for development, for sustainable development. That was at the core of the SDGs in 2015, from billions to trillions, so there wasn't anything new. But nobody knows what it is. Absolutely nobody knows what it is. Very kindly, Barry allowed me to make a presentation here in the IIEA on Global Gateway. And so that was probably the first proper discussion we've had in Global Gateway in this country, but we're probably the first EU member state to even talk about it. But the problem is that it is trying to address so many different issues using development money. So when we got to the end of the India trade agreement, and they were holding out on CBAM and its effect on them, we provided them with €500 million from our development funding budget as a sweetener to get the thing over the line. We did the same on Mercosur. So we're using these as sweeteners from the development budget for poverty eradication for very wealthy, reasonably wealthy countries in order to give effect to trade policy. So, it doesn't know what it is. We've had 2 board meetings since 2021. I'm the chairman of the development committee, so I'm supposed to be on the board of governance of it. We've had 2 board meetings since 2021. So there's governance problems, there's transparency problems, there's definitional problems. It's a lot of problems.
This reminds me, when the Belt and Road was introduced, I was in China and I asked everyone, what does it mean? Nobody knew. Same thing.
Yeah, but nobody knows in Europe what the Global Gateway.
I think so.
Yeah, okay. I'm from the Institut für Europäische Politik, and I think I'm going to tie in a bit also with the Global Gateway question, but more on a broader scale, because I wanted to come back on the tensions between the values and interests. And Ilke, I was a bit triggered by what you said, because I know what you mean by, saying that the European Union needs to adapt its tools and its instruments, but I'm not sure whether it's so easy that it's only about security and prosperity, because I think also in the end, autocracies might also provide security and prosperity. So for me, it would be important to also define prosperity along liberal values. So you cannot take the values out of that equation from my perspective. So another approach, what is usually also then referred to, is this, you know, the policy is values-based, but interest-driven. So this principled pragmatism approach. So would that be something that could help squaring the circle? Maybe a question to Ilke and also Barry. Both.
Ilke.
Thank you. Actually, I said as the next sentence, democracy is part of European prosperity to avoid this clash. But let me also explain this a bit further, because I personally think the European Union already includes democracy and rule of law, because rule of law is a very important component. Now, without the rule of law, the single market wouldn't work, the businesses wouldn't work, etc., etc. So this as a definition of its prosperity. So this is in the European context with the agreements and the rules, it is already inherently integrated in the conceptualization. So for me, there is no question there. The area that I have more questions than answers is in its relationship with the rest of the world. For example, India. With India, we signed the mother of all deals. The entire commission went to India. Is India's democratic credentials high enough? Is the governing party treating its citizens as in par with European democracies? No. Very clear no. Are we talking about it? No. Should we talk about it? That's the question. But then, for example, there are other countries where the relationships get tricky. China is clearly the prime example, but the lack of democracy is not the main problem. No? The economy is also the main problem there. But do we talk about the credentials there? Yes. In the case of Ukraine, Russian invasion of Ukraine, it is very clear now how many times we have said Russian invasion of Ukraine in all the meetings we have attended, and how many people that we know that are scared to say what is happening in Gaza with its name. What has happened, I'm really sorry, but the United States and Israel's attack on Iran, and again, the question on the legality of that. Iran is evil. I'm not going to defend that. But the question, what I was mentioning in that part is that the EU uses this selectively, and then it creates so much frustration when it comes to its relationships in the world. The Global South question was asked. I was lucky enough to visit most of the countries that we mentioned as the Global South in the last 3 years. And one of the core comments always is the double standards and how the EU is approaching the Ukraine question and the Gaza question separately. And this is really detrimental at the end of the day. So you cannot have an EU partnership agenda without being firm in your criteria. So what I recommend from my researcher point of view is that if we position the policy based on the citizens' prosperity and security, while the prosperity at home, including democracy and rule of law, while having not necessarily an entirely focus on this in the partnership agenda, which is the case anyway, getting critical raw materials from another country, very detrimental to their environmental standards. Do we still need them? Yes. I think being rather firm in the definition and being rather focused on the prosperity and security, and then the provision of public goods in the rest of the world, I think that would be a better framing of the EU in the world.
Katie, did you want to come up?
Yes, just very briefly, and I think what you said is fantastic. But just to emphasize the point that, so the Irish Presidency is action and delivery, and just to say values are actionable, and principle pragmatism gives the risk of minimizing, sort of saying, well, yes, but to such an extent, and in actual fact, what is it that we really need to value and enact but these values? So human dignity actually is actionable. Democracy is actionable. Yeah. You know, they're not just mere principles, they actually stand for something. And the reason I was talking about Northern Ireland is to sort of just to highlight the fact that actually all of us can have the, you know, we know what it's like to have these values eroded. You know, the evidence is all around us across Europe and in our neighbouring countries. So just to really emphasize that point, that our interests are in our values, if you see what I mean.
Barry, I know you can be brilliant and brief. We've run over time.
Well, I'll just give an example of the returns legislation that we're voting on in the Parliament next week. And we're creating these hubs so we were asking where are these hubs going to be? And the only name that we've heard is Uzbekistan, which ranks 90th in the world in terms of democracy. But we're prepared to send people, women and children, and unaccompanied minors that have no connection to these countries. And like when the rubber hits the road, it's the conceptual framing of it is easier than the practical implementation.
So everyone believes in Rwanda now.
It's all right, actually. I had a question for Katie, which she kind of actually already addressed on probably of time. So
good. Yeah, we've run over. Listen, really like to thank the panel for the contribution of the discussion, yourselves, the questions, and your attention. And with that, can we just thank the panel?
Session on the MFF with the great Bridget Laffin, who everyone in this room knows. So if you could just sit down for another hour. I'm delighted to hand over. So we're concluding the session with 2 short fireside chats. We're absolutely delighted and honored to be joined by Philip Nugent, who's Assistant Secretary for EU International and Marine Affairs at Ireland's Department of Climate and Other. And we really appreciate you taking the time to be with us, Philip. It's always a busy time for people of your role, but especially with the presidency. So thanks so much for being here. And Philip is going to be in very safe hands with Professor John Fitzgerald, who's a great friend of the Institute, Professor Emeritus at Trinity College Dublin, former director of the ESRI, a great think tank here in Dublin, and various other roles here at the Institute. So John, without further ado, I'll hand over to you.
Right, Philip. What do you see as the challenges for the Irish presidency on climate, environment and energy? And what are your priorities, or what are Ireland's priorities?
Thanks very much, John, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. It's a privilege. So we are 19 days out at this point, probably at the worst point in the presidency preparation, because we know the files, we have the teams in place, we've tested all our assumptions, but Cyprus are still there for another couple of weeks, and they have a really important job to do on some of the files that they will hand over to us. And what we're hoping for from them is that they have a really strong finish, because the stronger their finish, the better our start can be. I suppose this is Ireland's 8th presidency. We're, I think, justifiably renowned for running presidencies well, and I think there are a number of reasons why we do that. One that I think, having seen a presidency from the Brussels end in 2004, is that we are sort of a sweet spot size of member state. So I think large member states find it difficult to get out of their own way when it comes to the role of being an impartial chair. And then the smaller member states, for example, Cyprus and Malta, it's just such a burden on administrations of their size. So I think we have the administrative capacity to do it, and we're also capable of setting aside national positions and being that honest broker. Another thing that I think is very useful for Ireland is the speed with which we can get decisions out of the most senior decision makers in government. So Taoiseach ministers are never more than a phone call, 2 phone calls away, which can be a great asset during a presidency. We're also approaching the presidency at a really important time geopolitically, but also in the life cycle of the other institutions. So the Commission is finding its groove in terms of legislative output. The Parliament is a trickier Parliament this time because of the fragmentation of politics that we're seeing, not just at national levels, but also European level. Then the geopolitical backdrop means that things are extremely sensitive in some areas, and there's a huge amount of pressure. And I think the overarching priorities that Ireland has identified for the presidency, competitiveness, security, and values, really speak to those geopolitical pressures as well. So security, I think the focus for Ireland is not just in terms of national security, but also food security, energy security, information security. And I know you had a panel previously speaking about maritime security. And then the values piece, I think, really speaks to Ireland's place in the world and Ireland's long-standing commitment to multilateralism. So obviously has been transformational for Ireland, but also we've benefited strongly and participated really strongly in other multilateral institutions, UN being the prime example. So that's the kind of the general backdrop. And then, of course, we have the specific crises within that overall geopolitical crisis. And that, I suppose, brings a bit of some assumptions that what was the Green Deal 5-6 years ago, which was brought forward in a kind of almost a technocratic exercise and a period of relative economic health. We're now in a very different and much more straitened set of circumstances. We also then have the Middle East crisis to contend with, and what that has meant for energy. And also in terms of circular economy and the need for greater strategic autonomy. Key files for us are the emissions trading scheme review, which we're expecting from the Commission in July, the grids package, which we hope Cyprus can complete a political agreement on in June. And then we have a really strong focus on the international side of things, and particularly from September onwards. So COP takes place. We actually have 3.5/4 COPs during our presidency. We have COP desertification in August. We're the lead department on that. We have COP, the Convention on Biodiversity, in October. We co-own that with the Department of Housing. We deal with the marine side of it. And then we have the climate COP in November, the big one. And then we have COP biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction taking place in January. But I think we'll probably end up running that with Lithuania. So a huge focus, particularly on the climate COP. And what we're, I think, endeavoring to do on that is not necessarily to control the outcome, because that's impossible. There will be apparently 120,000 people in Antalya, all of them, of course,
bringing and adding value. But then we have what we can control, I think, is the way in which the EU prepares for COP. And traditionally, the EU has prepared for COP by having Council conclusions laid out over 15 or 20 pages, which to my mind actually just serves to illustrate the lack of unity in the EU on climate policy. So to make sure that the EU is turning up to COP much better prepared and properly having factored in what the absence of the US means, and not just the absence of the US, but the active undermining of the process by the US from the margins. And I think that's where the EU went wrong last year. So that means being better prepared earlier with a clearer sense of priorities and actually with a much more empathetic approach to COP. So understanding that the priorities that the EU has in terms of mitigation aren't necessarily the priorities that other countries have for whom adaptation might be a life or death issue. And also properly understanding what China is bringing to the table, what India is bringing to the table, the BRICS countries, and also the African Union. We may still disagree, but at least if we have those personal relationships established at ministerial level, we can disagree in a more agreeable way and hopefully maintain the process and work towards what are likely to be more contentious COPs in future years. So there are lots and lots of legislative files, but I think if I was here in a year's time and was asked what were the ingredients of a successful Irish presidency, I would say that people enjoyed the experience of the Irish presidency, because that's a big thing. People, it's how you make people feel when they interact with a presidency or when they visit a presidency country. But personally speaking, ETS, grids package, and to leave behind a better process for how the EU does COP.
Thank you very much. Do you see a danger of your agenda being derailed by energy security issues?
I mean, look, every presidency is potentially derailed by known unknowns and then the unknown unknowns. For example, Cyprus, certainly we're planning for a different presidency, and then crisis in the Middle East and a foot and mouth outbreak to contend with. So we know that there's potential for different parts of the energy trilemma to kind of derail the sustainability aspect of it. I suppose we would be supportive of the Commission view, which is that all three of those things can be pursued together. And in fact, the cheapest and most secure energy is the energy that you produce at home. So I think we're quite aligned on that. I think there's a risk that some countries will look to use reviews of, for example, ETS as ways to perhaps walk back on some of the ambition that was agreed last year in the European climate law.
Yeah, on the ETS in particular, do you see, like, there's already discussion in Europe, you hear countries saying, oh, it's bad for competitiveness and so on. What's the Irish position? Well, you're going to try and get agreement. Do you think you will get agreement which protects the incentives to decarbonize?
So you're right that the Irish position normally is that we're supportive of ETS, would see it as a kind of as one of the success stories of European climate policy. Doesn't matter what we think anymore. It hasn't mattered for probably the last couple of months. Our job is to try to identify where we think we can land it. We believe that we can secure a general approach in December. It will be extremely difficult. And this is a file that I think undoubtedly will be discussed at leaders level in order to unblock. This is not going to be smooth sailing at Working Party or Coreper. This is going to be ministers and I think leaders involved to unblock. There are two kind of main camps. There are those who have a similar view to Ireland, who want the review to improve the efficiency of the ETS system. And then there are those who probably seek a more fundamental review, root and branch, and possibly unpick some of it.
And to what extent does it have implications in terms of global relations? Like China and Brazil have both introduced ETS, but they're unhappy with having to pay CBAM or whatever. How does it tie in with discussions on the CBAM?
So it's closely related, and obviously then the US have issues with the methane regulation, the administrative requirements imposed on their producers, who are now a critical supplier into the EU. I suppose, again, from a presidency perspective, we would be taking the view that the EU needs to stand for itself and decide on what its own laws are, given that it's a market of 450 million people and is quite self-sufficient and has huge clout.
And on the European grids package, is that a contentious issue, or?
I think the main elements of contention have been, I think Cyprus have the numbers now, or will have the numbers for political agreement, and then we'll see what the Parliament does. That's in the recently published One Europe, One Market document, which I think brought forward quite a lot of timelines for completion of files. That's very challenging for Ireland to secure full agreement with the Parliament because the Parliament hasn't really started its work. So we need to be realistic there. We will endeavour to meet that timeline, but the Commission objective is summer. Other commissioners have started to talk about, well, that means Indian summer. How late is Indian summer? Some days in October can be 20 degrees plus. We'll be we'll be thinking that kind of Indian summer for this file.
Yeah, because connecting up Europe is important. Like this research done by the Dutch Central Planning Bureau, which shows how important it is. And from an Irish point of view, it's important.
Absolutely.
But it also shows that there'll be winners and losers.
Yes.
And the losers will know already that they're potential losers. But you think there are enough winners for agreement to be achievable?
I think so. Cyprus have really done exceptional work to get to this point. And as I said at the start, the better they're finished, the stronger our start can be.
Yeah. And go over to questions. Yes. Yeah, we'll hear you, and I relay it to the.
My question's about, recently, was it 8 days ago, the Commission came out around our protection of peatlands. So coming into the presidency. Thank you very much. Obviously, that's. I don't want to say that it's a little bit embarrassing, but it's something that obviously we need to address. So is that going to be something that we're going to be looking at in the presidency and trying to marry together the two issues, which is obviously there's a cultural issue. Domestically, there's still quite a lot of appetite at local level to cut peat, and then to try to marry that at the national level. Thanks.
That's a really interesting question. It's usually a precursor to avoiding an answer, but no. So I've been directly involved in that case. There are two aspects to it. There's the planning part, which is for the sub 30 hectare sites, and then the licensing part, which is the 50 hectares and above. The EPA has done extraordinary work in recent years on enforcing against the larger sites, and I think we're largely okay. And in fact, if you look at the Commission communication, their focus is very much on the local authorities. So I can't speak for the planning system, but I do know that it's a very difficult job for them. And I know that they're working on a model that we've used in the waste area, which enables the deployment of enforcement staff from outside a local authority area into that area to carry out enforcement activity and then to effectively disappear, because some of these issues are extremely sensitive. So I think, look, it puts extra pressure on Ireland to close that case. We're satisfied from a licensing point of view. And it's an Ireland issue, and it's not two departments, but actually when it comes to resolution, it will be down to two departments to make sure that they've done all that they can. We believe that we've done all that we can. The planning system needs to look after its bit. Obviously, they've had priorities in recent years in terms of the new planning acts and all sorts of pressures, but it's really important to close this case. It's not easy, and I know that there are people out there who would say, look, why don't we just take peat extraction out of planning or take it out of licensing, so it's a single consent system. Won't really deal with the concern that, for example, the horticulture sector has, which is whichever way you go, it will require substitute consent for the activity that has taken place up to now without being environmentally assessed under the EIA directive. So there are no easy answers.
But in terms of the presidency,
it's
not an issue. The law is the law.
The law is the law. So it'll be incumbent upon planning authorities and the Department of Housing to continue to seek to resolve. But generally what you see is the Commission may get a few more infringements or ECJ referrals out just before the presidency starts. And then there's a kind of an understanding that hopefully there won't be any or many during the presidency itself.
However, if you do take the train to Mayo, as you pass through Roscommon, you see whole-scale peat extraction, which is illegal. Not an issue for the presidency. Question there.
Hugh Ahern is my own name. I'm unaffiliated but a student of UCC. As Ireland takes over the European presidency, does the government need to align its position on energy security, particularly around LNG? Like, we're quite the outlier in one way around that matter.
Around energy security? Yeah. Is there a specific aspect of security that you're
area of LNG? Like, if you look at other European nations, there is LNG terminals in Germany, etc. How come Ireland is quite the outlier in one way?
So, I mean, we've done a lot in recent years to completely move away from peat and from coal. So that was obviously a major source of energy security previously. And I guess in order to provide for our future energy security, we're quite reliant, obviously, on the interconnector with the UK, the gas interconnector, and then interconnectors for electricity. We don't do nuclear. That's obviously prohibited under two pieces of legislation. But there is work underway to develop a state-owned strategic gas emergency reserve at the moment. It's actually going through the Oireachtas, so it's an acknowledged part of Ireland's future energy security.
Yes.
Thank you. I come from a fishing community in the left of Ireland. They are very angry there, not just about turf, obviously, but also about fish. And they feel really let down by the government over the fish stocks. Of course, we understand there's been a lot of overfishing and there needs to be conservation, et cetera, but they feel that really so many of them have had to just park their boats and no longer able to fish as they used to before. And the problem seems to be a lack of communication from the government side. On top of that, to add, is that we have, because of climate change, an increase in invasion of octopuses that now are eating the lobsters and crabs. So that adds another, and that's no joke, by the way.
So the quotas but on the point of engagement, so I am responsible for the development of a system of marine protected areas and for marine planning. And we found it through really intensive engagement with all stakeholders, including the fishing community, bringing people in at the very start to say, this is what we're working on. We want you to be part of it and not sort of just hear about it at the end is really, really important. It's very labor intensive. It requires a lot of time and a lot of effort, but it pays off at the end. And we're really seeing that, I think, in marine planning.
Anybody else? In terms of the COP, the last COP was not a success. Are the issues going to be the same or different in the next COP? What are you preparing for?
So I think like this COP and the next COP are likely to be, in terms of the content of the formal agreement itself, likely to be seen as implementation COPs. So nothing particularly new on the formal treaty side, but Turkey and Australia are doing a lot of work to have new issues brought into what's called the action agenda, which is a sort of a separate piece. I think the big thing that is getting a lot of support, and Minister O'Brien has been speaking about this quite a lot recently, talking about Ireland as an electro state and Europe being the world's first electro continent. So electrification is kind of safe space for a lot of people, because electrification, okay, in an Irish context will mean a renewables-led electrification, but electrification doesn't have to mean exclusively renewables. There can be other fuels on the way to renewables led electrification. That's a big one. Turkey, interestingly, have a major focus in the action agenda on waste, which from our point of view is not a huge issue in the national inventory in terms of emissions, but they're also talking about the circular economy as a major driver of emissions. And if you look at circular economy as something to do with how we make and consume things, it actually accounts for about 50% of emissions reductions overall. So that's a big focus for them. So some of the issues will be different in the action agenda, not necessarily in the formal process.
And in terms of the rest of the world's involvement, all right, the EU will have its position. I presume on electrification that China will be very enthusiastic.
Extremely, yeah.
So that means it could be a less contentious and with the US absent.
Yeah, exactly. And trying to find those areas where people can say, look, it's sometimes about a bit of creative ambiguity. As I said, electrification can mean, in some cases, a gas-led electrification on the way to renewables. So I think it could be quite a clever way of getting agreement amongst people who traditionally haven't seen eye to eye.
Yeah, so instead of focusing on the challenge of decarbonization, focusing on
mechanisms.
Which will actually work.
Exactly, yeah.
Other questions? Oh. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that.
Absolutely. Thanks, John.
There are so many people on a Friday afternoon.
So much.
It's actually a bit sunny. Willing to listen to a discussion about the EU budget.
Exactly.
Okay, so these days I always try and start conversations or at least get something positive in. So all budgeting, we know from our own personal, our own households, inflation is a killer. And inflation complicates government budgeting and it complicates EU, any kind of budgeting. So the good news is, I know it sort of gets made terrible, the ECB raised interest rates unwisely, in my view, yesterday, but the ECB doesn't think inflation this year is going to, will be sort of average 3%. Now that's too high, but it's nothing like 2021, 22. Can't stress that enough, folks, as an economist. We've seen many examples of inflation rising in the 80s, the 90s with higher energy costs, but we didn't have a burst of inflation. 21, 22, we had a big burst of inflation, the first in 40 years, but that was the pandemic, not energy. So the good news is that planners don't have to look, unless something else goes radically wrong, don't have to worry about the pandemic. So if I could tee it up with that sort of as a relatively positive start, as always, 1 billion hours of bureaucrat time will go into this. Will this be more difficult or about the same as previous 7-year EU budget rounds?
So one would assume it would be more difficult because the world is a much tougher place and things are much tougher. But we've now had 30 years of financial frameworks, give or take, and they've all followed, the negotiations have followed a set of iron laws in terms of how they start and how they end. So what happens? The Commission is the holder of the broad package. So the Commission gets to dictate broadly how the ambition, both the ambition in terms of the amount and then how this money will be spent and on what. So the Commission published, as it always does, its major document, July 25. Then the member states always, shock horror, this won't work, isn't enough, don't like how it's being spent, etc., etc. And then gradually it gets into the Council, and the Council has a very set way of negotiating financial frameworks. They set up a working party on the MFF, which has 3 subgroups, and they have a working party on own resources. So you have 2 negotiating tracks, very well set out, and then they develop something called the Negro box. You actually think it must be a physical box. It's not. It is essentially each of those working parties takes its piece of the negotiations and fills it up progressively with agreement. And of course, as always in the Council, nothing is ever agreed until everything is agreed, but also there are, the initial negotiations are to try to get at what are the neuralgic issues. So you have a lot of square boxes. And the way in which these negotiations operate is you move from having lots of square boxes and disagreement to fewer square boxes, and then you have a failed European Council, which will be followed by a successful European Council. Jim can correct me if I'm wrong in any of the descriptions. So the second thing to say about budgetary negotiations is, despite the fact the budget is very small, about 1.26 of GNI, it
really is watched by national capitals, by national parliaments, by interest groups, by those who would benefit from it. It really attracts an inordinate amount of attention, despite the fact that actually in terms of public power, it's much less than a national budget. But it does so for a reason, because because the main power traditionally and historically in the EU has been the power of law. Side payments to make the system work. And this was from the coal and steel community onwards. We forget today that the Paris Treaty made provision for the building of houses for miners. So all along the way, money has mattered, but it has mattered not as the core instrument. But of course, one of the changes now is that beyond the EU
That is historically out of any sort of, it's enormous. Okay, and that has, if anything, risen. In real terms, public spending is higher than it has ever been. And just to put it in perspective, it's about, the government budgets are about 40 times. 40 times. So as a macroeconomist, my eyes glaze over when I hear the actually, because it makes no macroeconomic difference to the economy. But as you say, it's been really important. Now, a question, Bridget, in terms of the COVID fund, that was a really big moment in many ways. Some called
have. Firstly, unfortunately, the EU is going to start repaying that from 2028. And it would be much better for the EU because there was demand in the financial markets for instruments like that. It would be much better for the EU to roll over and to develop, in fact, the beyond the EIB, the borrowing dimension. But the second way it has affected this budgetary cycle is on the proposals as to how EU money should be spent. So there's a galaxy of EU funds, all of them on a different legal basis with different systems, processes, and structures. The Commission is now trying to, and has proposed, the integration of them into big mega funds. The Competitiveness Fund, the Global Fund that was discussed at the last session. And the second way that they want to change things is to have regional and national partnerships, very much a program approach, both for regions and for the member states, and give the member states an envelope of money rather than very minute evidence-based what you spend budgeting. And that comes from the way in which the RFF was designed. How that has led to quite a reaction from both interests and from member states in the following sense, that farmers are worried that there won't be sufficient ring-fenced money for them, And regions are worried that all that battle they had to get an element of central governments will be dissipated. So how that manifests itself in the final decision is really up for grabs at the moment. It's not clear to me. I do think the Commission will probably broadly win on the direction of travel. It usually does. But so that would lead to the first, an important shift in how EU money is dispersed. Very much like if you remember the early 90s and the famous 8 billion Ireland got and the great program that was kickstarted the Irish economy in the early 90s in terms of investment after the dire straits of the 1980s. Another shift. But as I said,
people are more interested in that, having a look at that. In terms of the different positions of the net beneficiaries and the net contributors, obviously it very much depends on whether countries put our net contributors and net beneficiaries. Talk a little bit about how the balance of power amongst those has changed, and then maybe something about Ireland, which my understanding now is we are the biggest per person net contributor to the EU budget now.
So the biggest cleavage, forget all there are lots of cleavages in budgetary negotiations in the EU, but the biggest cleavage bar none is net recipients, net contributors. The net contributors want to control the EU budget at the lowest possible increase because it's their budgets are affected by it. And the net beneficiaries are less cohesive in that you've net beneficiaries who favor agriculture more than cohesion, but then you have the cohesion. Those two groups, net contributors, net beneficiaries, always meet right through the negotiations under the guise of friends of cohesion, that's one block, and whether you're being the frugals. And the hardcore of the frugals have continued to be Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Denmark, but with lots of others. The Finns will join, Ireland will. Now, interestingly,
Ireland will or has?
So this is an important, Ireland is a net contributor. And in fact, it's probably not in Ireland's interest to have to do these negotiations. Why? There was a meeting recently of the net contributors, and Thomas Byrne, rightly in my view, decided he would not attend. He did not attend because he said he cannot declare Ireland in that camp when they're going to have to be an honest broker in the negotiations. And our ambassador, our permanent representative, attended but did not speak.
Really interesting.
So that to me was a signal of Ireland taking its presidency responsibilities really seriously. But Ireland, I think, is so one of the main ways Ireland still gets EU money is no longer cohesion, it's ag. So how's Ireland going to handle the tension between the new areas? So the traditional areas, cohesion and CAP, are distributive. The new areas, research, space, security, it's the quality of your ability to draw down the funds, whereas the other is pretty automatic. And how's Ireland, plus the fact that, as we saw with Mercosur, the strength of the Irish farming lobby remains remarkable despite the change in the economy. So how's Ireland going to manage the Irish interest, which is, it's very legitimate. Ireland was second largest per capita net contributor up to recently. It has, I think, surpassed Germany now. Now, that is, how's Ireland going to handle that tension plus the honest broker. And it's obviously there will be, the other important thing to say is that the budgetary negotiations are handled by these working parties, and then it goes into COREPER and the GAC. Thomas Byrne would normally speak for Ireland at the GAC. So who's going to speak for Ireland at the GAC from the 1st of July onwards? And then, of course, it goes into the European Council, where Antonio Costa and his people take over the meeting, but they don't really take over the files, because the files have got to be properly advanced by the presidency to allow them to be sufficiently cooked to go into the European Council.
Broader question, Bridget. Is the presidency a negative in the sense that when countries are holding it, they are actually constrained from pursuing their interests?
So I don't think it's a constraint. I think it is a necessary service of membership of the EU. And I think it brings a number of important benefits, the most important of which is all your government and your civil servants get a deep, deep dive into every dossier in the EU, and they almost relearn the EU again and what the dynamics are, and rather than being focused only on the narrow. But it can.
Well, Bertie Ahern recently said it actually inevitably distracts from the domestic agenda as well. And
So
negative.
I think that's also fair. But every country has to do it, and with the size of the EU now, it doesn't come around. It's 13 years since Ireland had the last one. So I think for 6 months.
I don't know. Why did we scrap it when we created the Antonio Costa position? Could you indicate questions there? Anybody wants to come in? Should it have been scrapped?
No, because then I think if you would then be creating permanent chairs of every council. I mean, there are hundreds of council bodies, and you would need permanent chairs of all of them. And you need to have both a member state perspective and a council secretariat perspective to make the council work. So I wouldn't scrap it under any circumstance.
Somebody who has seen this very much from the inside, Bobby McDonough.
Indeed, a veteran of many MFF negotiations. Bridget, does Ireland have a major presentational problem, and how does it deal with it? Because the MFF is signalled as a major priority for the presidency, and yet, as you say, the European Council in December is doomed to failure. So is there a problem, and how does the presidency manage it?
So what is unclear at the moment is the European Council in December 25 said that conclusion by December 26 would be timely. In other words, it's a request to Ireland to do everything it possibly can to get the MFF through by December. For that to happen, we'll know more next week. There's a GAC next week, and there's a European Council next week. And unless you see some meat in the European Council conclusions on the MFF next week, then you might wonder about the December 26 Council. But in my view, the absolute deadline for these negotiations is probably March 27. Why do I say that? It must be agreed with some space before the French elections. That would be my political judgment.
Europe never takes a decision until the last possible moment.
And so if you're in the last Irish presidency, we concluded the MFF, and we did so in February. And we did so because there was failed European Council in December. So I would not assume that Ireland will conclude the negotiations, but for any outcome to be achieved, Ireland will have to have, those negotiations will have to have made major progress in the next 6 months.
Question over here. Again, show of hands there.
I'm Uno Dwyer, member of the Institute. Thanks very much, Bridget, for a very clear description of how it all works. I'm curious about the possibility of Parliament, the European Parliament, and maybe other actors looking for new own resources, because they have done so in the past. I'm wondering And in fact, of course, the EU budget as it currently stands, big and all as it is just over 1% of GNI. So if you have 1% with all the implications that are for all the new and difficult responsibilities of the EU, we've got a 1% budget for what I would call a 1% EU. So, could we not, should the Irish not support any effort that the Parliament might make to enhance that budget even marginally with new own resources?
So on own resources, they're a major part of the negotiation. The EU has struggled on own resources for 20 years now. The last MFF had the addition of the plastics, and the Commission has proposals on the table, CBAM, ETS, a temporary corporate tax. The Parliament has thrown in digital services. There's about 5 or 6 areas. They're not making much traction as of now. And I have to say that I think for the future of the EU budget in 2 senses, you've got to reduce the national key. In other words, the amount of the contributions that comes directly from the member states that are highlighted in the bar charts. That's got to happen. So I would have thought, unless you see a reasonable increase in non-member state contributions from one of these various mechanisms, I think that would be a very bad outcome for these negotiations. Am I optimistic? I mean, it's been a terrible 20 years. The agenda has been, all these issues have been on the table for 20 years and no progress.
What percentage of the budget is own resources? Has it changed?
So the national contributions are part of own resources.
From VAT, is it?
But no, they're actual direct national contributions. So it's a proportion of VAT and then the traditional own resources from tariffs. But of course, they're declining. So the Commission is looking for 60 billion from new own resources. I'm glad you raised the issue of the Parliament, because I think there's another. So we know that majorities in the Parliament are more unsettled than they were and have shifted. And the consent of the Parliament is required for the MFF and for the own resources decision. And particularly, so the Parliament has asked for an even bigger budget than the Commission has proposed, about 10% higher.
That's always the case, though, isn't it?
But no, the question is, when, if ever, would the Parliament be tempted not to give consent? That's the question. I'm not saying they won't, but when might they be tempted? And this is a more unsettled Parliament than I've seen.
Question there.
Bridget, first, thank you so much for writing the recommendations on the MFF. I think that was such a helpful and insightful document. I have 2 quick questions. One about—
Could you just identify yourself?
I'm sorry?
Could you identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Eric Jones. I'm director of the Robert Schuman Center and successor to Bridget in the job that she used to have. And the first question is really about the Commission as a borrowing entity. You said at the start of your talk that we need the Commission to be a better borrowing entity, and that it would be best if they rolled over the debt. And my question is, what would it take to get them to roll over the debt? I mean, they already roll over the debt consistently in order to keep a yield curve across. They use a differentiated funding operation now, so it's not back-to-back lending. So what would it take to get them to roll over the grant part of Next Generation EU in the context of these negotiations? It would seem to give them some breathing space. The second question is more about the cleavage structure. You talk about net beneficiaries and net contributors, but does it also matter who benefits significantly from specific programs, like who has farmers, for example, and who doesn't?
So firstly, on the question of what it would take the Commission would like that. But if you remember, it was a condition of getting agreement to the RFF in the first place that it would be repaid. I think that was unfortunate and a mistake. it would be much better for the EU if it rolled over and gave the breathing space in terms of, because I think of it's 0.11% is earmarked for repaying. So I would have thought the barriers are not in the Commission. I think they're in the member states, and probably we could identify the capitals immediately. And I would put Berlin and The Hague in the top, in the top two. And then it does matter. So the cleavage I identified, the net contributors, net beneficiaries, is the macro cleavage. But underneath that, then you have individual member states assessing either as a net beneficiary or a net contributor who gets what at domestic level. And one of the developments in budgetary politics in the EU is they used to go and have these annual negotiations on the budget, and it didn't matter very much apart from the Thatcher era when she just said no every year. But the minute it went into multi-annual financial framework, after Delors 1, from Delors 2 onwards, every finance and economics ministry has a software package for the negotiations where they will judge as the numbers come in. They see the distributive. They try to analyze the distributive impacts in just the way that you've said. And I think for Ireland, the farming one is very tricky.
Thanks very much. John O'Brennan, Maynooth University. Who said the MFF was boring? Dan said it.
Dan said it.
This is a follow-up, actually, to Eric's question, and it's about the Next Generation EU and what it has actually delivered for the member states and for the European Union. I'm curious about the evidence that's coming in about the 750 billion, the extent of it that has been dispersed and spent. I know there's a way to go yet, but what is the evidence showing us about the value added or about the impact of particular projects in particular member states?
And perhaps just to remind people again of another great conversation we had here with Tony Fahy, I think. He's the head of the one of the audit function.
The Court of Auditors.
Court of Auditors.
Yes.
So he turned Murphy. We had a conversation with him maybe a year ago, and he was highly skeptical about the COVID spend. So just to that bit of context, John.
And I think it's what we know is that countries that found it difficult to spend EU money well continue to find it difficult to spend EU money well. And Italy continues to have a real problem with drawdown. And it really mattered to the Italian economy. It's an economy with underinvestment, and yet they're struggling to spend it. And in fact, I think the highest, the two countries that have drawn down the maximum or almost the maximum were Germany and France. State capacity matters when it comes to spending EU money.
And just a recollection that Italy had something called the super bonus.
Yes.
That they use a lot of that money as basically grants for people to refurbish their homes. That actually led to a bump in the national growth numbers because it increased fixed capital formation investment. So it actually led to a bump, leading people to think that this was having an effect. But once people stopped refurbishing their homes, then
it wasn't sustainable. It was a one-off.
That's it.
It was a one-off.
It didn't go into genuine capital expenditure.
Yeah.
Lady here. Sorry, and did I interrupt? Did you finish the question?
No, yeah. I mean, the evidence is mixed.
Sabine Lange, University of Ljubljana. Thank you very much for organizing this session. There are a number of decisions or proposals in the new proposal that are really unfavorable to smaller member states, drawing on the importance of capacity to actually manage the funds. There are higher thresholds that small countries can't reach. Like the minimum that you can manage is now lifted so much that they just can't manage. I'm wondering, do you see a possibility of small member states, which is like, what, 23, to in any way be able to change those management decisions, given that usually Commission wins on those and that are probably guided by the capacity and the experience from the RRF management? and how will this play out in the negotiations between the bigger funds and the competition element, and then the smaller funds where smaller member states used to get quite a number of pebbles. I don't know how to call it. Thank you.
So I don't think it's a small state issue, because there are small states in the EU that have very strong state capability and capacity. So the Nordics, I mean, they don't have a problem in drawing down EU funds. So I don't think it is not something that you will find a small state coalition on. You won't. I do think that there is, it's unclear to me yet how these big fund regulations are going to pan out. And it is necessary for the EU to try to simplify the budgetary processes. I mean, one of the promises I made to myself when I retired was I would never again apply for EU funding for anything. So, I mean, I buy into trying to make the systems less bureaucratic, but I do see the point that if there are smaller pots of money, then it may be easier to access them than the global. But what you'll find in those larger funds is they will be internally divided, horizon, space, et cetera, et cetera. So let's see how much changes. But I do think the Commission is committed to a shift in the management structures of the funding.
But just put you on the spot here, Bridget. This is a kind of detailed one, but it's gone out of my mind.
Yes, very quickly, absolutely brilliant. I think you've done a fantastic way of explaining everything clear. I just want to make sure that there's not another misunderstanding. The MFF is composed of three elements. The first element is own resources. There is no consent of Parliament. It's consulted. It's unanimity of the member states plus ratification. Then you have the regulation. That is consent. And Parliament uses the regulation consent to get also concessions on the own resources. And then you have the individual, about 30, 35 regulations. It's ordinary legislative procedure. I just wanted, because, just to be clear that there's no misunderstanding, but really, it's very...
I mean, as Jim said, this really is mega horizontal negotiations. Everything in the EU is touched by this in one way or another.
But the question that went out of my mind there is about agricultural spend. Listen to a discussion amongst economists, including Paul Krugman, and he said about how economists look at trade. We're not in Kansas anymore.
Yes.
Like the extent to which economists have changed their view because of security, the security environment on trade has been quite remarkable, and it's really across the profession. So I'm just wondering, in terms of how the EU focuses on the agricultural budget, is it giving more emphasis to areas where Europe is not self-sufficient, and using that as one of the criterion for deciding where to spend the money? Because it would make sense. You put the money, you subsidize the areas where we're not self-sufficient to increase production in areas where we have to import.
So I think the common agricultural policy is very much a legacy policy. It's not a strategic policy in the
dependency.
It's path dependency writ large and deep. Now they have moved from, you know, the headage payments, et cetera, et cetera. So they've done a lot, but you would not design the common agricultural policy as it was designed in the late 1950s, early 60s if you were starting now. You just wouldn't do it. But we should never forget that it was, in my view, a social policy. And food security mattered more back then and it still matters now, of course. So ag is just... the EU should spend less on ag and renationalize more of it and let member states decide how they want to subvent. But I think politically, no member state would want to have to deal with the urban-rural conflict at domestic level. You Europeanize at the urban-rural.
Yeah.
In a way, it makes domestic politics easier. It takes one potential issue and shifts it to another level. So I'm very struck member states are not ever very keen on renationalization. It's as if keep it there.
It's interesting. And just a final one on Ireland, you know, over the past 30 years, our economy has absolutely radically changed. We were hugely dependent on agriculture 30 years ago. Now we're pretty much at the norm, the average in the EU. Yet government still behaves as if agriculture is a, you know, central part. So our behavior hasn't changed in line with our interests.
So I think the agribusiness sector is bigger, but on the other hand, just look at an electoral map and look at how many constituencies in Ireland have a lot of farmers in them. I mean, how many urban-only constituencies are there? So it's politics. It's politics. And we also know across Europe, for me, the fact that a Dutch farming party could really gain in a regional election was astounding to me, but it did. So it's not just Ireland. It is an interest that retains quite a, I mean, look at France, retains quite a lot of power.
Aren't we more like France? That sort of sense of rural life as being part of our national identity.
Yeah.
Final thoughts?
Nope. So
hey, wow.
I will give you one. I don't think the Irish presidency will conclude the MFF.
Okay, great. Look, thanks so much, Bridget.
That's for sure.
Yeah. I don't think either of the two guys introduced themselves. Dan O'Brien is our chief economist. Thank you, Dan. But Bridget Laffan, you all know Bridget. Obviously, the Chancellor of the University of Limerick, Professor Emeritus at the UI, but also, as you can see, Pat Cox spent 50 years leading Ireland and Europe. Bridget is the preeminent person at explaining Europe and communicating Europe, and we're very fortunate to have her. You see him?
Thank you. Should I
You have a taxi at 4 o'clock, right? No, so you have a taxi at 4, right?
Yes, I do, but I mean, like, this is very important to wrap up, but it's also, you know, like very, very challenging to wrap up these 2 days of high quality discussions and the conference, which, as you can see, lead people to stay Friday afternoon in almost a full house. That's quite a challenge for me. So a bit of a talks and thoughts on the EU perspective and like the wrap up what had been said in these 2 days. And I had made some notes also to try to not forget some points to mention. So as it was mentioned, like already in the welcoming remarks, we usually talk in the European Union level that we have had like the financial crisis, then the migration crisis, then like the war in Ukraine, then the crisis of the values. But Alex mentioned that this is not like sole standing crisis. This is the conjunction of crises, and we should address them in this way, not use this kind of a silo effect and the silo looking on settling one crisis and move to another and so on. They are overlapping, and we do need to address them in this more coherent and comprehensive way. So we need to learn how to respond, operate, and allocate our policies and the relevant resources to address them alongside as they are like developing and like getting to the peak and moving forward. And on the edge of this like development, Irish presidency is coming, and you do not have a very easy task here over there in Ireland, and certainly you are not going to operate in any stable environment. That's for sure. So there are the security threats, as we heard, coming from the east and west. There is, like weakening long-term partnerships when we were looking in the last years. Then on the edge of this, there are coming a number of the national elections in the member states, including in the key players on the European level, which will again dig to this unpredictability on the European level. So that would be really important to address and to be to some extent prepared and flexible. And I know for sure and without any doubt that Irish priorities, as it was already mentioned and presented, reflect the EU's standing position to defend itself, to strengthen the European Union like defense capacity, including the military capacity, but also resilience in these regards, and to build own robust security, but also strengthen the resilience. And here we are not talking only about investments to the military, but I'm really personally happy that the Irish presidency priorities are reflecting also the priorities of everyday EU citizens' lives. As it was mentioned, like the climate resilience and the adaptation, the social rights, the children's, the homelessness, because all these are like weakening the Europe from the inner side. And we have to, like, on one side, as the EU, address these external threats, but we also have to strengthen and make the EU more resilient to be prepared to address these external threats, because there is no other actor to do it than we within the European Union ourselves. So these priorities, all of them, as mentioned, come alongside with the crucial discussion, as we heard, about backing them up with the financial allocations. And beyond the discussion on the EU budget, I think, and the multi-financial framework, it is also strategic to say that all these priorities are not only the EU priorities, they are the citizens' priorities, they are member state priorities. And we should not look only on the MFF as the money allocated for supporting to implementation these EU priorities. We should look and encourage the member states to allocate additional resources to make these priorities actionable, to make them implemented in these regards, because they are not standing alone. This is not something like the Irish or the Greek or the Lithuanian government came with as a priorities. These are the priorities for the EU and its citizens, and that's why it's important that member states are also backing up this implementation by sufficient financial allocations. In the last 2 days, we heard the number of threats the EU is facing. Including cyberspace threats, disinformations, threats to the democratic institutions, and they are usually coming from the obvious, let's put it, environment. But as we heard today morning, they come also with within the environment which are not usually the subject of these threats, like the maritime security, the cable cuts, the transport in these regards, the energy resources. This is also something new for the EU and the member states. And this is really like time that to draw the attention from the Irish presidency to the member states which haven't picked up this topic as a part of the security threats, to really work on that, because it's not only the cable cuts in the sea that can happen and occur within the territory, on the soil, on the land. And this is something where we saw the electric blackouts, which had the impact on the economy, on the EU citizens, and this is also the part of weakening the EU inner resilience in these regards. So this is something where really it's a part of what's called the hybrid warfare, and this is the most challenging secure threat to the EU peace project. So in these regards, there is a plenty on the table for the Irish presidency. It would be, of course, hard to achieve something, but I'm convinced that based on the previous mentioned success of the Irish presidencies, there is the effort and the power to move forward in these regards. And the PPC itself provides a space to pick up the most from the minds of the great researchers and policymakers. And I think that for the EU and the Irish presidency to be prepared, we need to be really courageous and strategic. And the strategies needs the operationalization. And for making all these strategies actionable, we need to address them not as individual policies, not individual siloed way approach, but as interlinking and intertwined policies themselves. So bon courage to the Irish presidency, and also to all of us, because this is also the reminder that all of us sitting here are the EU ideas ambassadors. We are those who can contribute to make these actions and the priorities to work. So as we experienced in the last 2 days during the presidency, this is also the way how we can support streamlining the EU ideas. Yeah, we are leaving in a couple of hours or the day, and we can get back home and to our like bubbles, societies, and communities. And this is also the way how we can support the EU itself from the bottom up. So we can really do and support the EU ideas to shape the policies, right? So this is something where we can do a part of the job you streamlined as an institute. And with this regard, I would like to conclude and thank to the organizers, the Institute for International and European Affairs as a TEPSA Institute for organizing the conference, for a great and warm welcome, and for a wonderful program itself. You really, again, extend the bar for the next PPCs, which is not easy to address. And I believe that with this positive vibes you shared with us in the last 2 days, we can take a bit of this warm Irish soul back to our national countries and continue to spread your message, therefore. Thank you very much.
Here. Okay. Thank you so much, Lucia. Oh, look at this. It's a box. Thank you very much.
And from the heart of Europe, like the most famous chocolate for, thank you for hosting us. I think that's
It's been a pleasure. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I wasn't expecting gifts. Right, first of all, big congratulations to everyone who's still here. It's really great. It's been really nice, actually. I'm only going to speak really for a handful of minutes, but one of the really nice things of this experience, just to echo everything you said, but to have our members and those who contribute to our work mixing with the wider TEPSA network has just been really fun, and I've gotten a lot out of it. So thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for coming to Dublin. I learned loads, and I'm going to bring it with me into my research and into my work. But I want to make maybe 2 or 3 points. Jim Cluse, who's just departed, unfortunately, to get his flight, said something earlier, which I was really humbled to hear, where he just acknowledged the atmosphere in this place, which is something we talk about ourselves, and we put a big emphasis on trying to curate a space where people feel welcome and people feel open to engage in, sometimes sensitive or sometimes contentious discussion. And I was pleased he picked up on that. And also to link that with what Commissioner Cost said earlier about it's not a unique Irish thing, but it is an Irish thing to bring, what she said, fresh air, energy, and humor to the table. And just putting those 2 things together, I want to really acknowledge my group here, my team. I'm really proud to be part of the group here at the Institute. And everyone has done a really, really good job. And I like coming to work here because what we do is important. And everybody really has contributed to that, from the first person in the organization to the last. And I'm not going to mention anybody specifically. I'm going to mention 2 people specifically. So just at the back with Seamus Allen, who when I was away and another colleague was away, Seamus held the ring here in some of the final critical weeks coming to the conference. So big effort to you, Seamus. But specifically, I do have to acknowledge one of my great professional achievements is that I was able to catch Emma Richardson as she started her meteoric rise straight out of college. And most of you have dealt with Emma, and really without Emma, the conference wouldn't have happened. Emma is one of the most conscientious and intelligent and reliable colleagues I've ever had. And she has that absolutely indispensable quality of she consistently makes me look good and makes those around her look good, and catches me from making mistakes before I make them. But no, just really to acknowledge that it was a triumphant effort from everybody at the Institute. We were looking forward to this for months and months, and I am going to mention anyone else specifically, but just it really was the node, the person who held the whole thing together and who delivered it with such class and making it look easy as Emma. So if Emma would just stand up for a second. No. Thank you. That was all. But there is a hiring ban. Nobody is allowed to hire Emma Richardson for as long as while I'm at the Institute. But no, really, I'm not going to detain you any longer. I really enjoyed myself. I hope you did too. Thanks for coming to Dublin. Best of luck to the Lithuanian colleagues. See you in Vilnius, and good night and God bless.
Thank you.